Section 1 of Shelley, Selected Poems and Prose. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Leonard Wilson. Shelley, Selected Poems and Prose by Percy Bysshe Shelley, Section 1, Hymn to Intellectual Beauty. The awful shadow of some unseen power floats, though unseen, among us, visiting this various world with as inconstant wing as summer winds that creep from flower to flower, like moonbeams that behind some piny mountain shower it visits with inconstant glance each human heart and countenance, like hues and harmonies of evening, like clouds in starlight widely spread, like memory of music fled, like aught that for its grace may be dear, and yet dearer for its mystery. Spirit of beauty, that dost consecrate with thine own hues all thou dost shine upon of human thought or form, where art thou gone? Why dost thou pass away and leave our state this dim, vast vale of tears, vacant and desolate? Ask why the sunlight not forever weaves rainbows o'er yon mountain river, why aught should fail and fade that once is shown, why fear and dream and death and birth cast on the daylight of this earth such gloom, why man has such a scope for love and hate, despondency and hope. No voice from some sublimer world hath ever to sage or poet these responses given. Therefore the names of demon, ghost, and heaven remain the records of their vain endeavor, frail spells, whose uttered charm might not avail to sever from all we hear and all we see doubt, chance, and mutability. Thy light alone, like mist o'er the mountains driven, or music by the night wind sent through strings of some still instrument, or moonlight on a midnight stream, gives grace and truth to life's unquiet dream. Love, hope, and self-esteem, like clouds, depart and come, for some uncertain moments lent. Man were immortal and omnipotent, didst thou, unknown and awful as thou art, keep with thy glorious train firm state within his heart. Thou messenger of sympathies that wax and wane in lovers' eyes, thou that to human thought art nourishment, like darkness to a dying flame, depart not as thy shadow came, depart not, lest the grave should be, like life and fear, a dark reality. While yet a boy, I sought for ghosts, and sped through many a listening chamber, cave and ruin, and starlight wood, with fearful steps pursuing hopes of high talk with the departed dead. I called on poisonous names with which our youth is fed. I was not heard, I saw them not. When musing deeply on the lot of life, at that sweet time when winds are wooing all vital things that wake to bring news of birds and blossoming, sudden thy shadow fell on me. I shrieked and clasped my hands in ecstasy. I vowed that I would dedicate my powers to thee and thine. Have I not kept the vow? With beating heart and streaming eyes, even now, I call the phantoms of 1,000 hours, each from his voiceless grave. They have in visioned bowers of studious zeal or love's delight outwatched with me the envious night. They know that never joy illumed my brow unlinked with hope that thou wouldst free this world from its dark slavery, that thou, O awful loveliness, wouldst give whate'er these words cannot express. The day becomes more solemn and serene when noon is past. There is a harmony in autumn and a lustre in its sky, which through the summer is not heard or seen, as if it could not be, as if it had not been. Thus let thy power, which like the truth of nature on my passive youth descended, to my onward life supply its calm. To one who worships thee, and every form containing thee, whom, spirit fair, thy spells did bind to fear himself and love all human kind. End of Section 1, Hymn to Intellectual Beauty. Recording by Leonard Wilson of Springfield, Ohio. Section 2 of Shelley, Selected Poems and Prose. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Leonard Wilson. Section 2, Sonnet, Lift Not the Painted Veil. Lift not the painted veil which those who live call life, though unreal shapes be pictured there, and it but mimic all we would believe with colors idly spread. Behind lurk fear and hope, twin destinies, who ever weave their shadows o'er the chasm, sightless and drear. I knew one who had lifted it. He sought, for his lost heart was tender, things to love, but found them not, alas, nor was there aught the world contains, the which he could approve. Through the unheeding many he did move, a splendor among shadows, a bright blot upon this gloomy scene, a spirit that strove for truth, and like the preacher, found it not. End of Section 2, Sonnet, Lift Not the Painted Veil. Recording by Leonard Wilson of Springfield, Ohio. Section 3 of Shelley, Selected Poems and Prose. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Leonard Wilson. Section 3, Ode to the West Wind. O wild west wind, thou breath of autumn's being, thou from whose unseen presence the leaves dead are driven like ghosts from an enchanter fleeing, yellow and black and pale and hectic red, pestilence-stricken multitudes. O thou who chariotest to their dark wintry bed the winged seeds, where they lie cold and low, each like a corpse within its grave, until thine azure sister of the spring shall blow her clarion o'er the dreaming earth, and fill, driving sweet buds like flocks to feed in air, with living hues and odors, plain and hill. Wild spirit, which art moving everywhere, destroyer and preserver, hear, O hear! Thou on whose stream, mid the steep sky's commotion, loose clouds like earth's decaying leaves are shed, shook from the tangled boughs of heaven and ocean, angels of rain and lightning, there are spread on the blue surface of thine airy surge, like the bright hair uplifted from the head of some fierce Maenad, even from the dim verge of the horizon to the zenith's height, the locks of the approaching storm. Thou dirge of the dying year, to which this closing night will be the dome of a vast sepulchre, vaulted with all thy congregated might of vapors, from whose solid atmosphere black rain and fire and hail will burst. O hear! Thou who didst waken from his summer dreams the blue Mediterranean, where he lay lulled by the coil of his crystalline streams, beside a pumice isle in Baiae's Bay, and saw in sleep old palaces and towers quivering within the waves' intenser day, all overgrown with azure moss and flowers so sweet the sense faints picturing them. Thou, for whose path the Atlantic's level powers cleave themselves into chasms, while far below the sea blooms and the oozy woods which wear the sapless foliage of the ocean know thy voice, and suddenly grow gray with fear, and tremble and despoil themselves. O hear! If I were a dead leaf thou mightest bear, if I were a swift cloud to fly with thee, a wave to pant beneath thy power, and share the impulse of thy strength, only less free than thou, O uncontrollable! If even I were as in my boyhood, and could be the comrade of thy wanderings over heaven, as then, when to outstrip thy skyey speed scarce seemed a vision, I would never have striven as thus with thee in prayer in my sore need. O lift me as a wave, a leaf, a cloud! I fall upon the thorns of life, I bleed. A heavy weight of hours has chained and bowed one too like thee, tameless and swift and proud. Make me thy lyre, even as the forest is. What if my leaves are falling like its own? The tumult of thy mighty harmonies will take from both a deep autumnal tone, sweet though in sadness. Be thou, spirit fierce, my spirit! Be thou me, impetuous one! Drive my dead thoughts over the universe like withered leaves to quicken a new birth, and by the incantation of this verse scatter, as from an unextinguished hearth ashes and sparks, my words among mankind. Be through my lips to unawakened earth the trumpet of a prophecy. O wind, if winter comes, can spring be far behind? End of Section 3, Ode to the West Wind. Recording by Leonard Wilson of Springfield, Ohio. Section 4 of Shelley, Selected Poems and Prose. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Leonard Wilson. Section 4. An excerpt from the Preface to Prometheus Unbound. As to imitation, poetry is a mimetic art. It creates, but it creates by combination and representation. Poetical abstractions are beautiful and new, not because the portions of which they are composed had no previous existence in the mind of man or in nature, but because the whole produced by their combination has some intelligible and beautiful analogy with those sources of emotion and thought, and with the contemporary condition of them. One great poet is a masterpiece of nature which another not only ought to study, but must study. He might as wisely and as easily determine that his mind should no longer be the mirror of all that is lovely in the visible universe, as exclude from his contemplation the beautiful which exists in the writings of a great contemporary. The pretense of doing it would be a presumption in any but the greatest. The effect, even in him, would be strained, unnatural, and ineffectual. A poet is the combined product of such internal powers as modify the nature of others, and of such external influences as excite and sustain these powers. He is not one, but both. Every man's mind is, in this respect, modified by all the objects of nature and art, by every word and every suggestion which he ever admitted to act upon his consciousness. It is the mirror upon which all forms are reflected, and in which they compose one form. Poets, not otherwise than philosophers, painters, sculptors, and musicians, are in one sense the creators, and in another the creations of their age. From this subjection the loftiest do not escape. There is a similarity between Homer and Hesiod, between Aeschylus and Euripides, between Virgil and Horace, between Dante and Petrarch, between Shakespeare and Fletcher, between Dryden and Pope. Each has a generic resemblance under which their specific distinctions are arranged. If this similarity be the result of imitation, I am willing to confess that I have imitated. Let this opportunity be conceded to me of acknowledging that I have what a Scotch philosopher characteristically terms a passion for reforming the world. What passion incited him to write and publish his book, he omits to explain. For my part, I had rather be damned with Plato and Lord Bacon than go to heaven with Paley and Malthus. But it is a mistake to suppose that I dedicate my poetical compositions solely to the direct enforcement of reform, or that I consider them in any degree as containing a reasoned system on the theory of human life. Didactic poetry is my abhorrence. Nothing can be equally well expressed in prose that is not tedious and supererogatory in verse. My purpose has hitherto been simply to familiarize the highly refined imagination of the more select classes of poetical readers with beautiful idealisms of moral excellence, aware that until the mind can love and admire and trust and hope and endure, reasoned principles of moral conduct are seeds cast upon the highway of life, which the unconscious passenger tramples into dust, although they would bear the harvest of his happiness. End of Section 4, an excerpt from the Preface to Prometheus Unbound, by Percy Bysshe Shelley. Recording by Leonard Wilson of Springfield, Ohio. Section 5 of Shelley, Selected Poems and Prose. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Leonard Wilson. Section 5, Conclusion of Prometheus Unbound, Act 4, lines 554 through 578. Demogorgon speaking. This is the day which down the void abysm at the earth-born spell yawns for heaven's despotism, and conquest is dragged captive through the deep. Love from its awful throne of patient power in the wise heart, from the last giddy hour of dread endurance, from the slippery, steep, and narrow verge of crag-like agony, springs and folds over the world its healing wings. Gentleness, virtue, wisdom, and endurance, these are the seals of that most firm assurance which bars the pit over destruction's strength, and if within firm hand eternity, mother of many acts and hours, should free the serpent that would clasp her with his length, these are the spells by which to reassume an empire o'er the disentangled doom. To suffer woes which hope thinks infinite, to forgive wrongs darker than death or night, to defy power which seems omnipotent, to love and bear, to hope till hope creates from its own wreck the thing it contemplates, neither to change nor falter nor repent. This, like thy glory, Titan, is to be good, great, and joyous, beautiful and free. This is alone life, joy, empire, and victory. End of Section 5. Conclusion of Prometheus Unbound by Percy Bysshe Shelley. Recording by Leonard Wilson of Springfield, Ohio. Section 6 of Shelley, Selected Poems and Prose. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Leonard Wilson. Section 6. The Cloud. I bring fresh showers for the thirsting flowers from the seas and the streams. I bear light shade for the leaves when laid in their noonday dreams. From my wings are shaken the dews that waken the sweet buds every one, when rocked to rest on their mother's breast as she dances about the sun. I wield the flail of the lashing hail and whiten the green plains under, and then again I dissolve it in rain and laugh as I pass in thunder. I sift the snow on the mountains below, and their great pines groan aghast, and all the night 'tis my pillow white while I sleep in the arms of the blast. Sublime on the towers of my skiey bowers lightning my pilot sits. In a cavern under is fettered the thunder, it struggles and howls at fits. Over earth and ocean with gentle motion this pilot is guiding me, lured by the love of the genii that move in the depths of the purple sea. Over the rills and the crags and the hills, over the lakes and the plains, wherever he dream, under mountain or stream, the spirit he loves remains. And I all the while bask in heaven's blue smile, whilst he is dissolving in rains. The sanguine sunrise with his meteor eyes, and his burning plumes outspread, leaps on the back of my sailing rack when the morning star shines dead. As on the jag of a mountain crag, which an earthquake rocks and swings, an eagle alit one moment may sit in the light of its golden wings. And when sunset may breathe from the lit sea beneath its ardors of rest and of love, and the crimson pall of eve may fall from the depth of heaven above, with wings folded I rest on mine airy nest, as still as a brooding dove. That orbed maiden with white fire laden, whom mortals call the moon, glides glimmering o'er my fleece-like floor, by the midnight breezes strewn. And wherever the beat of her unseen feet, which only the angels hear, may have broken the woof of my tent's thin roof, the stars peep behind her and peer, and I laugh to see them whirl and flee like a swarm of golden bees, when I widen the rent in my wind-built tent, till the calm rivers, lakes, and seas, like strips of the sky fallen through me on high, are each paved with the moon and these. I bind the sun's throne with a burning zone, and the moon's with a girdle of pearl. The volcanoes are dim, and the stars reel and swim, when the whirlwinds my banner unfurl. From cape to cape, with a bridge-like shape, over a torrent sea, sunbeam-proof I hang like a roof, the mountains its columns be. The triumphal arch through which I march with hurricane fire and snow, when the powers of the air are chained to my chair, is the million-colored bow. The sphere fire above its soft colors wove, while the moist earth was laughing below. I am the daughter of earth and water, and the nursling of the sky. I pass through the pores of the ocean and shores. I change, but I cannot die. For after the rain, when with never a stain the pavilion of heaven is bare, and the winds and sunbeams with their convex gleams build up the blue dome of air, I silently laugh at my own cenotaph, And out of the caverns of rain, like a child from the womb, like a ghost from the tomb, I arise and unbuild it again. End of Section 6, The Cloud, by Percy Bysshe Shelley. Recording by Leonard Wilson of Springfield, Ohio. Section 7 of Shelley, Selected Poems and Prose. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Leonard Wilson. Section 7, Sonnet, England in 1819. An old, mad, blind, despised, and dying king, princes, the dregs of their dull race, who flow through public scorn, mud from a muddy spring, rulers who neither see nor feel nor know, but leech-like to their fainting country cling, till they drop blind in blood without a blow. A people starved and stabbed in the untilled field, an army which liberticide and prey makes as a two-edged sword to all who wield, golden and sanguine laws which tempt and slay, religion Christless, godless, a book sealed, a senate, time's worst statute unrepealed, are graves from which a glorious phantom may burst to illumine our tempestuous day. End of Section 7, Sonnet, England in 1819, by Percy Bysshe Shelley. Recording by Leonard Wilson of Springfield, Ohio. Section 8 of Shelley, Selected Poems and Prose. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Leonard Wilson. Section 8, Song to the Men of England. Men of England, wherefore plough for the lords who lay ye low? Wherefore weave with toil and care the rich robes your tyrants wear? Wherefore feed and clothe and save from the cradle to the grave those ungrateful drones who would drain your sweat, nay, drink your blood? Wherefore, bees of England, forge many a weapon, chain, and scourge, that these stingless drones may spoil the forced produce of your toil? Have ye leisure, comfort, calm, shelter, food, love's gentle balm? Or what is it ye buy so dear with your pain and with your fear? The seed ye sow, another reaps; the wealth ye find, another keeps; the robes ye weave, another wears; the arms ye forge, another bears. Sow seed, but let no tyrant reap; find wealth, let no impostor heap; weave robes, let not the idle wear; forge arms in your defence to bear. Shrink to your cellars, holes, and cells; in halls ye deck, another dwells. Why shake the chains ye wrought? Ye see the steel ye tempered glance on ye. With plough and spade and hoe and loom, trace your grave and build your tomb, and weave your winding sheet till fair England be your sepulchre. End of Section 8, Song to the Men of England, by Percy Bysshe Shelley. Recording by Leonard Wilson of Springfield, Ohio. Section 9 of Shelley, Selected Poems and Prose. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Leonard Wilson. Section 9, A Summer Evening Churchyard, Lechlade, Gloucestershire. The wind has swept from the wide atmosphere each vapor that obscured the sunset's ray, and pallid evening twines its beaming hair in duskier braids around the languid eyes of day. Silence and twilight, unbeloved of men, creep hand in hand from yon obscurest glen. They breathe their spells towards the departing day, encompassing the earth, air, stars, and sea. Light, sound, and motion own the potent sway, responding to the charm with its own mystery. The winds are still, or the dry church-tower grass knows not their gentle motions as they pass. Thou too, aerial pile, whose pinnacles point from one shrine like pyramids of fire, obeyest in silence their sweet solemn spells, clothing in hues of heaven thy dim and distant spire, around whose lessening and invisible height gather among the stars the clouds of night. The dead are sleeping in their sepulchres, and mouldering as they sleep, a thrilling sound, half sense, half thought, among the darkness stirs, breathed from their wormy beds all living things around, and mingling with the still night and mute sky, its awful hush is felt inaudibly. Thus solemnized and softened, death is mild and terrorless as this serenest night. Here could I hope, like some inquiring child sporting on graves, that death did hide from human sight sweet secrets, or beside its breathless sleep that loveliest dreams perpetual watch did keep. End of Section 9, A Summer Evening Churchyard, by Percy Bysshe Shelley. Recording by Leonard Wilson of Springfield, Ohio. Section 10 of Shelley, Selected Poems and Prose. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Leonard Wilson. Section 10. Two poems, both entitled Mutability. Mutability 1, 1816. We are as clouds that veil the midnight moon. How restlessly they speed and gleam and quiver, streaking the darkness radiantly, yet soon night closes round, and they are lost forever. Or like forgotten lyres, whose dissonant strings give various response to each varying blast, to whose frail frame no second motion brings one mood or modulation like the last. We rest. A dream has power to poison sleep. We rise. One wandering thought pollutes the day. We feel, conceive, or reason, laugh or weep, embrace fond foe, or cast our cares away. It is the same, for be it joy or sorrow, the path of its departure still is free. Man's yesterday may ne'er be like his morrow. Naught may endure but mutability. End of poem. Mutability 2, 1821. The flower that smiles to-day, to-morrow dies. All that we wish to stay tempts, and then flies. What is this world's delight? Lightning that mocks the night, brief even as bright. Virtue, how frail it is! Friendship, how rare! Love, how it sells poor bliss for proud despair! But we, though soon they fall, survive their joy and all which ours we call. Whilst skies are blue and bright, whilst flowers are gay, whilst eyes that change ere night make glad the day, whilst yet the calm hours creep, dream thou, and from thy sleep then wake to weep. End of Section 10, Mutability. Two poems by Percy Bysshe Shelley. Recording by Leonard Wilson of Springfield, Ohio. Section 11 of Shelley, Selected Poems and Prose. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Leonard Wilson. Section 11. Lines written in the Bay of Lerici. She left me at the silent time when the moon had ceased to climb the azure path of heaven's steep, and like an albatross asleep, balanced on her wings of light, hovered in the purple night, ere she sought her ocean nest in the chambers of the west. She left me, and I stayed alone, thinking over every tone which, though silent to the ear, the enchanted heart could hear, like notes which die when born, but still haunt the echoes of the hill, and feeling ever, oh, too much, the soft vibration of her touch, as if her gentle hand even now lightly trembled on my brow. And thus, although she absent were, memory gave me all of her that even fancy dares to claim. Her presence had made weak and tame all passions, and I lived alone in the time which is our own. The past and future were forgot, as they had been and would be not. But soon, the guardian angel gone, the demon reassumed his throne in my faint heart. I dare not speak my thoughts, but thus disturbed and weak, I sat and saw the vessels glide over the ocean bright and wide, like spirit-winged chariots sent o'er some serenest element for ministrations strange and far, as if to some Elysian star sailed for drink to medicine such sweet and bitter pain as mine. And the wind that winged their flight from the land came fresh and light, and the scent of winged flowers, and the coolness of the hours of dew, and sweet warmth left by day, were scattered o'er the twinkling bay. And the fisher with his lamp and spear about the low rocks damp crept, and struck the fish which came to worship the delusive flame. Too happy they, whose pleasure sought extinguishes all sense and thought of the regret that pleasure leaves, destroying life alone, not peace. End of Section 11. Lines written in the Bay of Lerici by Percy Bysshe Shelley. Recording by Leonard Wilson of Springfield, Ohio. Section 12 of Shelley, Selected Poems and Prose. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Leonard Wilson. Section 12. Love's Philosophy. The fountains mingle with the river, and the rivers with the ocean. The winds of heaven mix forever with a sweet emotion. Nothing in the world is single. All things by a law divine in another's being mingle. Why not I with thine? See, the mountains kiss high heaven, and the waves clasp one another. No sister flower could be forgiven if it disdained its brother. And the sunlight clasps the earth, and the moonbeams kiss the sea. What are all these kissings worth, if thou kiss not me? End of Section 12, Love's Philosophy by Percy Bysshe Shelley. Recording by Leonard Wilson of Springfield, Ohio. Section 13 of Shelley, Selected Poems and Prose. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Leonard Wilson. Section 13. Mont Blanc. Lines written in the Vale of Chamonix. The everlasting universe of things flows through the mind, and rolls its rapid waves, now dark, now glittering, now reflecting gloom, now lending splendor where from secret springs the source of human thought its tribute brings of waters, with a sound but half its own, such as a feeble brook will oft assume in the wild woods among the mountains lone, where waterfalls around it leap forever, where woods and winds contend, and a vast river over its rocks ceaselessly bursts and raves. Thus thou, ravine of Arve, dark, deep ravine, thou many-colored, many-voiced vale, over whose pines and crags and caverns sail fast cloud-shadows and sunbeams, awful scene, where power in likeness of the Arve comes down from the ice-gulfs that gird his secret throne, bursting through these dark mountains like the flame of lightning through the tempest. Thou dost lie, thy giant brood of pines around thee clinging, children of elder time, in whose devotion the chainless winds still come, and ever came, to drink their odors and their mighty swinging, to hear an old and solemn harmony. Thine earthly rainbows stretched across the sweep of the ethereal waterfall, whose veil robes some unsculptured image, the strange sleep which, when the voices of the desert fail, wraps all in its own deep eternity. Thy caverns echoing to the Arve's commotion, a loud, lone sound, no other sound can tame. Thou art pervaded with that ceaseless motion, thou art the path of that unresting sound, dizzy ravine, and when I gaze on thee, I seem as in a trance sublime and strange, to muse on my own separate fantasy, my own, my human mind, which passively now renders and receives fast influencings, holding an unremitting interchange with the clear universe of things around. One legion of wild thoughts, whose wandering wings now float above thy darkness, and now rest where that or thou art no unbidden guest, in the still cave of the witch Poesy, seeking among the shadows that pass by, ghosts of all things that are, some shade of thee, some phantom, some faint image, till the breast from which they fled recalls them, thou art there. Some say that gleams of a remoter world visit the soul in sleep, that death is slumber, and that its shapes the busy thoughts outnumber of those who wake and live. I look on high. Has some unknown omnipotence unfurled the veil of life and death? Or do I lie in dream, and does the mightier world of sleep spread far and round and inaccessibly its circles? For the very spirit fails, driven like a homeless cloud from steep to steep, that vanishes among the viewless gales. Far, far above, piercing the infinite sky, Mont Blanc appears, still, snowy, and serene. Its subject mountains their unearthly forms pile around it, ice and rock, broad vales between of frozen floods, unfathomable deeps, blue as the overhanging heaven, that spread and wind among the accumulated steeps. A desert peopled by the storms alone, save when the eagle brings some hunter's bone, and the wolf tracks her there. How hideously its shapes are heaped around, rude, bare, and high, ghastly, and scarred, and riven! Is this the scene where the old earthquake demon taught her young ruin? Were these their toys, or did a sea of fire envelop once this silent snow? None can reply. All seems eternal now. The wilderness has a mysterious tongue which teaches awful doubt, or faith so mild, so solemn, so serene, that man may be, but for such faith, with nature reconciled. Thou hast a voice, great mountain, to repeal large codes of fraud and woe, not understood by all, but which the wise and great and good interpret or make felt or deeply feel. The fields, the lakes, the forests, and the streams, ocean, and all the living things that dwell within the daedal earth, lightning and rain, earthquake and fiery flood, and hurricane, the torpor of the year when feeble dreams visit the hidden buds, or dreamless sleep holds every future leaf and flower, the bound with which from that detested trance they leap. The works and ways of man, their death and birth, and that of him, and all that his may be, all things that move and breathe with toil and sound, are born and die, revolve, subside, and swell. Power dwells apart in its tranquillity, remote, serene, and inaccessible. And this, the naked countenance of earth, on which I gaze, even these primeval mountains teach the adverting mind. The glaciers creep like snakes that watch their prey from their far fountains, slow rolling on. There many a precipice, frost and the sun in scorn of mortal power have piled, dome, pyramid, and pinnacle, a city of death, distinct with many a tower and wall impregnable of beaming ice. Yet not a city, but a flood of ruin is there, that from the boundaries of the sky rolls its perpetual stream. Vast pines are strewing its destined path, or in the mangled soil branchless and shattered stand. The rocks drawn down from yon remotest waste have overthrown the limits of the dead and living world, never to be reclaimed. The dwelling place of insects, beasts, and birds becomes its spoil, their food and their retreat forever gone, so much of life and joy is lost. The race of man flies far in dread. His work and dwelling vanish like smoke before the tempest stream, and their place is not known. Below, vast caves shine in the rushing torrent's restless gleam, which from those secret chasms in tumult welling meet in the vale and one majestic river. The breath and blood of distant lands forever rolls its loud waters to the ocean waves, breathes its swift vapors to the circling air. Mont Blanc yet gleams on high. The power is there, the still and solemn power of many sights and many sounds, and much of life and death. In the calm darkness of the moonless nights, in the lone glare of day, the snows descend upon that mountain. None beholds them there, nor when the flakes burn in the sinking sun, or the starbeams dart through them. Winds contend silently there, and heap the snow with breath rapid and strong, but silently. Its home the voiceless lightning in these solitudes keeps innocently, and like vapor broods over the snow. The secret strength of things which governs thought, and to the infinite dome of heaven is as a law, inhabits thee. And what wert thou, and earth, and stars, and sea, if to the human mind's imaginings silence and solitude were vacancy? End of Section 13, Mont Blanc, by Percy Bysshe Shelley. Recording by Leonard Wilson of Springfield, Ohio. Section 14 of Shelley, Selected Poems and Prose. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Leonard Wilson. Section 14, To Night. Swiftly walk o'er the western waves, Spirit of night! Out of the misty eastern cave, Where all the long and lone daylight Thou wovest dreams of joy and fear, Which make thee terrible and dear, Swift be thy flight! Wrap thy form in a mantle gray, Star inwrought; blind with thine hair the eyes of day; Kiss her until she be wearied out; Then wander o'er city and sea and land, Touching all with thine opiate wand. Come, long sought! When I arose and saw the dawn, I sighed for thee. When light rode high and the dew was gone, And noon lay heavy on flower and tree, And the weary day turned to his rest, Lingering like an unloved guest, I sighed for thee. Thy brother Death came and cried, "Wouldst thou me?" Thy sweet child Sleep, the filmy eyed, Murmured like a noontide bee, "Shall I nestle near thy side? Wouldst thou me?" And I replied, "No, not thee." Death will come when thou'rt dead, Soon, too soon. Sleep will come when thou'rt fled. Of neither would I ask the boon I asked of thee, beloved night. Swift be thine approaching flight. Come soon, soon. End of Section 14, To Night, by Percy Bysshe Shelley. Recording by Leonard Wilson of Springfield, Ohio. Section 15 of Shelley, Selected Poems and Prose. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Leonard Wilson. Section 15, Letter to Maria Gisborne. The spider spreads her webs, whether she be in poet's tower, cellar, or barn, or tree. The silkworm in the dark green mulberry leaves His winding sheet and cradle ever weaves. So I, a thing whom moralists call worm, Sit spinning still round this decaying form, From the fine threads of rare and subtle thought, No net of words in garish colors wrought To catch the idle buzzers of the day, But a soft cell, where when that fades away, Memory may clothe in wings my living name, And feed it with the asphodels of fame, Which in those hearts which must remember me grow, Making love and immortality. Whoever should behold me now, I wist, Would think I were a mighty mechanist, Bent with sublime Archimedean art, To breathe a soul into the iron heart Of some machine portentous, or strange gem, Which by the force of figured spells might win Its way over the sea, and sport therein. For round the walls are hung dread engines, such As Vulcan never wrought for Jove to clutch Ixion or the Titan; or the quick wit Of that man of God, St. Dominic, To convince atheist, Turk, or heretic, Or those in philanthropic council met, Who thought to pay some interest for the debt They owed to Jesus Christ for their salvation, By giving a faint foretaste of damnation To Shakespeare, Sidney, Spenser, and the rest, Who made our land an island of the blest, When lamp-like Spain, who now relooms her fire On freedom's hearth, grew dim with empire, With thumbscrews' wheels, with tooth and spike and jag, Which fishers found under the utmost crag Of Cornwall and the storm-encompassed isles, Where to the sky the rude sea rarely smiles, Unless in treacherous wrath, as on the morn When the exulting elements in scorn, Satiated with destroyed destruction, lay Sleeping in beauty on their mangled prey, As panthers sleep; and other strange and dread Magical forms the brick floor overspread. Proteus, transformed to metal, did not make More figures or more strange, nor did he take Such shapes of unintelligible brass, or heap himself in such a horrid mass of tin and iron not to be understood, and forms of unimaginable wood, to puzzle Tubal-Cain and all his brood. Great screws and cones and wheels and grooved blocks, the elements of what will stand the shocks of wave and wind and time. Upon the table more knacks and quips there be than I am able to catalogize in this verse of mine. A pretty bowl of wood, not full of wine, but quicksilver, that dew which the gnomes drink when at their subterranean toil they swink, pledging the demons of the earthquake, who reply to them in lava, cry halloo, and call out to the cities o'er their head. Roofs, towers, and shrines, the dying and the dead, crash through the chinks of earth, and then all quaff another rouse, and hold their sides, and laugh. This quicksilver no gnome has drunk. Within the walnut bowl it lies, veined and thin, in color like the wake of light that stains the Tuscan deep, when from the moist moon rains the inmost shower of its white fire. The breeze is still, blue heaven smiles over the pale seas, and in this bowl of quicksilver, for I yield to the impulse of an infancy outlasting manhood, I have made to float a rude idealism of a paper boat, a hollow screw with cogs. Henry will know the thing I mean, and laugh at me. If so, he fears not I should do more mischief. Next lie bills and calculations much perplexed, with steamboats, frigates, and machinery quaint, traced over them in blue and yellow paint. Then comes a range of mathematical instruments for plans nautical and statical, a heap of rosin, a queer broken glass with ink in it, a china cup that was what it will never be again, I think, a thing from which sweet lips were wont to drink the liquor doctors rail at, and which I will quaff in spite of them, and when we die we'll toss up who died first of drinking tea, and cry out heads or tails where'er we be. Near that a dusty paint-box, some odd hooks, a half-burnt match, an ivory block, 3 books, where conic sections, spherics, logarithms, to great Laplace from Saunderson and Sims, lie heaped in their harmonious disarray of figures, disentangle them who may. Baron de Tott's memoirs beside them lie, and some odd volumes of old chemistry. Near those a most inexplicable thing, with lead in the middle. I'm conjecturing how to make Henry understand. But no, I'll leave, as Spenser says, with many mo, the secret in the pregnant womb of time, too vast a matter for so weak a rhyme. And here, like some weird archimage, sit I, plotting dark spells and devilish enginery, the self-impelling steam wheels of the mind, which pump up oaths from clergymen, and grind the gentle spirit of our meek reviews into a powdery foam of salt abuse, ruffling the ocean of their self-content. I sit and smile or sigh, as is my bent, but not for them. Libeccio rushes round with an inconstant and an idle sound. I heed him more than them. The thunder smoke is gathering on the mountains, like a cloak folded athwart their shoulders, broad and bare. The ripe corn under the undulating air undulates like an ocean, and the vines are trembling wide in all their trellised lines. The murmur of the awakening sea doth fill the empty pauses of the blast. The hill looks hoary through the white electric rain, and from the glens beyond, in sullen strain, the interrupted thunder howls. Above, one chasm of heaven smiles like the eye of love on the unquiet world. While such things are, how could one worth your friendship heed the war of worms, the shriek of the world's carrion jays, their censure or their wonder or their praise? You are not here. The quaint witch memory sees in vacant chairs your absent images, and points where once you sat, and now should be, but are not, I demand if ever we shall meet as then we met. And she replies, veiling in awe her second-sighted eyes, I know the past alone, but summon home my sister Hope. She speaks of all to come. But I, an old diviner who knew well every false verse of that sweet oracle, turned to the sad enchantress once again, and sought a respite from my gentle pain, in citing every passage o'er and o'er of our communion, how on the sea-shore we watched the ocean and the sky together, under the roof of blue Italian weather, how I ran home through last year's thunderstorm, and felt the transverse lightning linger warm upon my cheek, and how we often made feasts for each other, where goodwill outweighed the frugal luxury of our country cheer, as well it might, were it less firm and clear than ours must ever be, and how we spun a shroud of talk to hide us from the sun of this familiar life, which seems to be, but is not, or is but quaint mockery of all we would believe, and sadly blame the jarring and inexplicable frame of this wrong world, and then anatomize the purposes and thoughts of men whose eyes were closed in distant years, or widely guess the issue of the earth's great business, when we shall be as we no longer are, like babbling gossips safe, who hear the war of winds and sigh, but tremble not, or how you listen to some interrupted flow of visionary rhyme, in joy and pain struck from the inmost fountains of my brain, with little skill perhaps, or how we sought those deepest wells of passion or of thought, wrought by wise poets in the waste of years, staining their sacred waters with our tears, quenching a thirst ever to be renewed. Or how I, wisest lady, then endued the language of a land which now is free, and winged with thoughts of truth and majesty, flits round the tyrant's sceptre like a cloud, and bursts the peopled prisons, and cries aloud, My name is Legion! That majestic tongue, which Calderon over the desert flung of ages and of nations, and which found an echo in our hearts, and with the sound startled oblivion. Thou wert then to me as is a nurse, when inarticulately a child would talk as its grown parents do. If living winds the rapid clouds pursue, if hawks chase doves through the ethereal way, huntsmen the innocent deer, and beasts their prey, why should not we rouse with the spirit's blast, out of the forest of the pathless past, these recollected pleasures? You are now in London, that great sea whose ebb and flow at once is deaf and loud, and on the shore vomits its wrecks, and still howls on for more. Yet in its depth what treasures! You will see that which was Godwin, greater none than he, though fallen, and fallen on evil times, to stand among the spirits of our age and land, before the dread tribunal of To Come, the foremost, while rebuke cowers pale and dumb. You will see Coleridge, he who sits obscure in the exceeding lustre and the pure intense irradiation of a mind, which with its own internal lightning blind flags wearily through darkness and despair, a cloud-encircled meteor of the air, a hooded eagle among blinking owls. You will see Hunt, one of those happy souls which are the salt of the earth, and without whom this world would smell like what it is, a tomb. Who is what others seem. His room, no doubt, is still adorned with many a cast from shout, with graceful flowers tastefully placed about, and coronals of bay from ribbons hung, and brighter wreaths in neat disorder flung, the gifts of the most learned among some dozens of female friends, sisters-in-law, and cousins. And there is he with his eternal puns, which beat the dullest brain for smiles, like duns thundering for money at a poet's door. Alas, it is no use to say, "I'm poor," or oft in graver mood, when he will look things wiser than were ever read in book, except in Shakespeare's wisest tenderness. You will see Hogg, and I cannot express his virtues, though I know that they are great, because he locks, then barricades the gate within which they inhabit. Of his wit and wisdom you will cry out when you are bit. He is a pearl within an oyster shell, one of the richest of the deep. And there is English Peacock, with his mountain fair turned into a flamingo, that shy bird that gleams in the Indian air. Have you not heard, when a man marries, dies, or turns Hindu, his best friends hear no more of him? But you will see him, and will like him too, I hope, with the milk-white Snowdonian antelope matched with this cameloparde. His fine wit makes such a wound, the knife is lost in it. A strain too learned for a shallow age, too wise for selfish bigots. Let his page, which charms the chosen spirits of the time, fold itself up for the serener clime of years to come, and find its recompense in that just expectation. Wit and sense, virtue and human knowledge, all that might make this dull world a business of delight, are all combined in Horace Smith. And these, with some exceptions, which I need not tease your patience by descanting on, are all you and I know in London. I recall my thoughts, and bid you look upon the night. As water does a sponge, so the moonlight fills the void, hollow, universal air. What see you? Unpavilioned heaven is fair, whether the moon, into her chamber gone, leaves midnight to the golden stars, or wan climbs with diminished beams the azure steep, or whether clouds sail o'er the inverse deep, piloted by the many wandering blast, and the rare stars rush through them dim and fast. All this is beautiful in every land. But what see you beside? A shabby stand of hackney coaches, a brick house or wall fencing some lonely court, white with the scrawl of our unhappy politics? Or worse, a wretched woman reeling by, whose curse, mixed with the watchman's, partner of her trade, you must accept in place of serenade? Or yellow-haired Polonia murmuring to Henry some unutterable thing? I see a chaos of green leaves and fruit, built round dark caverns, even to the root of the living stems that feed them, in whose bowers there sleep in their dark dew the folded flowers. Beyond, the surface of the unsickled corn trembles not in the slumbering air, and borne in circles quaint and ever-changing dance, like winged stars the fireflies flash and glance, pale in the open moonshine, but each one under the dark trees seems a little sun, a meteor tamed, a fixed star gone astray from the silver regions of the Milky Way. Afar the contadino's song is heard, rude but made sweet by distance, and a bird which cannot be the nightingale, and yet I know none else that sings so sweet as it at this late hour, and then all is still. Now, Italy or London, which you will. Next winter you must pass with me. I'll have my house by that time turned into a grave of dead despondence and low-thoughted care, and all the dreams which our tormentors are. Oh, that Hunt, Hogg, Peacock, and Smith were there, with everything belonging to them fair. We will have books, Spanish, Italian, Greek, and ask one week to make another week as like his father, as I'm unlike mine, which is not his fault, as you may divine. Though we eat little flesh and drink no wine, yet let's be merry. We'll have tea and toast, custards for supper, and an endless host of syllabubs and jellies and mince pies, and other such ladylike luxuries, feasting on which we will philosophize, and we'll have fires out of the Grand Duke's wood to thaw the 6 weeks' winter in our blood. And then we'll talk. What shall we talk about? Oh, there are themes enough for many a bout of thought-entangled descant. As to nerves, with cones and parallelograms and curves, I've sworn to strangle them if once they dare to bother me when you are with me there. And they shall never more sip laudanum from Helicon or Himeros. Well, come, and in despite of God and of the devil, we'll make our friendly philosophic revel outlast the leafless time, till buds and flowers warn the obscure inevitable hours, sweet meeting by sad parting to renew. To-morrow to fresh woods and pastures new. End of Section 15, Letter to Maria Gisborne, by Percy Bysshe Shelley. Recording by Leonard Wilson of Springfield, Ohio. Section 16 of Shelley, Selected Poems and Prose. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Leonard Wilson. Section 16, Time Long Past. Like the ghost of a dear friend dead is time long past, a tone which is now forever fled, a hope which is now forever past, a love so sweet it could not last, was time long past. There were sweet dreams in the night of time long past, and was it sadness or delight, each day a shadow onward cast, which made us wish it yet might last, that time long past. There is regret, almost remorse, for time long past. 'Tis like a child's beloved course a father watches, till at last beauty is like remembrance cast from time long past. End of Section 16, Time Long Past, by Percy Bysshe Shelley. Recording by Leonard Wilson of Springfield, Ohio. Section 17 of Shelley, Selected Poems and Prose. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Leonard Wilson. Section 17, When the Lamp is Shattered. When the lamp is shattered, the light in the dust lies dead. When the cloud is scattered, the rainbow's glory is shed. When the lute is broken, sweet tones are remembered not. When the lips have spoken, loved accents are soon forgot. As music and splendor survive not the lamp and the lute, the heart's echoes render no song when the spirit is mute. No song but sad dirges, like the wind through a ruined cell, or the mournful surges that ring the dead seaman's knell. When hearts have once mingled, love first leaves the well-built nest. The weak one is singled to endure what it once possessed. O love, who bewailest the frailty of all things here, why choose you the frailest for your cradle, your home, and your bier? Its passions will rock thee as the storms rock the ravens on high. Bright reason will mock thee like the sun from a wintry sky. From thy nest every rafter will rot, and thine eagle home leave thee naked to laughter, when leaves fall and cold winds come. End of Section 17, When the Lamp is Shattered, by Percy Bysshe Shelley. Recording by Leonard Wilson of Springfield, Ohio. Section 18 of Shelley, Selected Poems and Prose. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Leonard Wilson. Section 18, Dedication of the Revolt of Islam. There is no danger to a man that knows what life and death is. There's not any law exceeds his knowledge, neither is it lawful that he should stoop to any other law. Chapman. To Mary. So now my summer task is ended, Mary, and I return to thee, mine own heart's home. As to his queen some victor knight, a fairy, earning bright spoils for her enchanted dome. Nor thou disdain that ere my fame become a star among the stars of mortal night, if it indeed may cleave its natal gloom, its doubtful promise thus I would unite with thy beloved name, thou child of love and light. The toil which stole from thee so many an hour is ended, and the fruit is at thy feet. No longer where the woods to frame a bower with interlaced branches mix and meet, or where with sound like many voices sweet waterfalls leap among wild islands green, which framed for my lone boat a lone retreat of moss-grown trees and weeds, shall I be seen, but beside thee, where still my heart has ever been. Thoughts of great deeds were mine, dear friend, when first the clouds which wrap this world from youth did pass. I do remember well the hour which burst my spirit's sleep. A fresh May dawn it was, when I walked forth upon the glittering grass, and wept, I knew not why, until there rose from the near schoolroom voices that, alas, were but one echo from a world of woes, the harsh and grating strife of tyrants and of foes. And then I clasped my hands and looked around, but none was near to mock my streaming eyes, which poured their warm drops on the sunny ground. So without shame I spake, I will be wise and just and free and mild, if in me lies such power, for I grow weary to behold the selfish and the strong still tyrannize without reproach or check. I then controlled my tears, my heart grew calm, and I was meek and bold. And from that hour did I with earnest thought heap knowledge from forbidden mines of lore, yet nothing that my tyrants knew or taught I cared to learn, but from that secret store wrought linked armor for my soul, before it might walk forth to war among mankind. Thus power and hope were strengthened more and more within me, till there came upon my mind a sense of loneliness, a thirst with which I pined. Alas, that love should be a blight and snare to those who seek all sympathies in one. Such once I sought in vain, then black despair, the shadow of a starless night, was thrown over the world in which I moved alone. Yet never found I one not false to me, hard hearts and cold, like weights of icy stone which crushed and withered mine, that could not be aught but a lifeless clog, until revived by thee. Thou friend, whose presence on my wintry heart fell like bright spring upon some herbless plain, how beautiful and calm and free thou wert in thy young wisdom, when the mortal chain of custom thou didst burst and rend in twain, and walked as free as light the clouds among, which many an envious slave then breathed in vain from his dim dungeon. And my spirit sprung to meet thee from the woes which had begirt it long. No more alone through the world's wilderness, although I trod the paths of high intent, I journeyed now. No more companionless, where solitude is like despair, I went. There is the wisdom of a stern content, when poverty can blight the just and good, when infamy dares mock the innocent, and cherished friends turn with the multitude to trample. This was ours, and we unshaken stood. Now has descended a serener hour, and with inconstant fortune friends return, though suffering leaves the knowledge and the power which says, let scorn be not repaid with scorn. And from thy side 2 gentle babes are born, to fill our home with smiles, and thus are we most fortunate beneath life's beaming morn. And these delights and thou have been to me the parents of the song I consecrate to thee. Is it that now my inexperienced fingers but strike the prelude of a loftier strain? Or must the lyre on which my spirit lingers soon pause in silence, ne'er to sound again, though it might shake the anarch custom's reign, and charm the minds of men to truth's own sway, holier than was Amphion's? I would fain reply in hope, but I am worn away, and death and love are yet contending for their prey. And what art thou? I know, but dare not speak. Time may interpret to his silent years. Yet in the paleness of thy thoughtful cheek, and in the light thine ample forehead wears, and in thy sweetest smiles, and in thy tears, and in thy gentle speech, a prophecy is whispered to subdue my fondest fears. And through thine eyes, even in thy soul, I see a lamp of vestal fire burning internally. They say that thou wert lovely from thy birth, of glorious parents, thou aspiring child. I wonder not, for one then left this earth whose life was like a setting planet mild, which clothed thee in the radiance undefiled of its departing glory. Still her fame shines on thee through the tempests dark and wild which shake these latter days, and thou canst claim the shelter from thy sire of an immortal name. One voice came forth from many a mighty spirit, which was the echo of 3,000 years, and the tumultuous world stood mute to hear it, as some lone man who in a desert hears the music of his home. Unwonted fears fell on the pale oppressors of our race, and faith and custom and low-thoughted cares, like thunder-stricken dragons, for a space left the torn human heart, their food and dwelling place. Truth's deathless voice pauses among mankind. If there must be no response to my cry, if men must rise and stamp with fury blind on his pure name who loves them, thou and I, sweet friend, can look from our tranquillity, like lamps into the world's tempestuous night, 2 tranquil stars, while clouds are passing by which wrap them from the foundering seaman's sight, that burn from year to year with unextinguished light. End of section 18. Dedication of the Revolt of Islam by Percy Bysshe Shelley. Recording by Leonard Wilson of Springfield, Ohio. Section 19 of Shelley, Selected Poems and Prose. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Leonard Wilson. Section 19. With a Guitar to Jane. Ariel to Miranda. Take this slave of music for the sake of him who is the slave of thee, and teach it all the harmony in which thou canst, and only thou, make the delighted spirit glow, till joy denies itself again, and too intense is turned to pain. For by permission and command of thine own Prince Ferdinand, poor Ariel sends this silent token of more than ever can be spoken. Your guardian spirit, Ariel, who from life to life must still pursue your happiness, or thus alone can Ariel ever find his own. From Prospero's enchanted cell, as the mighty verses tell, to the throne of Naples he lit you o'er the trackless sea, flitting on, your prow before, like a living meteor. When you die, the silent moon in her interlunar swoon is not sadder in her cell than deserted Ariel. When you live again on earth, like an unseen star of birth, Ariel guides you o'er the sea of life from your nativity. Many changes have been run since Ferdinand and you begun your course of love, and Ariel still has tracked your steps and served your will. Now in humbler, happier lot, this is all remembered not, and now, alas, the poor sprite is imprisoned, for some fault of his, in a body like a grave. From you he only dares to crave, for his service and his sorrow, a smile to-day, a song to-morrow. The artist who this idyll wrought, to echo all harmonious thought, felled a tree, while on the steep the woods were in their winter's sleep, rocked in that repose divine on the wind-swept Apennine. And dreaming, some of autumn past, and some of spring approaching fast, and some of April buds and showers, and some of songs in July bowers, and all of love. And so this tree, oh, that such our death may be, died in sleep and felt no pain to live in happier form again, from which, beneath heaven's fairest star, the artist wrought this loved guitar, and taught it justly to reply to all who question skilfully in language gentle as thine own, whispering in enamored tone sweet oracles of woods and dells, and summer winds and sylvan cells. For it had learned all harmonies of the plains and of the skies, of the forests and the mountains, and the many-voiced fountains, the clearest echoes of the hills, the softest notes of falling rills, the melodies of birds and bees, the murmuring of summer seas, and pattering rain, and breathing dew, and airs of evening. And it knew that seldom heard mysterious sound, which, driven on its diurnal round, as it floats through boundless day, our world enkindles on its way. All this it knows, but will not tell to those who cannot question well the spirit that inhabits it. It talks according to the wit of its companions, and no more is heard than has been felt before by those who tempt it to betray these secrets of an elder day. But sweetly as its answers will flatter hands of perfect skill, it keeps its highest, holiest tone for our beloved Jane alone. End of section 19, With a Guitar to Jane, by Percy Bysshe Shelley, recording by Leonard Wilson of Springfield, Ohio. Section 20 of Shelley, Selected Poems and Prose. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Leonard Wilson. Section 20, 2. One word is too often profaned. One word is too often profaned for me to profane it. One feeling too falsely disdained for thee to disdain it. One hope is too like despair for prudence to smother, and pity from thee more dear than that from another. I can give not what men call love, but wilt thou accept not the worship the heart lifts above, and the heavens reject not? The desire of the moth for the star, of the night for the morrow, the devotion to something afar from the sphere of our sorrow? End of section 20. 2. One word is too often profaned, by Percy Bysshe Shelley. Recording by Leonard Wilson of Springfield, Ohio. Section 21 of Shelley, Selected Poems and Prose. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Leonard Wilson. Section 21. Lines written among the Euganean Hills. Many a green isle needs must be in the deep wide sea of misery, or the mariner, worn and wan, never thus could voyage on. Day and night and day, drifting on his dreary way, with the solid darkness black closing round his vessel's track, whilst above the sunless sky, big with clouds, hangs heavily, and behind the tempest fleet hurries on with lightning feet. He is ever drifted on o'er the unreposing wave to the haven of the grave. What if there no friends will greet? What if there no heart will meet his with love's impatient beat? Wander wheresoe'er he may, can he dream before that day to find refuge from distress in friendship's smile, in love's caress? Then 'twill wreak him little woe whether such there be or no. Senseless is the breast and cold which relenting love would fold. Bloodless are the veins and chill which the pulse of pain did fill. Every little living nerve that from bitter words did swerve round the tortured lips and brow are like sapless leaflets now frozen upon December's bough. On the beach of a northern sea, which tempests shake eternally, as once the wretch there lay to sleep, lies a solitary heap, one white skull and 7 dry bones, on the margin of the stones, where a few gray rushes stand, boundaries of the sea and land. Nor is heard one voice of wail but the sea mews as they sail o'er the billows of the gale, or the whirlwind up and down, howling like a slaughtered town when a king in glory rides through the pomp and fratricides. Those unburied bones around, there is many a mournful sound. There is no lament for him like a sunless vapor dim, who once clothed with life and thought what now moves nor murmurs not. Ay, many flowering islands lie in the waters of wide agony. To such a one this morn was led my bark by soft winds piloted. Mid the mountains Euganean I stood listening to the pæan with which the legioned rooks did hail the sun's uprise majestical. Gathering round with wings all hoar, through the dewy mist they soar like gray shades, till the eastern heaven bursts, and then as clouds of even, flecked with fire and azure lie in the unfathomable sky, so their plumes of purple grain, starred with drops of golden rain, gleam above the sunlight woods, as in silent multitudes on the morning's fitful gale through the broken mist they sail, and the vapors, cloven and gleaming, follow down the dark steep streaming, till all is bright and clear and still round the solitary hill. Beneath is spread like a green sea the waveless plain of Lombardy, bounded by the vaporous air, islanded by cities fair. Underneath day's azure eyes, ocean's nursling, Venice, lies. a peopled labyrinth of walls, Amphitrite's destined halls, which your hoary sire now paves with his blue and beaming waves. Lo, the sun upsprings behind, broad, red, radiant, half reclined on the level quivering line of the waters crystalline, and before that chasm of light, as within a furnace bright, column, tower, and dome, and spire shine like obelisks of fire, pointing with inconstant motion from the altar of dark ocean to the sapphire-tinted skies, as the flames of sacrifice from the marble shrines did rise, as to pierce the dome of gold, where Apollo spoke of old. Sea-girt city, thou hast been Ocean's child, and then his queen. Now is come a darker day, and thou soon must be his prey, if the power that raised thee here hallow so thy watery bier. A less drear ruin then than now, with thy conquest branded brow, stooping to the slave of slaves from thy throne, among the waves wilt thou be, when the sea-mew flies, as once before it flew, or thine isles depopulate, and all is in its ancient state, save where many a palace gate, with green sea-flowers overgrown, like a rock of ocean's own, topples o'er the abandoned sea, as the tides change sullenly. The fisher on his watery way, wandering at the close of day, will spread his sail and seize his oar, till he pass the gloomy shore, lest thy dead should, from their sleep, bursting o'er the starlight deep, lead a rapid masque of death o'er the waters of his path. Those who alone thy towers behold, quivering through aerial gold, as I now behold them here, would imagine not they were sepulchres, where human forms, like pollution-nourished worms, to the corpse of greatness cling, murdered and now mouldering. But if freedom should awake in her omnipotence, and shake from the Celtic anarch's hold all the keys of dungeons cold, where 100 cities lie chained like thee ingloriously, thou and all thy sister band might adorn this sunny land, twining memories of old time with new virtues more sublime. If not, perish thou and they, clouds which stain truth's rising day, by her sun consumed away. Earth can spare ye, while like flowers in the waste of years and hours, from your dust new nations spring, with more kindly blossoming. Perish. Let there only be, floating o'er thy heartless sea, as the garment of thy sky clothes the world immortally, one remembrance, more sublime than the tattered pall of time, which scarce hides thy visage wan, that a tempest-cleaving swan of the sons of Albion, driven from his ancestral streams by the might of evil dreams, found a nest in thee. And ocean welcomed him with such emotion that its joy grew his, and sprung from his lips like music flung o'er a mighty thunder-fit, chastening terror. What though yet poesy's unfailing river, which through Albion winds forever, lashing with melodious wave many a sacred poet's grave, mourn its latest nursling fled? What though thou with all thy dead scarce can for this fame repay aught thine own? O rather say, though thy sins and slaveries foul overcloud a sun-like soul, as the ghost of Homer clings round Scamander's wasting springs, as divinest Shakespeare's might fills Avon and the world with light, like omniscient power which he imaged mid mortality, as the love from Petrarch's urn yet amid yon hills doth burn, a quenchless lamp by which the heart sees things unearthly. So thou art, mighty spirit, so shall be the city that did refuge thee. Lo, the sun floats up the sky like thought-winged liberty, till the universal light seems to level plain and height. From the sea a mist has spread, and the beams of morn lie dead on the towers of Venice now, like its glory long ago. By the skirts of that gray cloud many-domed Padua proud stands, a peopled solitude, mid the harvest's shining plain, where the peasant heaps his grain in the garner of his foe, and the milk-white oxen slow, with the purple vintage strain, heaped upon the creaking wain, that the brutal Celt may swill drunken sleep with savage will, and the sickle to the sword lies unchanged, though many a lord, like a weed whose shade is poison, overgrows this region's foison, sheaves of whom are ripe to come to destruction's harvest home. Men must reap the things they sow, force from force must ever flow, or worse. But 'tis a bitter woe that love or reason cannot change the despot's rage, the slave's revenge. Padua, thou within whose walls those mute guests at festivals, son and mother, death and sin, played at dice for Ezzelin, till death cried, "I win, I win!" and sin cursed to lose the wager, but death promised, to assuage her, that he would petition for her to be made vice-emperor, when the destined years were o'er, over all between the Po and the eastern Alpine snow, under the mighty Austrian. She smiled so as sin only can, and since that time, aye, long before, both have ruled from shore to shore. That incestuous pair who follow tyrants as the sun the swallow, as repentance follows crime, and as changes follow time. In thine halls the lamp of learning, Padua, now no more is burning, like a meteor whose wild way is lost over the grave of day, it gleams betrayed and to betray. Once remotest nations came to adore that sacred flame, when it lit not many a hearth on this cold and gloomy earth. Now new fires from antique light spring beneath the wide world's might, but their spark lies dead in thee, trampled out by tyranny. As the Norway woodman quells in the depth of piny dells one light flame among the brakes, while the boundless forest shakes, and its mighty trunks are torn by the fire thus lowly born, the spark beneath his feet is dead. He starts to see the flames it fed howling through the darkened sky with a myriad tongues victoriously, and sinks down in fear. So thou, O tyranny, beholdest now light around thee, and thou hearest the loud flames ascend, and fearest. Grovel on the earth, aye, hide in the dust thy purple pride. Noon descends around me now. 'Tis the noon of autumn's glow, when a soft and purple mist, like a vaporous amethyst or an air-dissolved star, mingling light and fragrance, far from the curved horizon's bound to the point of heaven's profound, fills the overflowing sky. And the plains that silent lie underneath the leaves unsodden, where the infant frost has trodden with his morning winged feet, whose bright print is gleaming yet, and the red and golden vines piercing with their trellis lines the rough dark-skirted wilderness, the dun and bladed grass no less pointing from this hoary tower in the windless air, the flower glimmering at my feet, the line of the olive-sandaled Apennine in the south dimly islanded, and the Alps whose snows are spread high between the clouds and sun, and of living things each one, and my spirit, which so long darkened this swift stream of song, interpenetrated lie by the glory of the sky, be it love, light, harmony, odor, or the soul of all which from heaven like dew doth fall, or the mind which feeds this verse, peopling the lone universe. Noon descends, and afternoon, autumn's evening meets me soon, leading the infantine moon, and that one star which to her almost seems to minister half the crimson light she brings from the sunset's radiant springs. And the soft dreams of the morn, which like winged winds had borne to that silent isle which lies mid remembered agonies, the frail bark of this lone being, pass, to other sufferers fleeing, and its ancient pilot, Pain, sits beside the helm again. Other flowering isles must be in the sea of life and agony. Other spirits float and flee o'er that gulf. Even now, perhaps, on some rock the wild wave wraps, with folded wings they waiting sit for my bark, to pilot it to some calm and blooming cove, where for me and those I love may a windless bower be built, far from passion, pain, and guilt, in a dell mid lawny hills, which the wild sea murmur fills, and soft sunshine, and the sound of old forests echoing round, and the light and smell divine of all flowers that breathe and shine. We may live so happy there, that the spirits of the air, envying us, may even entice to our healing paradise the polluting multitude. But their rage would be subdued by that clime divine and calm, and the winds whose wings rain balm on the uplifted soul, and leaves under which the bright sea heaves, while each breathless interval in their whisperings musical the inspired soul supplies with its own deep melodies. And the love which heals all strife, circling like the breath of life all things in that sweet abode with its own mild brotherhood. They, not it, would change, and soon every sprite beneath the moon would repent its envy vain, and the earth grow young again. End of section 21, lines written among the Euganean Hills, by Percy Bysshe Shelley. Recording by Leonard Wilson of Springfield, Ohio. Section 22 of Shelley, Selected Poems and Prose. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Leonard Wilson. Section 22, Ozymandias. I met a traveller from an antique land, who said, "Two vast and trunkless legs of stone stand in the desert. Near them on the sand, half sunk, a shattered visage lies, whose frown and wrinkled lip and sneer of cold command tell that its sculptor well those passions read which yet survive, stamped on these lifeless things, the hand that mocked them and the heart that fed." And on the pedestal these words appear: "My name is Ozymandias, King of Kings. Look on my works, ye mighty, and despair." Nothing beside remains. Round the decay of that colossal wreck, boundless and bare, the lone and level sands stretch far away. End of section 22, Ozymandias, by Percy Bysshe Shelley. Recording by Leonard Wilson of Springfield, Ohio. Section 23 of Shelley, Selected Poems and Prose. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Leonard Wilson. Section 23, Stanzas, April 1814. Away! The moor is dark beneath the moon. Rapid clouds have drank the last pale beam of even. Away! The gathering winds will call the darkness soon, and profoundest midnight shroud the serene lights of heaven. Pause not! The time is past, every voice cries away. Tempt not with one last tear thy friend's ungentle mood. Thy lover's eye, so glazed and cold, dares not entreat thy stay. Duty and dereliction guide thee back to solitude. Away, away to thy sad and silent home, pour bitter tears on its desolated hearth, watch the dim shades as like ghosts they go and come, and complicate strange webs of melancholy mirth. The leaves of wasted autumn woods shall float around thine head, the blooms of dewy spring shall gleam beneath thy feet, but thy soul o'er this world must fade in the frost that binds the dead, ere midnight's frown and morning's smile, ere thou and peace may meet. The cloud shadows of midnight possess their own repose, for the weary winds are silent, or the moon is in the deep. Some respite to its turbulence unresting ocean knows. Whatever moves, or toils, or grieves, hath its appointed sleep. Thou in the grave shalt rest, yet till the phantoms flee, which that house and heath and garden made dear to thee erewhile. Thy remembrance and repentance and deep musings are not free from the music of two voices and the light of one sweet smile. End of section 23, stanzas, April 1814, by Percy Bysshe Shelley. Recording by Leonard Wilson of Springfield, Ohio. Section 24 of Shelley, Selected Poems and Prose. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Leonard Wilson. Section 24, Feelings of a Republican on the Fall of Bonaparte. I hated thee, fallen tyrant. I did groan to think that a most unambitious slave like thou shouldst dance and revel on the grave of liberty. Thou mightst have built thy throne where it had stood even now. Thou didst prefer a frail and bloody pomp, which time has swept in fragments towards oblivion. Massacre, for this I prayed, would on thy sleep have crept, treason and slavery, rapine, fear and lust, and stifled thee, their minister. I know, too late, since thou and France are in the dust, that virtue owns a more eternal foe than force or fraud. Old custom, legal crime, and bloody faith the foulest birth of time. End of section 24. Feelings of a Republican on the Fall of Bonaparte, by Percy Bysshe Shelley. Recording by Leonard Wilson of Springfield, Ohio. Section 25 of Shelley, Selected Poems and Prose. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Leonard Wilson. Section 25, on the Medusa of Leonardo da Vinci in the Florentine Gallery. It lieth gazing on the midnight sky, upon the cloudy mountain peak supine. Below, far lands are seen tremblingly. Its horror and its beauty are divine. Upon its lips and eyelids seems to lie loveliness like a shadow, from which shine, fiery and lurid, struggling underneath, the agonies of anguish and of death. Yet it is less the horror than the grace which turns the gazer's spirit into stone, whereon the lineaments of that dead face are graven till the characters be grown into itself, and thought no more can trace. 'Tis the melodious hue of beauty thrown athwart the darkness and the glare of pain, which humanize and harmonize the strain. And from its head, as from one body, grow, as grass out of a watery rock, hairs which are vipers, and they curl and flow, and their long tangles in each other lock, and with unending involutions show their mailed radiance, as it were to mock the torture and the death within, and saw the solid air with many a ragged jaw. And from a stone beside, a poisonous eft peeps idly into those Gorgonian eyes, whilst in the air a ghastly bat, bereft of sense, has flitted with a mad surprise out of the cave this hideous light had cleft, and he comes hastening like a moth that hies after a taper, and the midnight sky flares a light more dread than obscurity. 'Tis the tempestuous loveliness of terror, for from the serpents gleams a brazen glare, kindled by that inextricable error which makes a thrilling vapor of the air become a and ever shifting mirror of all the beauty and the terror there. A woman's countenance, with serpent locks, gazing in death on heaven from those wet rocks. End of section 25 on the Medusa of Leonardo da Vinci in the Florentine Gallery, by Percy Bysshe Shelley. Recording by Leonard Wilson of Springfield, Ohio. Section 26 of Shelley, Selected Poems and Prose. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Leonard Wilson. Section 26, The Indian Serenade. I arise from dreams of thee in the first sweet sleep of night, when the winds are breathing low and the stars are shining bright. I arise from dreams of thee, and a spirit in my feet hath led me, who knows how, to thy chamber window sweet. The wandering airs they faint on the dark, the silent stream, the champak odors fail like sweet thoughts in a dream. The nightingale's complaint, it dies upon her heart, as I must on thine, O beloved as thou art. O lift me from the grass, I die, I faint, I fail. Let thy love in kisses rain on my lips and eyelids pale. My cheek is cold and white, alas, my heart beats loud and fast. O press it to thine own again, where it will break at last. End of section 26, The Indian Serenade, by Percy Bysshe Shelley. Recording by Leonard Wilson of Springfield, Ohio. Section 27 of Shelley, Selected Poems and Prose. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Leonard Wilson. Section 27, A Dirge. Rough wind that moanest loud, grief too sad for song, wild wind when sullen cloud knells all the night long, sad storm whose tears are vain, bare woods whose branches strain, deep caves and dreary main, wail for the world's wrong. End of section 27, A Dirge, by Percy Bysshe Shelley. Recording by Leonard Wilson of Springfield, Ohio. Section 28 of Shelley, Selected Poems and Prose. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Leonard Wilson. Section 28, The Sensitive Plant. Part 1. A sensitive plant in a garden grew, and the young winds fed it with silver dew, and it opened its fan-like leaves to the light, and close them beneath the kisses of night. And the spring arose on the garden fair, like the spirit of love felt everywhere, and each flower and herb on earth's dark breast rose from the dreams of its wintry rest. But none ever trembled and panted with bliss in the garden, the field, or the wilderness, like a doe in the noontide with love's sweet wont, as the companionless, sensitive plant. The snowdrop and then the violet arose from the ground with warm rain wet, and their breath was mixed with fresh odor sent from the turf like the voice and the instrument. Then the pied windflowers and the tulip tall, and Narcissi, the fairest among them all, who gaze on their eyes in the stream's recess till they die of their own dear loveliness. And the naiad-like lily of the vale, whom youth makes so fair and passion so pale, that the light of his tremulous bells is seen through their pavilions of tender green. And the hyacinth, purple and white and blue, which flung from its bells a sweet peal anew of music so delicate, soft, and intense, it was felt like an odor within the sense. And the rose like a nymph to the bath addressed, which unveiled the depth of her glowing breast, till fold after fold, to the fainting air, the soul of her beauty and love lay bare. And the wand-like lily, which lifted up, as a Maenad, its moonlight-colored cup, till the fiery star, which is its eye, gazed through clear dew on the tender sky. And the jessamine faint, and the sweet tuberose, the sweetest flower for scent that blows, and all rare blossoms from every clime, grew in that garden in perfect prime. And on the stream, whose inconstant bosom was pranked under boughs of embowering blossom, with golden and green light slanting through their heaven of many a tangled hue, broad water lilies lay tremulously, and starry river buds glimmered by, and around them the soft stream did glide and dance with a motion of sweet sound and radiance. And the sinuous paths of lawn and of moss, which led through the garden along and across, some open at once to the sun and the breeze, some lost among bowers of blossoming trees, were all paved with daisies and delicate bells as fair as the fabulous asphodels, and flowerets which, drooping as day drooped too, fell into pavilions, white, purple, and blue, to roof the glowworm from the evening dew. And from this undefiled paradise the flowers, as an infant's awakening eyes smile on its mother, whose singing sweet can first lull, and at last must awaken it, when heaven's blithe winds had unfolded them, as mine lamps enkindle a hidden gem, shone smiling to heaven, and every one shared joy in the light of the gentle sun. For each one was interpenetrated with the light and the odor its neighbor shed, like young lovers whom youth and love make dear, wrapped and filled by their mutual atmosphere. But the sensitive plant, which could give small fruit of the love which it felt from the leaf to the root, received more than all, it loved more than ever, where none wanted but it could belong to the giver. For the sensitive plant has no bright flower, radiance and odor are not its dower. It loves, even like love, its deep heart is full, it desires what it has not, the beautiful. The light winds which from unsustaining wings shed the music of many murmurings, the beams which dart from many a star, of the flowers whose hues they bear afar, the plumed insects swift and free, like golden boats on a sunny sea, laden with light and odor which pass over the gleam of the living grass, the unseen clouds of the dew, which lie like fire in the flowers till the sun rides high, then wander like spirits among the spheres, each cloud faint with the fragrance it bears, the quivering vapors of dim noontide, which like a sea o'er the warm earth glide, in which every sound and odor and beam move as reeds in a single stream. Each and all like ministering angels were, for the sensitive plant sweet joy to bear, whilst the lagging hours of the day went by like windless clouds o'er a tender sky. And when evening descended from heaven above, and the earth was all rest, and the air was all love, and delight, though less bright, was far more deep, and the day's veil fell from the world of sleep, and the beasts and the birds and the insects were drowned in an ocean of dreams without a sound, whose waves never mark, though they ever impress the light sand which paves it, consciousness. Only overhead the sweet nightingale ever sang more sweet as the day might fail, and snatches of its Elysian chant were mixed with the dreams of the sensitive plant. The sensitive plant was the earliest upgathered into the bosom of rest, a sweet child weary of its delight, the feeblest and yet the favorite, cradled within the embrace of night. Part II. There was a power in this sweet place, an Eve in this Eden, a ruling grace, which to the flowers, did they waken or dream, was as God is to the starry scheme. A lady, the wonder of her kind, whose form was upborne by a lovely mind, which, dilating, had moulded her mien and motion, like a sea-flower unfolded beneath the ocean, tended the garden from morn to even. And the meteors of that sublunar heaven, like the lamps of the air when night walks forth, laughed round her footsteps up from the earth. She had no companion of mortal race, but her tremulous breath and her flushing face told, whilst the morn kissed the sleep from her eyes, that her dreams were less slumber than paradise. As if some bright spirit for her sweet sake had deserted heaven while the stars were awake, and if yet around her he lingering were, though the veil of daylight concealed him from her. Her steps seemed to pity the grass it pressed. You might hear by the heaving of her breast that the coming and going of the wind brought pleasure there and left passion behind. And wherever her airy footstep trod, her trailing hair from the grassy sod erased its light vestige with shadowy sweep, like a sunny storm o'er the dark green deep. I doubt not the flowers of that garden sweet rejoiced in the sound of her gentle feet. I doubt not they felt the spirit that came from her glowing fingers through all their frame. She sprinkled bright water from the stream on those that were faint with the sunny beam, and out of the cups of the heavy flowers she emptied the rain of the thunder showers. She lifted their heads with her tender hands, and sustained them with rods and osier bands. If the flowers had been her own infants, she could never have nursed them more tenderly. And all killing insects and gnawing worms, and things of obscene and unlovely forms, she bore in a basket of Indian woof into the rough woods far aloof, in a basket of grasses and wild flowers full, the freshest her gentle hands could pull for the poor banished insects, whose intent, although they did ill, was innocent. But the bee and the beam-like ephemeris, whose path is the lightning's, and soft moths that kiss the sweet lips of the flowers, and harm not, did she make her attendant angels be. And many an antenatal tomb, where butterflies dream of the life to come, she left clinging round the smooth and dark edge of the odorous cedar bark. This fairest creature from earliest spring thus moved through the garden, ministering all the sweet season of summertide. And ere the first leaf looked brown, she died. Part III. 3 days the flowers of the garden fair, like stars when the moon is awakened, were o'er the waves of Baiae air luminous, she floats up through the smoke of Vesuvius, and on the 4th the sensitive plant felt the sound of the funeral chant, and the steps of the bearers heavy and slow, and the sobs of the mourners deep and low. The weary sound and the heavy breath, and the silent motions of passing death, and the smell, cold, oppressive, and dank, sent through the pores of the coffin plank. The dark grass and the flowers among the grass were bright with tears as the crowd did pass. From their sighs the wind caught a mournful tone, and sat in the pines and gave groan for groan. The garden, once fair, became cold and foul, like the corpse of her who had been its soul, which at first was lovely as if in sleep, then slowly changed, till it grew a heap to make men tremble who never weep. Swift summer into the autumn flowed, and frost in the mist of the morning rode, though the noonday sun looked clear and bright, mocking the spoil of the secret night. The rose leaves, like flakes of crimson snow, paved the turf and the moss below. The lilies were drooping, and white and wan, like the head and the skin of a dying man. And Indian plants of scent and hue, the sweetest that ever were fed on dew, leaf by leaf, day after day, were massed into the common clay. And the leaves, brown, yellow, and gray and red, and white with the whiteness of what is dead, like troops of ghosts on the dry wind passed. Their whistling noise made the birds aghast. And the gusty winds waked the winged seeds out of their birthplace of ugly weeds, till they clung round many a sweet flower's stem, which rotted into the earth with them. The water blooms under the rivulet fell from the stalks on which they were set, and the eddies drove them here and there, as the winds did those of the upper air. Then the rain came down, and the broken stalks were bent and tangled across the walks, and the leafless network of parasite bowers massed into ruin, and all sweet flowers. Between the time of the wind and the snow, all loathliest weeds began to grow, whose coarse leaves were splashed with many a speck, like the water snake's belly and the toad's back. And thistles and nettles and darnels rank, and the dock and henbane and hemlock dank, stretched out its long and hollow shank, and stifled the air till the dead wind stank. And plants at whose names the verse feels loath, fill the place with a monstrous undergrowth, prickly and pulpous and blistering and blue, livid and starred with a lurid dew. And agarics and fungi, with mildew and mold, started like mist from the wet ground cold, pale, fleshy, as if the decaying dead, with a spirit of growth, had been animated. Spawn, weeds, and filth, a leprous scum, made the running rivulet thick and dumb, and at its outlet flags huge as stakes dammed it up with roots knotted like water snakes. And hour by hour, when the air was still, the vapors arose which have strength to kill. At morn they were seen, at noon they were felt, at night they were darkness no star could melt. And unctuous meteors from spray to spray crept and flitted in broad noonday, unseen. Every branch on which they alit by a venomous blight was burned and bit. The sensitive plant, like one forbid, wept, and the tears within each lid of its folded leaves, which together grew, were changed to a blight of frozen glue. For the leaves soon fell, and the branches soon by the heavy axe of the blast were hewn. The sap shrank to the root through every pore, as blood to a heart that will beat no more. For winter came. The wind was his whip. One choppy finger was on his lip. He had torn the cataracts from the hills, and they clanked at his girdle like manacles. His breath was a chain which without a sound the earth and the air and the water bound. He came fiercely driven in his chariot throne by the tenfold blasts of the Arctic zone. Then the weeds, which were forms of living death, fled from the frost to the earth beneath. Their decay and sudden flight from frost was but like the vanishing of a ghost. And under the roots of the sensitive plant the moles and the dormice died for want. The birds dropped stiff from the frozen air, and were caught in the branches naked and bare. First there came down a thawing rain, and its dull drops froze on the boughs again. Then there steamed up a freezing dew, which to the drops of the thaw rain grew. And a northern whirlwind, wandering about, like a wolf that had smelt a dead child out, shook the boughs thus laden and heavy and stiff, and snapped them off with his rigid griff. When winter had gone, and spring came back, the sensitive plant was a leafless wreck. But the mandrakes and toadstools and docks and darnels rose like the dead from their ruined charnels. Conclusion. Whether the sensitive plant, or that which within its boughs like a spirit sat, ere its outward form had known decay, now felt this change, I cannot say. Whether that lady's gentle mind, no longer with the form combined, which scattered love, as stars do light, found sadness where it left delight, I dare not guess. But in this life of error, ignorance, and strife, where nothing is, but all things seem, and we the shadows of the dream, it is a modest creed, and yet pleasant, if one considers it, to own that death itself must be, like all the rest, a mockery. That garden sweet, that lady fair, and all sweet shapes and odors there, in truth, have never passed away. 'Tis we, 'tis ours are changed, not they. For love and beauty and delight there is no death nor change. Their might exceeds our organs, which endure no light, being themselves obscure. End of Section 28, The Sensitive Plant, by Percy Bysshe Shelley. Recording by Leonard Wilson of Springfield, Ohio. Section 29 of Shelley, Selected Poems and Prose. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Leonard Wilson. Section 29, To Constantia Singing. Thus to be lost, and thus to sink and die, perchance were death indeed. Constantia, turn! In thy dark eyes a power like light doth lie, even though the sounds which were thy voice, which burn between thy lips, are laid to sleep. Within thy breath and on thy hair, like odor, it is yet, and from thy touch like fire doth leap. Even while I write, my burning cheeks are wet. Alas, that the torn heart can bleed, but not forget. A breathless awe, like the swift change unseen, but felt in youthful slumbers, wild, sweet, but uncommunicably strange, thou breathest now in fast ascending numbers. The cope of heaven seems rent and cloven by the enchantment of thy strain, and on my shoulders wings are woven to follow its sublime career beyond the mighty moons that wane upon the verge of nature's utmost sphere, till the world's shadowy walls are past and disappear. Her voice is hovering o'er my soul. It lingers, o'ershadowing it with soft and lulling wings. The blood and life within those snowy fingers teach witchcraft to the instrumental strings. My brain is wild, my breath comes quick, the blood is listening in my frame, and thronging shadows fast and thick fall on my overflowing eyes. My heart is quivering like a flame. As morning dew that in the sunbeam dies, I am dissolved in these consuming ecstasies. I have no life, Constantia, now but thee, whilst like the world surrounding air, thy song flows on and fills all things with melody. Now is thy voice a tempest swift and strong, on which, like one in trance upborne, secure o'er rocks and waves I sweep, rejoicing like a cloud of morn. Now 'tis the breath of summer night, which when the starry waters sleep, round western isles, with incense blossoms bright, lingering, suspends my soul in its voluptuous flight. End of Section 29. To Constantia Singing, by Percy Bysshe Shelley. Recording by Leonard Wilson of Springfield, Ohio. Section 30 of Shelley, Selected Poems and Prose. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Leonard Wilson. Section 30, A Lament. O world, O life, O time, on whose last steps I climb, trembling at that where I had stood before, when will return the glory of your prime? No more, oh, nevermore. Out of the day and night a joy has taken flight. Fresh spring and summer and winter hoar move my faint heart with grief, but with delight no more, oh, nevermore. End of Section 30, A Lament, by Percy Bysshe Shelley. Recording by Leonard Wilson of Springfield, Ohio. Section 31 of Shelley, Selected Poems and Prose. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Leonard Wilson. Section 31, To a Skylark. Hail to thee, blithe spirit! Bird thou never wert, that from heaven or near it pourest thy full heart in profuse strains of unpremeditated art. Higher still and higher from the earth thou springest, like a cloud of fire. The deep blue thou wingest, and singing still dost soar, and soaring ever singest. In the golden lightning of the sunken sun, o'er which clouds are brightening, thou dost float and run, like an unbodied joy whose race is just begun. The pale purple even melts around thy flight. Like a star of heaven in the broad daylight, thou art unseen, but yet I hear thy shrill delight. Keen as are the arrows of that silver sphere, whose intense lamp narrows in the white dawn clear, until we hardly see, we feel that it is there. All the earth and air with thy voice is loud, as when night is bare, from one lonely cloud the moon rains out her beams, and heaven is overflowed. What thou art we know not. What is most like thee? From rainbow clouds there flow not drops so bright to see, as from thy presence showers a rain of melody. Like a poet hidden in the light of thought, singing hymns unbidden, till the world is wrought to sympathy with hopes and fears it heeded not. Like a high-born maiden in a palace tower, soothing her love-laden soul in secret hour, with music sweet as love, which overflows her bower. Like a glow-worm golden in a dell of dew, scattering unbeholden its aerial hue among the flowers and grass which screen it from the view. Like a rose embowered in its own green leaves, by warm winds deflowered, till the scent it gives makes faint with too much sweet those heavy winged thieves. Sound of vernal showers on the twinkling grass, rain-awakened flowers, all that ever was, joyous and clear and fresh, thy music doth surpass. Teach us, sprite or bird, what sweet thoughts are thine. I have never heard praise of love or wine that panted forth a flood of rapture so divine. Chorus hymeneal or triumphal chant, matched with thine, would be all but an empty vaunt, a thing wherein we feel there is some hidden want. What objects are the fountains of thy happy strain? What fields or waves or mountains? What shapes of sky or plain? What love of thine own kind? What ignorance of pain? With thy clear keen joyance languor cannot be, shadow of annoyance never came near thee. Thou lovest, but never knew love's sad satiety. Waking or asleep, thou of death must deem things more true and deep than we mortals dream. Or how could thy notes flow in such a crystal stream? We look before and after, and pine for what is not. Our sincerest laughter with some pain is fraught. Our sweetest songs are those that tell of saddest thought. Yet if we could scorn hate and pride and fear, if we were things born not to shed a tear, I know not how thy joy we ever should come near. Better than all measures of delightful sound, better than all treasures that in books are found, thy skill to poet were, thou scorner of the ground. Teach me half the gladness that thy brain must know. Such harmonious madness from my lips would flow, the world should listen then, as I am listening now. End of Section 31, To a Skylark, by Percy Bysshe Shelley. Recording by Leonard Wilson of Springfield, Ohio. Section 32 of Shelley, Selected Poems and Prose. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Leonard Wilson. Section 32, The Mask of Anarchy. As I lay asleep in Italy, there came a voice from over the sea, and with great power it forth led me to walk in the visions of poesy. I met Murder on the way. He had a mask like Castlereagh, very smooth he looked, yet grim. 7 bloodhounds followed him. All were fat, and well they might be in admirable plight, for 1 by 1 and 2 by 2 he tossed them human hearts to chew, which from his wide cloak he drew. Next came Fraud, and he had on, like Eldon, an ermined gown. His big tears, for he wept well, turned to millstones as they fell. And the little children who round his feet played to and fro, thinking every tear a gem, had their brains knocked out by them. Clothed with the Bible, as with light, and the shadows of the night, like Sidmouth next, Hypocrisy on a crocodile rode by. And many more destructions played in this ghastly masquerade, all disguised, even to the eyes, like bishops, lawyers, peers, or spies. Last came Anarchy. He rode on a white horse splashed with blood. He was pale even to the lips, like death in the apocalypse. And he wore a kingly crown, and in his grasp a sceptre shone. On his brow this mark I saw: I am God, and King, and Law. With a pace stately and fast, over English land he passed, trampling to a mire of blood the adoring multitude. And a mighty troop around with their trampling shook the ground, waving each a bloody sword for the service of their Lord. And with glorious triumph they rode through England proud and gay, drunk as with intoxication of the wine of desolation. O'er fields and towns from sea to sea passed the pageant swift and free, tearing up and trampling down, till they came to London town. And each dweller, panic-stricken, felt his heart with terror sicken, hearing the tempestuous cry of the triumph of anarchy. For with pomp to meet him came, clothed in arms like blood and flame, the hired murderers who did sing, "Thou art God and Law and King! We have waited weak and lone for thy coming, mighty one. Our purses are empty, our swords are cold. Give us glory and blood and gold." Lawyers and priests, a motley crowd, to the earth their pale brows bowed, like a bad prayer not over loud, whispering, "Thou art Law and God." Then all cried with one accord, "Thou art King and God and Lord! Anarchy, to thee we bow, by thy name made holy now." And Anarchy, the skeleton, bowed and grinned to every one, as well as if his education had cost 10 millions to the nation. For he knew the palaces of our kings were rightly his the sceptre, crown, and globe, and the gold inwoven robe. So he sent his slaves before to seize upon the bank and tower, and was proceeding with intent to meet his pensioned Parliament, when one fled past, a maniac maid, and her name was Hope, she said. But she looked more like despair, and she cried out in the air, "My father Time is weak and gray with waiting for a better day. See how idiot-like he stands, fumbling with his palsied hands. He has had child after child, and the dust of death is piled over every one but me. Misery, oh, misery!" Then she lay down in the street, right before the horse's feet, expecting, with a patient eye, murder, fraud, and anarchy. When between her and her foes a mist, a light, an image rose, small at first, and weak and frail, like the vapor of a veil, till as clouds grow on the blast, like tower-crowned giants striding fast, and glare with lightnings as they fly, and speak in thunder to the sky, it grew a shape arrayed in mail, brighter than the viper's scale, and upborne on wings whose grain was as the light of sunny rain. On its helm, seen far away, a planet like the morning's lay, and those plumes its light rained through like a shower of crimson dew. With step as soft as wind it passed o'er the heads of men, so fast that they knew the presence there, and looked, but all was empty air. As flowers beneath May's footstep waken, as stars from night's loose hair are shaken, as waves arise when loud winds call, thoughts sprung where'er that step did fall. And the prostrate multitude looked, and ankle deep in blood, Hope, that maiden most serene, was walking with a quiet mien. And Anarchy, the ghastly birth, lay dead earth upon the earth. The horse of death, tameless as wind, fled, and with his hoofs did grind to dust the murderers thronged behind. A rushing light of clouds and splendor, a sense awakening and yet tender, was heard and felt, and at its close these words of joy and fear arose, as if their own indignant earth, which gave the sons of England birth, had felt their blood upon her brow, and shuddering with a mother's throe, had turned every drop of blood by which her face had been bedewed, to an accent unwithstood, as if her heart had cried aloud. Men of England, heirs of glory, heroes of unwritten story, nurslings of one mighty mother, hopes of her and one another, rise like lions after slumber in unvanquishable number. Shake your chains to earth like dew, which in sleep had fallen on you. Ye are many, they are few. What is freedom? Ye can tell that which slavery is too well, for its very name has grown to an echo of your own. 'Tis to work and have such pay as just keeps life from day to day in your limbs, as in a cell for the tyrants used to dwell, so that ye for them are made, loom and plough and sword and spade, with or without your own will bent to their defence and nourishment. 'Tis to see your children weak with their mothers pine and peak when the winter winds are bleak. They are dying whilst I speak. 'Tis to hunger for such diet as the rich man in his riot casts to the fat dogs that lie surfeiting beneath his eye. 'Tis to let the ghost of gold take from toil 1,000-fold more than e'er its substance could in the tyrannies of old. Paper coin, that forgery of the title deeds, which ye hold to something of the worth of the inheritance of earth. 'Tis to be a slave in soul, and to hold no strong control over your own wills, but be all that others make of ye. And at length when ye complain with a murmur weak and vain, 'tis to see the tyrant's crew ride over your wives and you. Blood is on the grass like dew. Then it is to feel revenge, fiercely thirsting to exchange blood for blood, and wrong for wrong. Do not thus when ye are strong. Birds find rest in narrow nest when weary of their winged quest. Beasts find fare in woody lair when storm and snow are in the air. Asses, swine, have litter spread, and with fitting food are fed. All things have a home but one. Thou, O Englishman, hast none. This is slavery. Savage men or wild beasts within a den would endure not as ye do, but such ills they never knew. What art thou, freedom? Oh, could slaves answer from their living graves this demand, tyrants would flee like a dream's dim imagery. Thou art not, as impostors say, a shadow soon to pass away, a superstition and a name echoing from the cave of fame. For the laborer thou art bred, and a comely table spread from his daily labor come, in a neat and happy home. Thou art clothes and fire and food for the trampled multitude. No, in countries that are free, such starvation cannot be as in England now we see. To the rich thou art a check when his foot is on the neck of his victim. Thou dost make that he treads upon a snake. Thou art justice. Ne'er for gold may thy righteous laws be sold, as laws are in England. Thou shieldest alike the high and low. Thou art wisdom. Free men never dream that God will damn forever all who think those things untrue of which priests make such ado. Thou art peace. Never by thee would blood and treasure wasted be, as tyrants wasted them, when all leagued to quench thy flame in Gaul. What if English toil and blood was poured forth even as a flood? It availed, O Liberty, to dim, but not extinguish thee. Thou art love. The rich have kissed thy feet, and like him, following Christ, give their substance to the free, and through the rough world follow thee. Or turn their wealth to arms, and make war for thy beloved's sake on wealth and war and fraud, whence they drew the power which is their prey. Science, poetry, and thought are thy lamps. They make the lot of the dwellers in a cot so serene they curse it not. Spirit, patience, gentleness, all that can adorn and bless, art thou. Let deeds, not words, express thine exceeding loveliness. Let a great assembly be of the fearless and the free on some spot of English ground where the plains stretch wide around. Let the blue sky overhead, the green earth on which ye tread, all that must eternal be, witness the solemnity. From the corners uttermost of the bounds of English coast, from every hut, village, and town, where those who live and suffer moan for others' misery or their own, from the workhouse and the prison, where pale as corpses newly risen, women, children, young and old, groan for pain and weep for cold. From the haunts of daily life, where is waged the daily strife with common wants and common cares, which sows the human heart with tares. Lastly, from the palaces, where the murmur of distress echoes like the distant sound of a wind alive around those prison halls of wealth and fashion, where some few feel such compassion for those who groan and toil and wail, as must make their brethren pale. Ye who suffer woes untold, or to feel or to behold your lost country bought and sold with a price of blood and gold, let a vast assembly be, and with great solemnity declare with measured words that ye are, as God has made ye, free. Be your strong and simple words, keen to wound as sharpened swords, and wide as targes let them be, with their shade to cover ye. Let the tyrants pour around with a quick and startling sound, like the loosening of a sea, troops of armed emblazonry. Let the charged artillery drive till the dead air seems alive with the clash of clanging wheels and the tramp of horses' heels. Let the fixed bayonet gleam with sharp desire to whet its bright point in English blood, looking keen as one for food. Let the horsemen's scimitars wheel and flash like fearless stars, thirsting to eclipse their burning in a sea of death and mourning. Stand ye calm and resolute, like a forest close and mute, with folded arms and looks which are weapons of unvanquished war. And let panic who outspeeds the career of armed steeds pass, a disregarded shade, through your phalanx undismayed. Let the laws of your own land, good or ill, between ye stand, hand to hand and foot to foot, arbiters of the dispute. The old laws of England, they whose reverend heads with age are gray, children of a wiser day, and whose solemn voice must be thine own echo, liberty. On those who first should violate such sacred heralds in their state, rests the blood that must ensue, and it will not rest on you. And if then the tyrants dare, let them ride among you there, slash and stab and maim and hew, what they like, that let them do. With folded arms and steady eyes, and little fear and less surprise, look upon them as they slay, till their rage has died away. Then they will return with shame to the place from which they came, and the blood thus shed will speak in hot blushes on their cheek. Every woman in the land will point at them as they stand. They will hardly dare to greet their acquaintance in the street. And the bold, true warriors, who have hugged danger in wars, will turn to those who would be free, ashamed of such base company. And that slaughter to the nations shall steam up like inspiration, eloquent, oracular, a volcano heard afar. And these words shall then become, like oppression's thundered doom, ringing through each heart and brain, heard again, again, again. Rise like lions after slumber, in unvanquishable number. Shake your chains to earth like dew, which in sleep had fallen on you. Ye are many, they are few. End of Section 32, The Mask of Anarchy, by Percy Bysshe Shelley. Recording by Leonard Wilson of Springfield, Ohio. Section 33 of Shelley, Selected Poems and Prose. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Leonard Wilson. Section 33, to Wordsworth. Poet of nature, thou hast wept to know that things depart which never may return. Childhood and youth, friendship and love's first glow, have fled like sweet dreams, leaving thee to mourn. These common woes I feel. One loss is mine which thou too feelest, yet I alone deplore. Thou wert as a lone star whose light did shine on some frail bark in winter's midnight roar. Thou hast like to a rock-built refuge stood above the blind and battling multitude. In honored poverty thy voice did weave songs consecrate to truth and liberty. Deserting these, thou leavest me to grieve, thus having been, that thou shouldst cease to be. End of Section 33, to Wordsworth, by Percy Bysshe Shelley. Recording by Leonard Wilson of Springfield, Ohio. Section 34 of Shelley, Selected Poems and Prose. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Leonard Wilson. Section 34, stanzas written in dejection, near Naples. The sun is warm, the sky is clear, the waves are dancing fast and bright. Blue isles and snowy mountains wear the purple noon's transparent might. The breath of the moist earth is light around its unexpanded buds. Like many a voice of one delight, the winds, the birds, the ocean floods, the city's voice itself is soft like solitude's. I see the deep's untrampled floor with green and purple seaweeds strown. I see the waves upon the shore like light dissolved in star showers thrown. I sit upon the sands alone. The lightning of the noontide ocean is flashing round me, and a tone arises from its measured motion. How sweet! Did any heart now share in my emotion? Alas, I have nor hope nor health, nor peace within, nor calm around, nor that content surpassing wealth the sage in meditation found, and walked with inward glory crowned. Nor fame, nor power, nor love, nor leisure. Others I see whom these surround, smiling they live and call life pleasure. To me that cup has been dealt in another measure. Yet now despair itself is mild, even as the winds and waters are. I could lie down like a tired child, and weep away the life of care which I have borne and yet must bear, till death like sleep might steal on me, and I might feel in the warm air my cheek grow cold, and hear the sea breathe o'er my dying brain its last monotony. Some might lament that I were cold, as I, when this sweet day is gone, which my lost heart, too soon grown old, insults with this untimely moan. They might lament, for I am one whom men love not, and yet regret, unlike this day, which when the sun shall on its stainless glory set, will linger though enjoyed, like joy in memory yet. End of Section 34, stanzas written in dejection near Naples, by Percy Bysshe Shelley. Recording by Leonard Wilson of Springfield, Ohio. Section 35 of Shelley, Selected Poems and Prose. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Leonard Wilson. Section 35, An Exhortation. Chameleons feed on light and air. Poets' food is love and fame. If in this wide world of care poets could but find the same with as little toil as they, would they ever change their hue as the light chameleons do, suiting it to every ray 20 times a day? Poets are on this cold earth as chameleons might be, hidden from their early birth in a cave beneath the sea. Where light is, chameleons change. Where love is not, poets do. Fame is love disguised. If few find either, never think it strange that poets range. Yet dare not stain with wealth or power a poet's free and heavenly mind. If bright chameleons should devour any food but beams and wind, they would grow as earthly soon as their brother lizards are. Children of a sunnier star, spirits from beyond the moon, oh, refuse the boon. End of Section 35, An Exhortation, by Percy Bysshe Shelley. Recording by Leonard Wilson of Springfield, Ohio. Section 36 of Shelley, Selected Poems and Prose. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Leonard Wilson. Section 36, two excerpts from A Defense of Poetry. Excerpt 1. Poetry is ever accompanied with pleasure. All spirits on which it falls open themselves to receive the wisdom which is mingled with its delight. In the infancy of the world, neither poets themselves nor their auditors are fully aware of the excellence of poetry, for it acts in a divine and unapprehended manner, beyond and above consciousness, and it is reserved for future generations to contemplate and measure the mighty cause and effect in all the strength and splendor of their union. Even in modern times, no living poet ever arrived at the fullness of his fame. The jury which sits in judgment upon a poet, belonging as he does to all time, must be composed of his peers. It must be empaneled by time from the selectest of the wise of many generations. A poet is a nightingale who sits in darkness and sings to cheer its own solitude with sweet sounds. His auditors are as men entranced by the melody of an unseen musician, who feel that they are moved and softened, yet know not whence or why. The poems of Homer and his contemporaries were the delight of infant Greece. They were the elements of that social system which is the column upon which all succeeding civilization has reposed. Homer embodied the ideal perfection of his age in human character, nor can we doubt that those who read his verses were awakened to an ambition of becoming like to Achilles, Hector, and Ulysses. The truth and beauty of friendship, patriotism, and persevering devotion to an object were unveiled to the depth in these immortal creations. The sentiments of the auditors must have been refined and enlarged by a sympathy with such great and lovely impersonations, until from admiring they imitated, and from imitation they identified themselves with the objects of their admiration. Nor let it be objected that these characters are remote from moral perfection, and that they can by no means be considered as edifying patterns for general imitation. Every epoch under names more or less specious, has deified its peculiar errors. Revenge is the naked idol of the worship of a semi-barbarous age, and self-deceit is the veiled image of unknown evil, before which luxury and satiety lie prostrate. But a poet considers the vices of his contemporaries as the temporary dress in which his creations must be arrayed, and which cover without concealing the eternal proportions of their beauty. An epic or dramatic personage is understood to wear them around his soul, as he may the ancient armor or the modern uniform around his body, whilst it is easy to conceive a dress more graceful than either. The beauty of the internal nature cannot be so far concealed by its accidental vesture, but that the spirit of its form shall communicate itself to the very disguise, and indicate the shape it hides from the manner in which it is worn. A majestic form and graceful motions will express themselves through the most barbarous and tasteless costume. Few poets of the highest class have chosen to exhibit the beauty of their conceptions in its naked truth and splendor, and it is doubtful whether the alloy of costume, habit, etc., be not necessary to temper this planetary music for mortal ears. The whole objection, however, of the immorality of poetry rests upon a misconception of the manner in which poetry acts to produce the moral improvement of man. Ethical science arranges the elements which poetry has created, and propounds schemes and proposes examples of civil and domestic life. Nor is it for want of admirable doctrines that men hate and despise and censure and deceive and subjugate one another. But poetry acts in another and diviner manner. It awakens and enlarges the mind itself by rendering it the receptacle of 1,000 unapprehended combinations of thought. Poetry lifts the veil from the hidden beauty of the world, and makes familiar objects be as if they were not familiar. It reproduces all that it represents, and the impersonations clothed in its Elysian light stand thenceforward in the minds of those who have once contemplated them as memorials of that gentle and exalted content which extends itself over all thoughts and actions with which it coexists. The great secret of morals is love, or a going out of our nature and an identification of ourselves with the beautiful which exists in thought, action, or person not our own. A man to be greatly good must imagine intensely and comprehensively. He must put himself in the place of another and of many others. The pains and pleasure of his species must become his own. The great instrument of moral good is the imagination, and poetry administers to the effect by acting upon the cause. Poetry enlarges the circumference of the imagination by replenishing it with thoughts of ever new delight, which have the power of attracting and assimilating to their own nature all other thoughts, and which form new intervals and interstices whose void forever craves fresh food. Poetry strengthens the faculty which is the organ of the moral nature of man in the same manner as exercise strengthens a limb. Excerpt 2. Poetry is indeed something divine. It is at once the center and circumference of knowledge. It is that which comprehends all science, and that to which all science must be referred. It is at the same time the root and blossom of all other systems of thought. It is that from which all spring, and that which adorns all, and that which, if blighted, denies the fruit and the seed, and withholds from the barren world the nourishment and the succession of the scions of the tree of life. It is the perfect and consummate surface and bloom of all things. It is as the odor and the color of the rose to the texture of the elements which compose it, as the form and splendor of unfaded beauty to the secrets of anatomy and corruption. What were virtue, love, patriotism, friendship? What were the scenery of this beautiful universe which we inhabit? What were our consolations on this side of the grave? And what were our aspirations beyond it, if poetry did not ascend to bring light and fire from those eternal regions where the owl-winged faculty of calculation dare not ever soar? Poetry is not like reasoning, a power to be exerted according to the determination of the will. A man cannot say, "I will compose poetry." The greatest poet even cannot say it. For the mind in creation is as a fading coal, which some invisible influence, like an inconstant wind, awakens to transitory brightness. This power arises from within, like the color of a flower which fades and changes as it is developed, and the conscious portions of our natures are unprophetic either of its approach or its departure. Could this influence be durable in its original purity and force, it is impossible to predict the greatness of the results. But when composition begins, inspiration is already on the decline, and the most glorious poetry that has ever been communicated to the world is probably a feeble shadow of the original conceptions of the poet. I appeal to the greatest poets of the present day, whether it is not an error to assert that the finest passages of poetry are produced by labor and study. The toil and the delay recommended by critics can be justly interpreted to mean no more than a careful observation of the inspired moments, and an artificial connection of the spaces between their suggestions by the intertexture of conventional expressions, a necessity only imposed by the limitedness of the poetical faculty itself. For Milton conceived the Paradise Lost as a whole before he executed it in portions. We have his own authority also for the Muse having dictated to him the unpremeditated song. And let this be an answer to those who would allege the 56 various readings of the first line of the Orlando Furioso. Compositions so produced are to poetry what mosaic is to painting. This instinct and intuition of the poetical faculty are still more observable in the plastic and pictorial arts. A great statue or picture grows under the power of the artist, as a child in a mother's womb, and the very mind which directs the hand in formation is incapable of accounting to itself for the origin, the gradations, or the media of the process. Poetry is the record of the best and happiest moments of the happiest and best minds. We are aware of evanescent visitations of thought and feelings sometimes associated with place or person, sometimes regarding our own mind alone, and always arising unforeseen and departing unbidden, but elevating and delightful beyond all expression, so that even in the desire and the regret they leave there cannot but be pleasure, participating as it does in the nature of its object. It is, as it were, the interpenetration of a diviner nature through our own. but its footsteps are like those of a wind over the sea, which the coming calm erases, and whose traces remain only as on the wrinkled sand which paves it. These and corresponding conditions of being are experienced principally by those of the most delicate sensibility and the most enlarged imagination, and the state of mind produced by them is at war with every base desire. The enthusiasm of virtue, love, patriotism, and friendship is essentially linked with such emotions, and whilst they last, self appears as what it is, an atom to a universe. Poets are not only subject to these experiences as spirits of the most refined organization, but they can color all that they combine with the evanescent hues of this ethereal world. A word, a trait in the representation of a scene or a passion, will touch the enchanted chord and reanimate, in those who have ever experienced these emotions, the sleeping, the cold, the buried image of the past. Poetry thus makes immortal all that is best and most beautiful in the world. It arrests the vanishing apparitions which haunt the inner lunations of life, and veiling them, or in language or in form, sends them forth among mankind, bearing sweet news of kindred joy to those with whom their sisters abide. Abide, because there is no portal of expression from the caverns of the spirit which they inhabit into the universe of things. Poetry redeems from decay the visitations of the divinity in man. Poetry turns all things to loveliness. It exalts the beauty of that which is most beautiful, and it adds beauty to that which is most deformed. It marries exaltation and horror, grief and pleasure, eternity and change. It subdues to union under its light yoke all irreconcilable things. It transmutes all that it touches, and every form moving within the radiance of its presence is changed by wondrous sympathy to an incarnation of the spirit which it breathes. Its secret alchemy turns to potable gold the poisonous waters which flow from death through life. It strips the veil of familiarity from the world, and lays bare the naked and sleeping beauty which is the spirit of its forms. End of section 36. Excerpts from A Defense of Poetry by Percy Bysshe Shelley. Recording by Leonard Wilson of Springfield, Ohio. Section 37 of Shelley, Selected Poems and Prose. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Leonard Wilson. Section 37, 2, When Passion's Trance is Overpast. When passion's trance is overpast, if tenderness and truth could last or live, whilst all wild feelings keep some mortal slumber dark and deep, I should not weep, I should not weep. It were enough to feel, to see thy soft eyes gazing tenderly, and dream the rest, and burn and be the secret food of fires unseen, couldst thou but be as thou hast been. After the slumber of the year, the woodland violets reappear. All things revive in field or grove, and sky and sea, but two, which move and form all others, life and love. End of section 37, 2, When Passion's Trance is Overpast, by Percy Bysshe Shelley. Recording by Leonard Wilson of Springfield, Ohio. Section 38 of Shelley, Selected Poems and Prose, This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Leonard Wilson. Section 38, Ode to Liberty. Yet freedom, yet thy banner torn but flying, streams like a thunderstorm against the wind. Byron. A glorious people vibrated again the lightning of the nations. Liberty from heart to heart, from tower to tower, o'er Spain, scattering contagious fire into the sky, gleamed. My soul spurned the chains of its dismay, and in the rapid plumes of song clothed itself sublime and strong. As a young eagle soars the morning clouds among, hovering in verse o'er its accustomed prey, till from its station in the heaven of fame the spirit's whirlwind wrapped it, and the ray of the remotest sphere of living flame, which paves the void, was from behind it flung, as foam from a ship's swiftness, when there came a voice out of the deep. I will record the same. The sun and the serenest moon sprang forth. The burning stars of the abyss were hurled into the depths of heaven. The daedal earth, that island in the ocean of the world, hung in its cloud of all-sustaining air. But this divinest universe was yet a chaos and a curse, for thou wert not. But power from worst producing worse, the spirit of the beasts was kindled there, and of the birds, and of the watery forms, and there was war among them, and despair within them, raging without truce or terms. The bosom of their violated nurse groaned, for beasts warred on beasts, and worms on worms, and men on men. Each heart was as a hell of storms. Man, the imperial shape, then multiplied his generations under the pavilion of the sun's throne. Palace and pyramid, temple and prison, to many a swarming million were, as to mountain wolves their ragged caves. This human living multitude was savage, cunning, blind, and rude, for thou wert not. But o'er the populous solitude, like one fierce cloud over a waste of waves, hung tyranny. Beneath sate deified the sister pest, congregator of slaves. Into the shadow of her pinions wide, anarchs and priests, who feed on gold and blood, till with the stain their inmost souls are dyed, drove the astonished herds of men from every side. The nodding promontories and blue isles and cloud-like mountains and dividuous waves of Greece basked glorious in the open smiles of favoring heaven. From their enchanted caves prophetic echoes flung dim melody on the unapprehensive wild. The vine, the corn, the olive mild, grew savage yet, to human use unreconciled, and like unfolded flowers beneath the sea, like the man's thought dark in the infant's brain, like aught that is which wraps what is to be, art's deathless dreams lay veiled by many a vein of Parian stone. And yet a speechless child verse murmured, and philosophy did strain her lidless eyes for thee, when o'er the Aegean main Athens arose, a city such as vision builds from the purple crags and silver towers of battlemented cloud, as in derision of kingliest masonry. The ocean floors pave it, the evening sky pavilions it. Its portals are inhabited by thunder-zoned winds, each head within its cloudy wings with sun-fire garlanded, a divine work. Athens, diviner yet, gleamed with its crest of columns on the will of man, as on a mount of diamond set. For thou wert, and thine all creative skill peopled with forms that mock the eternal dead in marble immortality, that hill which was thine earliest throne and latest oracle. Within the surface of Time's fleeting river its wrinkled image lies, as then it lay, immovably unquiet, and forever it trembles, but it cannot pass away. The voices of thy bards and sages thunder with an earth-awakening blast through the caverns of the past. Religion veils her eyes, oppression shrinks aghast. A winged sound of joy and love and wonder which soars where expectation never flew, rending the veil of space and time asunder. One ocean feeds the clouds and streams and dew, one sun illumines heaven, one spirit vast with life and love makes chaos ever new, as Athens doth the world with thy delight renew. Then Rome was, and from thy deep bosom fairest, like a wolf cub from a Cadmean Maenad, she drew the milk of greatness, though thy dearest from that Elysian food was yet unweaned, and many a deed of terrible uprightness by thy sweet love was sanctified, and in thy smile and by thy side saintly Camillus lived, and firm Attilius died. But when tears stained thy robe of vestal whiteness, and gold profaned thy Capitolian throne, thou didst desert, with spirit-winged lightness, the senate of the tyrants. They sunk prone slaves of one tyrant. Palatinus sighed faint echoes of Ionian song. That tone thou didst delay to hear, lamenting to disown. From what Hyrcanian glen or frozen hill or piny promontory of the Arctic main, or utmost islet inaccessible, didst thou lament the ruin of thy reign, teaching the woods and waves and desert rocks and every Naiad's ice-cold urn to talk in echoes, sad and stern, of that sublimest lore which man had dared unlearn? For neither didst thou watch the wizard flocks of the Skal's dreams, nor haunt the Druid's sleep. What if the tears rained through thy shattered locks were quickly dried? For thou didst groan, not weep, when from its sea of death, to kill and burn, the Galilean serpent forth did creep, and made thy world an undistinguishable heap. 1,000 years the earth cried, Where art thou? And then the shadow of thy coming fell on Saxon Alfred's olive-cinctured brow, and many a warrior peopled citadel. Like rocks which fire lifts out of the flat deep, arose in sacred Italy, frowning o'er the tempestuous sea of kings and priests and slaves in tower-crowned majesty, that multitudinous anarchy did sweep and burst around their walls like idle foam, whilst from the human spirit's deepest deep strange melody with love and awe struck dumb dissonant arms, and art, which cannot die, with divine wand traced on our earthly home fit imagery to pave heaven's everlasting dome. Thou huntress swifter than the moon, thou terror of the world's wolves, thou bearer of the quiver whose sun-like shafts pierce tempest-winged error, as light may pierce the clouds when they dissever in the calm regions of the orient day. Luther caught thy wakening glance, like lightning from his leaden lance reflected, it dissolved the visions of the trance, in which, as in a tomb, the nations lay. And England's prophets hailed thee as their queen, in songs whose music cannot pass away, though it must flow forever. Not unseen before the spirit-sighted countenance of Milton didst thou pass, from the sad scene beyond whose night he saw, with a dejected mien. The eager hours and unreluctant years, as on a dawn-illumined mountain stood, trampling to silence their loud hopes and fears, darkening each other with their multitude, and cried aloud, "Liberty!" Indignation answered pity from her cave, Death grew pale within the grave, and Desolation howled to the destroyer, "Save!" when like heaven's sun, girt by the exhalation Of its own glorious light, thou didst arise, Chasing thy foes from nation unto nation Like shadows, as if day had cloven the skies At dreaming midnight o'er the western wave. Men started, staggering with a glad surprise, Under the lightnings of thine unfamiliar eyes. Thou heaven of earth, what spells could pall thee then In ominous eclipse? 1,000 years, Bred from the slime of deep oppression's den, Dyed all thy liquid light with blood and tears, Till thy sweet stars could weep the stain away. How like bacchanals of blood round France, the ghastly vintage, stood Destruction's sceptred slaves, and Folly's mitred brood, When one like them, but mightier far than they, The anarch of thine own bewildered powers, Rose. Armies mingled in obscure array, Like clouds with clouds, darkening the sacred bowers Of serene heaven. He, by the past pursued, Rests with those dead but unforgotten hours, Whose ghosts scare victor kings in their ancestral towers. England yet sleeps. Was she not called of old? Spain calls her now, as with its thrilling thunder Vesuvius wakens Etna, and the cold Snow crags by its reply are cloven in sunder. O'er the lit waves every Aeolian isle, From Pithecusa to Pelorus, howls and leaps and glares in chorus. They cry, "Be dim, ye lamps of heaven suspended o'er us!" Her chains are threads of gold, she need but smile, And they dissolve. But Spain's were links of steel, Till bit to dust by virtue's keenest file. Twins of a single destiny, appeal To the eternal years enthroned before us In the dim west, impress us from a seal All ye have thought and done, time cannot dare conceal. Tomb of Arminius, render up thy dead, Till, like a standard from a watch tower's staff, His soul may stream over the tyrant's head. Thy victory shall be his epitaph, Wild bacchanal of truth's mysterious wine, King deluded Germany, his dead spirit lives in thee. Why do we fear or hope? Thou art already free. And thou, lost paradise of this divine And glorious world, thou flowery wilderness, Thou island of eternity, thou shrine Where desolation clothed with loveliness Worships the thing thou wert. O Italy, gather thy blood into thy heart, Repress the beasts who make their dens thy sacred palaces. Oh, that the free would stamp the impious name of king Into the dust, or write it there, So that this blot upon the page of fame Were as a serpent's path, which the light air Erases, and the flat sands close behind. Ye the oracle have heard. Lift the victory flashing sword, And cut the snaky knots of this foul Gordian word, Which weak itself as stubble, yet can bind Into a mass irrefragably firm The axes and the rods which awe mankind. The sound has poison in it, 'tis the sperm Of what makes life foul, cankerous, and abhorred. Disdain not thou at thine appointed term To set thine armed heel on this reluctant worm. Oh, that the wise from their bright minds would kindle Such lamps within the dome of this dim world, That the pale name of priest might shrink and dwindle Into the hell from which it first was hurled, A scoff of impious pride from fiends impure. till human thoughts might kneel alone, each before the judgment throne of its own aweless soul, or of the power unknown. Oh, that the words which make the thoughts obscure from which they spring, as clouds of glimmering dew from a white lake blot heaven's blue portraiture, were stripped of their thin masks and various hue, and frowns and smiles and splendors not their own, till in the nakedness of false and true they stand before their Lord, each to receive its due. He who taught man to vanquish whatsoever can be between the cradle and the grave, crowned him the King of Life. O vain endeavor, if on his own high will, a willing slave, he has enthroned the oppression and the oppressor. What if earth can clothe and feed amplest millions at their need, and power in thought be as the tree within the seed? Or what if art, an ardent intercessor, driving on fiery wings to nature's throne, checks the great mother stooping to caress her, and cries, "Give me, thy child, dominion over all height and depth"? If life can breed new wants and wealth from those who toil and groan, rend of thy gifts and hers 1,000-fold for one. Come thou, but lead out of the inmost cave of man's deep spirit, as the morning star beckons the sun from the Aeoan wave, wisdom. I hear the pennons of her car self-moving, like cloud charioted by flame. Come she not, and come ye not, rulers of eternal thought, to judge with solemn truth life's ill-apportioned lot? Blind love and equal justice, and the fame of what has been, the hope of what will be? O liberty, if such could be thy name, wert thou disjoined from these, or they from thee, if thine or theirs were treasures to be bought by blood or tears, have not the wise and free wept tears, and blood like tears? The solemn harmony paused, and the spirit of that mighty singing to its abyss was suddenly withdrawn. Then, as a wild swan, when sublimely winging its path athwart the thunder smoke of dawn, sinks headlong through the aerial golden light on the heavy sounding plain, when the bolt has pierced its brain. As summer clouds dissolve, unburthened of their rain, as a far taper fades with fading night, as a brief insect dies with dying day, my song, its pinions disarrayed of might, drooped, or it closed the echoes far away of the great voice which did its flight sustain, as waves which lately paved his watery way hiss round a drowner's head in their tempestuous play. End of Section 38, Ode to Liberty, by Percy Bysshe Shelley. Recording by Leonard Wilson of Springfield, Ohio. Section 39 of Shelley, Selected Poems and Prose. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Leonard Wilson. Section 39, 2. Music When Soft Voices Die. Music, when soft voices die, vibrates in the memory. Odors, when sweet violets sicken, live within the sense they quicken. Rose leaves, when the rose is dead, are heaped for the beloved's bed. And so thy thoughts, when thou art gone, love itself shall slumber on. End of Section 39. 2. Music When Soft Voices Die, by Percy Bysshe Shelley. Recording by Leonard Wilson of Springfield, Ohio. Section 40 of Shelley, Selected Poems and Prose. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Leonard Wilson. Section 40, Dirge for the Year. Orphan hours, the year is dead. Come and sigh, come and weep. Merry hours, smile instead, for the year is but asleep. See, it smiles as it is sleeping, mocking your untimely weeping. As an earthquake rocks a corse in its coffin in the clay, so white winter, that rough nurse, rocks the death-cold year to-day. Solemn hours, wail aloud for your mother in her shroud. As the wild air stirs and sways the tree-swung cradle of a child, so the breath of these rude days rocks the year. Be calm and mild, trembling hours, she will arise, with new love within her eyes. January gray is here, like a sexton by her grave. February bears the bier, March with grief doth howl and rave, and April weeps. But, O ye hours, follow with May's fairest flowers. End of Section 40, Dirge for the Year, by Percy Bysshe Shelley. Recording by Leonard Wilson of Springfield, Ohio. Section 41 of Shelley, Selected Poems and Prose. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Leonard Wilson. Section 41, The Triumph of Life. Swift as a spirit hastening to his task of glory and of good, the sun sprang forth, rejoicing in his splendor, and the mask of darkness fell from the awakened earth. The smokeless altars of the mountain snows flamed above crimson clouds, and at the birth of light the ocean's orison arose, to which the birds tempered their matin lay. All flowers in field or forest which unclose their trembling eyelids to the kiss of day, swinging their censers in the element, with orient incense lit by the new ray, burned slow and inconsumably, and sent their odorous sighs up to the smiling air, and in succession did continent, isle, ocean, and all things that in them wear the form and character of mortal mould, rise as the sun their father rose, to bear their portion of the toil which he of old took as his own, and then imposed on them. But I, whom thoughts which must remain untold had kept as wakeful as the stars that gem the cone of night, now they were laid asleep, stretched my faint limbs beneath the hoary stem which an old chestnut flung athwart the steep of a green Apennine. Before me fled the night, behind me rose the day. The deep was at my feet, and heaven above my head, when a strange trance over my fancy grew, which was not slumber, for the shade it spread was so transparent that the scene came through as clear as when a veil of light is drawn o'er evening hills they glimmer. And I knew that I had felt the freshness of that dawn bathe in the same cold dew my brow and hair, and sat as thus upon that slope of lawn, under the selfsame bough, and heard as there the birds, the fountains, and the ocean hold sweet talk and music through the enamored air. And then a vision on my brain was rolled. As in that trance of wondrous thought I lay, this was the tenor of my waking dream. Methought I sat beside a public way, thick strewn with summer dust, and a great stream of people there was hurrying to and fro, numerous as gnats upon the evening gleam, all hastening onward. Yet none seemed to know whither he went, or whence he came, or why he made one of the multitude, and so was born amid the crowd, as through the sky one of the million leaves of summer's bier. Old age and youth, manhood and infancy, mixed in one mighty torrent did appear, some flying from the thing they feared, and some seeking the object of another's fear. And others, as with steps towards the tomb, poured on the trodden worms that crawled beneath, and others mournfully within the gloom of their own shadow walked, and called it death. And some fled from it, as it were a ghost, half fainting in the affliction of vain breath. But more, with motions which each other crossed, pursued or shunned the shadows the clouds threw, or birds within the noonday ether lost, upon that path where flowers never grew. And weary with vain toil and faint for thirst, heard not the fountains, whose melodious dew out of their mossy cells forever burst, nor felt the breeze which from the forest told of grassy paths and woodlawns interspersed, with overarching elms and caverns cold, and violet banks where sweet dreams brood, but they pursued their serious folly as of old. And as I gazed, methought that in the way the throng grew wilder, as the woods of June, when the south wind shakes the extinguished day, and a cold glare, intenser than the noon, but icy cold, obscured with blinding light the sun, as he the stars. Like the young moon, when on the sunlit limits of the night her white shell trembles amid crimson air, and whilst the sleeping tempest gathers might, doth, as the herald of its coming, bear the ghost of its dead mother, whose dim form bends in dark ether from her infant's chair. So came a chariot on the silent storm of its own rushing splendor, and a shape so sat within, as one whom years deform, beneath a dusky hood and double cape, crouching within the shadow of a tomb, and o'er what seemed the head a cloud-like crape was bent, a dun and faint ethereal gloom tempering the light. Upon the chariot beam a Janus-visaged shadow did assume the guidance of that wonder-winged team. The shapes which drew it in thick lightnings were lost. I heard alone on the air's soft stream the music of their ever-moving wings. All the four faces of that charioteer had their eyes banded. Little profit brings speed in the van, and blindness in the rear, nor then avail the beams that quench the sun, or that with banded eyes couldst pierce the sphere of all that is, has been, or will be done. So ill was the car guided, that it passed with solemn speed majestically on. The crowd gave way, and I arose aghast, or seemed to rise, so mighty was the trance, and saw like clouds upon the thunder blast the million with fierce song and maniac dance raging around. Such seemed the jubilee as when to greet some conqueror's advance imperial Rome poured forth her living sea from senate house and forum and theatre, when upon the free had bound a yoke which soon they stooped to bear. Nor wanted here the just similitude of a triumphal pageant, for where'er the chariot rolled a captive multitude was driven, all those who had grown old in power or misery, all who had their age subdued by action or by suffering, and whose hour was drained to its last sand in weal or woe, so that the trunk survived both fruit and flower. All those whose fame or infamy must grow till the great winter lay the form and name of this green earth with them forever low. All but the sacred few, who could not tame their spirits to the conquerors, but as soon as they had touched the world with living flame, fled back like eagles to their native noon, or those who put aside the diadem of earthly thrones or gems, were there of Athens or Jerusalem, were neither mid the mighty captives seen, nor mid the ribald crowd that followed them, nor those who went before fierce and obscene. The wild dance maddens in the van, and those who lead it, fleet as shadows on the green, outspeed the chariot, and without repose mix with each other in tempestuous measure, to savage music, wilder as it grows, they, tortured by their agonizing pleasure, convulsed and on the rapid whirlwind spun of that fierce spirit, whose unholy leisure was soothed by mischief since the world begun, throw back their heads and loose their streaming hair, and in their dance round her who dims the sun, maidens and youths fling their wild arms in air as their feet twinkle. They recede, and now, bending within each other's atmosphere, kindle invisibly, and as they glow, like moths by light attracted and repelled, oft to their bright destruction come and go, till like two clouds into one veil impelled, that shake the mountains when their lightnings mingle, and die in rain. The fiery band which held their natures snaps. While the shock still may tingle, one falls, and then another in the path, senseless. Nor is the desolation single, yet ere I can say where, the chariot hath passed over them, nor other trace I find but as of foam after the ocean's wrath is spent upon the desert shore. Behind, old men and women, foully disarrayed, shake their gray hairs in the insulting wind, and follow in the dance with limbs decayed, seeking to reach the light which leaves them still farther behind and deeper in the shade. But not the less with impotence of will they wheel, though ghastly shadows interpose round them and round each other, and fulfill their work, and in the dust from whence they rose sink, and corruption veils them as they lie, and past in these performs what in those. Struck to the heart by this sad pageantry, half to myself I said, "And what is this? Whose shape is that within the car? And why—" I would have added, "Is all here amiss?" But a voice answered, "Life." I turned and knew, O Heaven have mercy on such wretchedness, that what I thought was an old root which grew to strange distortion out of the hillside was indeed one of those deluded crew, and that the grass which methought hung so wide and white was but his thin discolored hair, and that the holes he vainly sought to hide were, or had been, eyes. "If thou canst forbear to join the dance, which I had well forborne," said the grim feature, of my thought aware, "I will unfold that which to this deep scorn led me and my companions, and relate the progress of the pageant since the morn. If thirst of knowledge shall not then abate, follow it thou even to the night. But I am weary." Then, like one who with the weight of his own words is staggered, wearily he paused, and ere he could resume, I cried, "First, who art thou?" "Before thy memory I feared, loved, hated, suffered, did and died, and if the spark with which heaven lit my spirit had been with purer nutriment supplied, corruption would not now thus much inherit of what was once Rousseau, nor this disguise stain that which ought to have disdained to wear it. If I have been extinguished, yet there rise 1,000 beacons from the spark I bore." "And who are those chained to the car?" "The wise, the great, the unforgotten, they who wore mitres and helms and crowns, or wreaths of light, signs of thought's empire over thought. Their lore taught them not this, to know themselves. Their might could not repress the mystery within, and for the morn of truth they feigned, deep night caught them ere evening. Who is he with chin upon his breast, and hands crossed on his chain? The child of a fierce hour, he sought to win the world, and lost all that it did contain of greatness, in its hope destroyed, and more of fame and peace than virtue's self can gain, without the opportunity which bore him on its eagle pinions to the peak from which 1,000 climbers have before fallen, as Napoleon fell. I felt my cheek alter to see the shadow pass away, whose grasp had left the giant world so weak that every pygmy kicked it as it lay, and much I grieved to think how power and will in opposition rule our mortal day, and why God made irreconcilable good and the means of good. And for despair I half disdained mine eyes' desire to fill with the spent vision of the times that were, and scarce have ceased to be. Dost thou behold, said my guide, those spoilers spoiled, Voltaire, Frederick and Paul, Catherine and Leopold, and hoary anarchs, demagogues and sage, names which the world thinks always old, for in the battle life and they did wage, she remained conqueror. I was overcome by my own heart alone, which neither age, nor tears, nor infamy, nor now the tomb, could temper to its object. Let them pass, I cried. The world and its mysterious doom is not so much more glorious than it was, that I desire to worship those who drew new figures on its false and fragile glass, as the old faded. Figures ever new rise on the bubble, paint them as you may. We have but thrown, as those before us threw, our shadows on it as it passed away. But mark how chained to the triumphal chair the mighty phantoms of an elder day. All that is mortal of great Plato there expiates the joy and woe his master knew not. The star that ruled his doom was far too fair. And life, where long that flower of heaven grew not, conquered that heart by love, which gold or pain or age or sloth or slavery could subdue not. And near him walk the twain, the tutor and his pupil, whom dominion followed as tame as vulture in a chain. The world was darkened beneath either pinion of him whom from the flock of conquerors fame singled out for her thunder-bearing minion. The other long outlived both woes and wars, throned in the thoughts of men, and still had kept the jealous key of truth's eternal doors. If Bacon's eagle spirit had not leapt like lightning out of darkness, he compelled the Proteus shape of nature, as it slept, to wake and lead him to the caves that held the treasure of the secrets of its reign. See the great bards of elder time, who quelled the passions which they sung, as by their strain may well be known. Their living melody tempers its own contagion to the vein of those who are infected with it. I have suffered what I wrote, or viler pain, and so my words have seeds of misery, even as the deeds of others, not as theirs. And then he pointed to a company, midst whom I quickly recognized the heirs of Caesar's crime, from him to Constantine, the anarch's chiefs, whose force and murderous snares had founded many a sceptre-bearing line, and spread the plague of gold and blood abroad, and Gregory and John, and men divine, who rose like shadows between man and God, till that eclipse, still hanging over heaven, was worshipped by the world o'er which they strode, for the true sun it quenched. "Their power was given but to destroy," replied the leader. "I am one of those who have created, even if it be but a world of agony." "Whence camest thou, and whither goest thou? How did thy course begin," I said, "and why?" "Mine eyes are sick of this perpetual flow of people, and my heart sick of one sad thought. Speak." "Whence I am I partly seem to know, and how and by what paths I have been brought to this dread pass, methinks even thou mayst guess. Why this should be, my mind can compass not. Whither the conqueror hurries me, still less. But follow thou, and from spectator turn actor or victim in this wretchedness. And what thou wouldst be taught, I then may learn from thee. Now listen. In the April prime, when all the forest tips began to burn with kindling green, touched by the azure clime of the young season, I was laid asleep under a mountain, which from unknown time had yawned into a cavern high and deep. And from it came a gentle rivulet, whose water, like clear air in its calm sweep, bent the soft grass, and kept forever wet the stems of the sweet flowers, and filled the grove with sounds, which whoso hears must needs forget all pleasure and all pain, all hate and love, which they had known before that hour of rest. A sleeping mother then would dream not of her only child, who died upon the breast at eventide. A king would mourn no more the crown of which his brows were dispossessed, when the sun lingered o'er his ocean floor, to gild his rival's new prosperity. Thou wouldst forget thus vainly to deplore ills, which if ills can find no cure from thee, the thought of which no other sleep will quell, nor other music blot from memory, so sweet and deep is the oblivious spell. And whether life had been before that sleep the heaven which I imagine, or a hell like this harsh world in which I woke to weep, I know not. I arose, and for a space the scene of woods and waters seemed to keep, though it was now broad day, a gentle trace of light diviner than the common sun sheds on the common earth, and all the place was filled with magic sounds woven into one oblivious melody, confusing sense amid the gliding waves and shadows dun. And as I looked, the bright omnipresence of morning through the orient cavern flowed, and the sun's image, radiantly intense, burned on the waters of the well that glowed like gold, and threaded all the forest's maze with winding paths of emerald fire. There stood, amid the sun, as he amid the blaze of his own glory, on the vibrating floor of the fountain paved with flashing rays, a shape all light, which with one hand did fling dew on the earth, as if she were the dawn, and the invisible rain did ever sing a silver music on the mossy lawn. And still before me on the dusky grass Iris her many-colored scarf had drawn. In her right hand she bore a crystal glass, mantling with bright nepenthe. The fierce splendor fell from her as she moved under the mass of the deep cavern, and with palms so tender their tread broke not the mirror of its billow, glided along the river, and did bend her head under the dark boughs, till like a willow her fair hair swept the bosom of the stream, that whispered with delight to be its pillow. As one enamored is upborne in dream o'er lily-paven lakes, mid silver mist, to wondrous music, so this shape might seem, partly to tread the waves with feet which kissed the dancing foam, partly to glide along the air, which roughened the moist amethyst or the faint morning beams that fell among the trees, or the soft shadows of the trees, and her feet, ever to the ceaseless song of leaves and winds and waves and birds and bees and falling drops, moved in a measure new, yet sweet as on the summer evening breeze. Up from the lake, a shape of golden dew, between two rocks, athwart the rising moon, dances in the wind where never eagle flew. And still her feet, no less than the sweet tune to which they moved, seemed as they moved to blot the thoughts of him who gazed on them, and soon all that was seemed as if it had been not, and all the gazer's mind was strewn beneath her feet like embers, and she, thought by thought, trampled its sparks into the dust of death, as day upon the threshold of the east treads out the lamps of night, until the breath of darkness re-illumine even the least of heaven's living eyes. Like day she came, making the night a dream, and ere she ceased to move, as one between desire and shame suspended, I said, if, as it doth seem, thou comest from the realm without a name, into this valley of perpetual dream, show whence I came, and where I am, and why. Pass not upon the passing stream. Arise and quench thy thirst, was her reply. And as a shut lily stricken by the wand of dewy morning's vital alchemy, I arose, and bending at her sweet command, touched with faint lips the cup she raised, and suddenly my brain became as sand, where the first wave had more than half erased the track of deer on desert Labrador, whilst the wolf, from which they fled amazed, leaves his stamp visibly upon the shore until the second bursts. So on my sight burst a new vision, never seen before, and the fair shape waned in the coming light, as veil by veil the silent splendor drops from Lucifer amid the chrysolite of sunrise, ere it tinged the mountain tops. And as the presence of that fairest planet, although unseen, is felt by one who hopes that his day's path may end as he began it, in that star's smile, whose light is like the scent of a jonquil when evening breezes fan it, or the soft note in which his dear lament the Brescian shepherd breathes, or the caress that turned his weary slumber to content. So knew I, in that light's severe excess, the presence of that shape which on the stream moved, as I moved along the wilderness, more dimly than a day-appearing dream, the host of a forgotten form of sleep. A light of heaven whose half-extinguished beam through the sick day in which we wake to weep glimmers, forever sought, forever lost. So did that shape its obscure tenor keep beside my path, as silent as a ghost. But the new vision and the cold bright car, with solemn speed and stunning music, crossed the forest, and as if from some dread war triumphantly returning, the loud million fiercely extolled the fortune of her star. A moving arch of victory the vermilion and green and azure plumes of Iris had built high over her wind-winged pavilion, and underneath ethereal glory clad the wilderness, and far below her flew the tempest of the splendor which forbade shadow to fall from leaf and stone. The crew seemed in that light like atomies to dance within a sunbeam. Some upon the new embroidery of flowers that did enhance the grassy vesture of the desert played, forgetful of the chariot's swift advance. Others stood gazing, till within the shade of the great mountain its light left them dim. others outspeeded it, and others made circles around it, like the clouds that swim round the high moon in a bright sea of air. And more did follow with exulting hymn, the chariot and the captives fettered there. But all like bubbles on an eddying flood fell into the same track at last, and were borne onward. I, among the multitude, was swept. Me sweetest flowers delayed not long, me not the shadow nor the solitude, me not that falling stream's Lethean song, me not the phantom of that early form which moved upon its motion, but among the thickest billows of that living storm I plunged, and bared my bosom to the clime of that cold light whose airs too soon deform. Before the chariot had begun to climb the opposing steep of that mysterious dell, behold a wonder worthy of the rhyme of him who from the lowest depths of hell, through every paradise, and through all glory, love led serene, who returned to tell the words of hate and awe, the wondrous story how all things are transfigured except love. For deaf as is a sea which wrath makes hoary, the world can hear not the sweet notes that move the sphere whose light is melody to lovers. A wonder worthy of his rhyme. The grove grew dense with shadows to its inmost covers. The earth was gray with phantoms, and the air was peopled with dim forms, as when there hovers a flock of vampire bats before the glare of the tropic sun, bringing ere evening strange night upon some Indian isle. Thus were phantoms diffused around, and some did fling shadows of shadows, yet unlike themselves, behind them. Some like eaglets on the wing were lost in the white day. Others like elves danced in 1,000 unimagined shapes upon the sunny streams and grassy shelves, and others sat chattering like restless apes on vulgar hands. Some made a cradle of the ermined capes of kingly mantles, some across the tire of pontiffs sat like vultures. Others played under the crown which girt with empire a baby's or an idiot's brow, and made their nests in it. The old anatomies sat hatching their bare broods under the shade of demon wings, and laughed from their dead eyes to reassume the delegated power, arrayed in which those worms did monarchize, who made this earth their charnel. Others, more humble, like falcons, sat upon the fist of common men, and round their heads did soar, or like small gnats and flies, as thick as mist on evening marshes, thronged about the brow of lawyers, statesmen, priest, and theorist. And others, like discolored flakes of snow on fairest bosoms and the sunniest hair, fell, and were melted by the youthful glow which they extinguished. And like tears they were a veil to those from whose faint lids they rained in drops of sorrow. I became aware of whence those forms proceeded, which thus stained the track in which we moved. After brief space, from every form the beauty slowly waned, from every firmest limb and fairest face the strength and freshness fell like dust, and left the action and the shape without the grace of life. The marble brow of youth was cleft with care, and in those eyes where once hope shone, desire, like a lioness bereft of her last cub, glared ere it died. Each one of that great crowd sent forth incessantly these shadows, numerous as the dead leaves blown in autumn evening from a poplar tree. Each like himself, and like each other were at first. but some distorted seem to be obscure clouds, moulded by the casual air. And of this stuff the car's creative ray wrought all the busy phantoms that were there, as the sun shapes the clouds. Thus on the way mask after mask fell from the countenance and form of all, and long before the day was old, the joy which waked like heaven's glance the sleepers in the oblivious valley died, and some grew weary of the ghastly dance, and fell, as I have fallen, by the wayside. Those soonest from whose forms most shadows passed, and least of strength and beauty did abide. "Then what is life?" I cried. End of Section 41, The Triumph of Life, thus left unfinished by Percy Bysshe Shelley when he died. Recording by Leonard Wilson of Springfield, Ohio. Section 42 of Shelley, Selected Poems and Prose. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Leonard Wilson. Section 42, The World's Wanderers. Tell me, thou star, whose wings of light speed thee in thy fiery flight? In what cavern of the night will thy pinions close now? Tell me, moon, thou pale and gray pilgrim of heaven's homeless way, in what depth of night or day seekest thou repose now? Weary wind, who wanderest like the world's rejected guest, hast thou still some secret nest on the tree or billow? End of Section 42, The World's Wanderers, by Percy Bysshe Shelley. Recording by Leonard Wilson of Springfield, Ohio. Section 43 of Shelley, Selected Poems and Prose. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Leonard Wilson. Section 43, Hymn of Pan. From the forests and highlands we come, from the river-girt islands where loud waves are dumb, listening to my sweet pipings. The wind in the reeds and the rushes, the bees on the bells of thyme, the birds on the myrtle bushes, the cicale above in the lime, and the lizards below in the grass, were as silent as ever old Tmolus was, listening to my sweet pipings. Liquid Peneus was flowing, and all dark temple lay in Pelion's shadow, outgrowing the light of the dying day, speeded by my sweet pipings. The Sileni and Sylvans and Fauns, and the nymphs of the woods and wave, to the edge of the moist river lawns, and the brink of the dewy caves, and all that did then attend and follow, were silent with love, as you now, Apollo, with envy of my sweet pipings. I sang of the dancing stars, I sang of the daedal earth, and of heaven and the giant wars, and love and death and birth. And then I changed my pipings, singing how down the vale of Minalis I pursued a maiden, and clasped a reed. Gods and men, we are all deluded thus. It breaks in our bosom, and then we bleed. All wept, as I think both ye now would, if envy or age had not frozen your blood, at the sorrow of my sweet pipings. End of Section 43, Hymn of Pan, by Percy Bysshe Shelley. Recording by Leonard Wilson of Springfield, Ohio. Section 44 of Shelley, Selected Poems and Prose. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Leonard Wilson. Section 44, 2. Oh, there are spirits of the air. Oh, there are spirits of the air, and genii of the evening breeze, and gentle ghosts with eyes as fair as starbeams among twilight trees. Such lovely ministers to meet, oft hast thou turned from men thy lonely feet. With mountain winds and babbling springs, and moonlight seas, that are the voice of these inexplicable things, thou didst hold commune, and rejoice when they did answer thee. But they cast like a worthless boon thy love away. And thou hast sought in starry eyes beams that were never meant for thine, another's wealth, tame sacrifice to a fond faith. Still dost thou pine? Still dost thou hope that greeting hands, voice, looks, or lips may answer thy demands? Ah, wherefore didst thou build thine hope on the false earth's inconstancy? Did thine own mind afford no scope of love or moving thoughts to thee, that natural scenes or human smiles could steal the power to wind thee in their wiles? Yes, all the faithless smiles are fled, whose falsehood left thee broken-hearted. The glory of the moon is dead. Night's ghosts and dreams have now departed. Thine own soul still is true to thee, but changed to a foul fiend through misery. This fiend, whose ghastly presence ever beside thee like thy shadow hangs, dream not to chase. The mad endeavor would scourge thee to severer pangs. Be as thou art. Thy settled fate, dark as it is, all change would aggravate. End of section 44, 2. Oh, there are spirits of the air, by Percy Bysshe Shelley. Recording by Leonard Wilson of Springfield, Ohio. Section 45 of Shelley, Selected Poems and Prose. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Leonard Wilson. Section 45, Epipsychidion. Verses addressed to the noble and unfortunate lady Emilia V., now imprisoned in the convent of... Advertisement. The writer of the following lines died at Florence, as he was preparing for a voyage to one of the wildest of the Sporades, which he had bought, and where he had fitted up the ruins of an old building, and where it was his hope to have realized a scheme of life suited perhaps to that happier and better world of which he is now an inhabitant, but hardly practicable in this. His life was singular, less on account of the romantic vicissitudes which diversified it than the ideal tinge which it received from his own character and feelings. The present poem, like the Vita Nuova of Dante, is sufficiently intelligible to a certain class of readers without a matter-of-fact history of the circumstances to which it relates, and to a certain other class it must ever remain incomprehensible from a defect of a common organ of perception for the ideas of which it treats. The present poem appears to have been intended by the writer as the dedication to some longer one. The stanza on the opposite page is almost a literal translation from Dante's famous canzone, Voi qu'intendendo il tezo ciel movete, etc. The presumptuous application of the concluding lines to his own composition will raise a smile at the expense of my unfortunate friend, be it a smile not of contempt but pity. S. My song, I fear that thou wilt find but few who fitly shalt conceive thy reasoning. of such hard matter dost thou entertain? Whence, if by misadventure chance should bring thee to base company, as chance may do, quite unaware of what thou dost contain, I prithee comfort thy sweet self again, my last delight. Tell them that they are dull, and bid them own that thou art beautiful. Epipsychidion. Sweet spirit, sister of that orphan one, whose empire is the name thou weepest on, in my heart's temple I suspend to thee these votive wreaths of withered memory. Poor captive bird, who from thy narrow cage pourest such music that it might assuage the rugged hearts of those who prisoned thee, were they not deaf to all sweet melody. This song shall be thy rose. Its petals pale are dead indeed, my adored nightingale, but soft and fragrant is the faded blossom, and it has no thorn left to wound thy bosom. High spirit-winged heart, who dost forever beat thine unfeeling bars with vain endeavor, till those bright plumes of thought, in which arrayed it ever soared this low and worldly shade, lie shattered, and thy panting wounded breast stains with dear blood its unmaternal nest. I weep vain tears. Blood would less bitter be, yet poured forth gladlier, could it profit thee. Seraph of heaven, too gentle to be human, veiling beneath that radiant form of woman all that is insupportable in thee of light and love and immortality. Sweet benediction in the eternal curse, veiled glory of this lampless universe, thou moon beyond the clouds, thou living form among the dead, thou star above the storm, thou wonder and thou beauty and thou terror, thou harmony of nature's art, thou mirror in whom, as in the splendor of the sun, all shapes look glorious which thou gazest on. Ay, even the dim words which obscure thee now flash lightning-like with unaccustomed glow. I pray thee that thou blot from this sad song all of its much mortality and wrong, with those clear drops which start like sacred dew from the twin lights thy sweet soul darkens through, weeping till sorrow becomes ecstasy. Then smile on it, so that it may not die. I never thought before my death to see youth's vision thus made perfect. Emily, I love thee, though the world by no thin name will hide that love from its unvalued shame. Would we two had been twins of the same mother, or that the name my heart lent to another could be a sister's bond for her and thee, blending two beams of one eternity. Yet were one lawful and the other true, these names, though dear, could paint not as is due. How beyond refuge I am thine! Ah me, I am not thine, I am a part of thee. Sweet lamp, my moth-like muse has burned its wings, or like a dying swan who soars and sings, young love should teach time in his own grey style all that thou art. Art thou not void of guile, a lovely soul formed to be blessed and bless? A well of sealed and secret happiness, whose waters like blithe light and music are, vanquishing dissonance and gloom? A star which moves not in the moving heavens, alone? A smile amid dark frowns, a gentle tone amid rude voices, a beloved light, a solitude, a refuge, a delight, a lute which those whom love has taught to play make music on, to soothe the roughest day and lull fond grief asleep, a buried treasure, a cradle of young thoughts of wingless pleasure, a violet-shrouded grave of woe. I measure the world of fancies, seeking one like thee, and find, alas, mine own infirmity. She met me, stranger, upon life's rough way, and lured me towards sweet death, as night by day, winter by spring, or sorrow by swift hope, led into light, life, peace. An antelope, in the suspended impulse of its lightness, were less ethereally light. The brightness of her divinest presence trembles through her limbs, as underneath a cloud of dew, embodied in the windless heaven of June, amid the splendor winged stars, the moon burns inextinguishably beautiful. And from her lips, as from a hyacinth full of honey-dew, a liquid murmur drops, killing the sense with passion, sweet as stops of planetary music heard in trance. In her mild lights the starry spirits dance, the sunbeams of those wells which ever leap under the lightnings of the soul, too deep for the brief fathom line of thought or sense. The glory of her being issuing thence stains the dead, blank, cold air with a warm shade of unentangled intermixture, made by love of light and motion, one intense diffusion, one serene omnipresence, whose flowing outlines mingle in their flowing around her cheeks and utmost fingers glowing with the unintermitted blood which there quivers, as in a fleece of snow-like air the crimson pulse of living morning quiver, continuously prolonged, and ending never, till they are lost, and in that beauty furled which penetrates and clasps and fills the world, scarce visible from extreme loveliness. Warm fragrance seems to fall from her light dress and her loose hair, and where some heavy tress the air of her own speed has disentwined, the sweetness seems to satiate the faint wind, and in the soul a wild odor is felt, beyond the sense, like fiery dews that melt into the bosom of a frozen bud. See where she stands, a mortal shape endued with love and life and light and deity, and motion which may change but cannot die, an image of some bright eternity, a shadow of some golden dream, a splendor leaving the third sphere pilotless, a tender reflection of the eternal moon of love, under whose motions life's dull billows move, a metaphor of spring and youth and morning, a vision like incarnate April, warning with smiles and tears Frost the anatomy into his summer grave. Ah, woe is me! What have I dared? Where am I lifted? How shall I descend and perish not? I know that love makes all things equal. I have heard by mine own heart this joyous truth averred. The spirit of the worm beneath the sod, in love and worship, blends itself with God. Spouse, sister, angel, pilot of the fate whose course has been so starless, oh, too late, beloved! Oh, too soon adored by me! For in the fields of immortality my spirit should at first have worshipped thine, a divine presence in a place divine, or should have moved beside it on this earth, a shadow of that substance from its birth. But not as now. I love thee, yes, I feel that on the fountain of my heart a seal is set to keep its waters pure and bright for thee, since in those tears thou hast delight. Are we not formed as notes of music are for one another, though dissimilar? Such difference without discord as can make those sweetest sounds in which all spirits shake, as trembling leaves in a continuous air? Thy wisdom speaks in me, and bids me dare beacon the rocks on which high hearts are wrecked. I never was attached to that great sect whose doctrine is, that each one should select out of the crowd a mistress or a friend, and all the rest, though fair and wise, commend to cold oblivion, though it is in the code of modern morals, and the beaten road which those poor slaves with weary footsteps tread, who travel to their home among the dead by the broad highway of the world, and so, with one chained friend, perhaps a jealous foe, the dreariest and the longest journey go. True love in this differs from gold and clay, that to divide is not to take away. Love is like understanding that grows bright, gazing on many truths. 'Tis like thy light, imagination, which from earth and sky, and from the depths of human fantasy, as from 1,000 prisms and mirrors, fills the universe with glorious beams, and kills error, the worm, with many a sun-like arrow of its reverberated lightning. Narrow the heart that loves, the brain that contemplates, the life that wears, the spirit that creates one object and one form, and builds thereby a sepulchre for its eternity. Mind from its object differs most in this: evil from good, misery from happiness, the baser from the nobler, the impure and frail from what is clear and must endure. If you divide suffering and dross, you may diminish till it is consumed away. If you divide pleasure and love and thought, each part exceeds the whole, and we know not how much, while any yet remains unshared, of pleasure may be gained, of sorrow spared. The truth is that deep well, whence sages draw the unenvied light of hope, the eternal law by which those live to whom this world of life is as a garden ravaged, and whose strife tills for the promise of a later birth the wilderness of this Elysian earth. There was a being whom my spirit oft met on its visioned wanderings far aloft, in the clear golden prime of my youth's dawn, upon the fairy isles of sunny lawn, amid the enchanted mountains and the caves of divine sleep, and on the air-like waves of wonder-level dream, whose tremulous floor paved her light steps. On an imagined shore, under the gray beak of some promontory, she met me, robed in such exceeding glory that I beheld her not. In solitudes her voice came to me through the whispering woods, and from the fountains, and the odors deep of flowers, which, like lips murmuring in their sleep of the sweet kisses which had lulled them there, breathed but of her to the enamored air. And from the breezes, whether low or loud, and from the rain of every passing cloud, and from the singing of the summer birds, and from all sounds, all silence, in the words of antique verse and high romance, in form, sound, color, in whatever checks that storm which with the shattered present chokes the past, and in that best philosophy whose taste makes this cold common hell, our life, a doom as glorious as a fiery martyrdom. Her spirit was the harmony of truth. Then from the caverns of my dreamy youth I sprang, as one sandaled with plumes of fire, and towards the lodestar of my one desire I flitted, like a dizzy moth, whose flight is as a dead leaf's in the owlet light, when it would seek in Hesper's setting sphere a radiant death, a fiery sepulchre, as if it were a lamp of earthly flame. But she, whom prayers or tears then could not tame, passed, like a god throned on a winged planet, whose burning plumes to tenfold swiftness fan it, into the dreary cone of our life's shade. And as a man with mighty loss dismayed, I would have followed, though the grave between yawned like a gulf whose spectres are unseen, when a voice said, "O thou of hearts the weakest, the phantom is beside thee whom thou seekest." Then I, "Where?" The world's echo answered, "Where?" And in that silence, and in my despair, I questioned every tongueless wind that flew Over my tower of mourning, if it knew Whither 'twas fled, this soul out of my soul, And murmured names and spells which have control Over the sightless tyrants of our fate. But neither prayer nor verse could dissipate The night which closed on her, nor uncreate That world within this chaos, mine and me, Of which she was the veiled divinity, The world, I say, of thoughts that worshipped her. And therefore I went forth, with hope and fear And every gentle passion, sick to death, Feeding my course with expectation's breath, Into the wintry forest of our life. And struggling through its error with vain strife, And stumbling in my weakness and my haste, And half bewildered by new forms, I passed, Seeking among those untaught foresters If I could find one form resembling hers, In which she might have masked herself from me. There one whose voice was venomed melody Sat by a well, under blue nightshade bowers. The breath of her false mouth was like faint flowers, Her touch was as electric poison. Flame out of her looks into my vitals came, And from her living cheeks and bosom flew A killing air, which pierced like honeydew Into the core of my green heart, and lay Upon its leaves, until, as hair grown gray O'er a young brow, they hid its unblown prime With ruins of unseasonable time. In many mortal forms I rashly sought The shadow of that idol of my thought, And some were fair, but beauty dies away; Others were wise, but honeyed words betray; And one was true, oh, why not true to me? Then, as a hunted deer that could not flee, I turned upon my thoughts, and stood at bay, Wounded and weak and panting. The cold day Trembled for pity of my strife and pain. When like a noonday dawn there shone again Deliverance. One stood on my path who seemed As like the glorious shape which I had dreamed As is the moon, whose changes ever run Into themselves to the eternal sun. The cold chaste moon, the queen of heaven's bright isles, Who makes all beautiful on which she smiles. That wandering shrine of soft yet icy flame, Which ever is transformed, yet still the same, And warms not, but illumines. Young and fair as the descended spirit of that sphere, She hid me, as the moon may hide the night From its own darkness, until all was bright Between the heaven and earth of my calm mind. And as a cloud charioted by the wind, She led me to a cave in that wild place, And sat beside me, with her downward face Illumining my slumbers, like the moon Waxing and waning o'er Endymion. And I was laid asleep, spirit and limb, And all my being became bright or dim As the moon's image in a summer sea, According as she smiled or frowned on me. And there I lay, within a chaste cold bed. Alas, I then was nor alive nor dead, For at her silver voice came death and life, Unmindful each of their accustomed strife, Masked like twin babes, a sister and a brother, The wandering hopes of one abandoned mother. And through the cavern without wings they flew, And cried, "Away! He is not of our crew." I wept, and though it be a dream, I weep. What storms then shook the ocean of my sleep, Blotting that moon, whose pale and waning lips Then shrank as in the sickness of eclipse, And how my soul was as a lampless sea, And who was then its tempest? And when she, the planet of that hour, was quenched, What frost crept o'er those waters, till from coast to coast The moving billows of my being fell Into a death of ice, immovable. And then, What earthquakes made it gape and split, the white moon smiling all the while on it, these words conceal. If not, each word would be the key of staunchless tears. Weep not for me. At length into the obscure forest came the vision I had sought through grief and shame. Athwart that wintry wilderness of thorns flashed from her motion splendor like the morn's, and from her presence life was radiated through the gray earth and branches bare and dead, so that her way was paved and roofed above with flowers as soft as thoughts of budding love, and music from her respiration spread like light. All other sounds were penetrated by the small, still, sweet spirit of that sound, so that the savage winds hung mute around, and odors warm and fresh fell from her hair, dissolving the dull cold in the frore air. Soft as an incarnation of the sun, when light is changed to love, this glorious one floated into the cavern where I lay, and called my spirit, and the dreaming clay was lifted by the thing that dreamed below, as smoke by fire, and in her beauty's glow I stood, and felt the dawn of my long night was penetrating me with living light. I knew it was the vision veiled from me so many years, that it was Emily. Twin spheres of light who rule this passive earth, this world of loves, this me, and into birth awaken all its fruits and flowers, and dart magnetic might into its central heart, and lift its billows and its mists, and guide by everlasting laws each wind and tide to its fit cloud and its appointed cave, and lull its storms, each in the craggy grave which was its cradle, luring to faint bowers the armies of the rainbow-winged showers. And as those married lights, which from the towers of heaven look forth, and fold the wandering globe in liquid sleep and splendor, as a robe, and all their many mingled influence blend, if equal, yet unlike, to one sweet end. So ye, bright regents, with alternate sway, govern my sphere of being night and day. Thou not disdaining even a borrowed might, thou not eclipsing a remoter light, and through the shadow of the seasons three, from spring to autumn's sere maturity, light it into the winter of the tomb, where it may ripen to a brighter bloom. Thou too, O comet beautiful and fierce, who drew the heart of this frail universe towards thine own, till wrecked in that convulsion, alternating attraction and repulsion, thine went astray, and that was rent in twain. O float into our azure heaven again, be there love's folding star at thy return. The living sun will feed thee from its urn of golden fire, the moon will veil her horn in thy last smiles, adoring even and morn will worship thee with incense of calm breath, and lights and shadows, as the star of death and birth is worshipped by those sisters wild, called Hope and Fear. Upon the heart are piled their offerings, of this sacrifice divine, a world shall be the altar. Lady mine, scorn not these flowers of thought, the fading birth, which from its heart of hearts that plant puts forth, whose fruit, made perfect by thy sunny eyes, will be as of the trees of paradise. The day is come, and thou wilt fly with me, to whatsoever of dull mortality is mine, remain a vestal sister still. To the intense, the deep, the imperishable, not mine, but me, henceforth be thou united, even as a bride, delighting and delighted. The hour is come, the destined star has risen, which shall descend upon a vacant prison. The walls are high, the gates are strong, thick set the sentinels. But true love never yet was thus constrained, It overleaps all fence, like lightning, with invisible violence, piercing its continents, like heaven's free breath, which he who grasps can hold not. Liker death, who rides upon a thought, and makes his way through temple, tower, and palace, and the array of arms. More strength has love than he or they, for it can burst his charnel, and make free the limbs in chains, the heart in agony, the soul in dust and chaos. Emily, a ship is floating in the harbor now. A wind is hovering o'er the mountain's brow. There is a path on the sea's azure floor. No keel has ever plowed that path before. The halcyons brood around the foamless isles. The treacherous ocean has forsworn its wiles. The merry mariners are bold and free. Say, my heart's sister, wilt thou sail with me? Our bark is as an albatross whose nest is a far Eden of the purple east, and we between her wings will sit, while night and day and storm and calm pursue their flight, our ministers along the boundless sea, treading each other's heels unheededly. It is an isle under Ionian skies, beautiful as a wreck of paradise. And for the harbors are not safe and good, this land would have remained a solitude, but for some pastoral people native there, who from the Elysian clear and golden air draw the last spirit of the age of gold, simple and spirited, innocent and bold. The blue Aegean girds this chosen home, with ever-changing sound and light and foam, kissing the sifted sands and caverns hoar, and all the winds wandering along the shore undulate with the undulating tide. There are thick woods where sylvan forms abide, and many a fountain, rivulet, and pond, as clear as elemental diamond, or serene morning air, and far beyond the mossy tracks made by the goats and deer, which the rough shepherd treads but once a year, pierce into glades, caverns, and bowers, and halls, built round with ivy, which the waterfalls, illumining with sound that never fails, accompany the noonday nightingales. And all the place is peopled with sweet airs. The light, clear element which the isle wears is heavy with the scent of lemon flowers, which floats like mist laden with unseen showers, and falls upon the eyelids like faint sleep. And from the moss violets and jonquils peep, and dart their arrowy odor through the brain, till you might faint with that delicious pain. And every motion, odor, beam, and tone with that deep music is in unison, which is a soul within the soul. They seem like echoes of an antenatal dream. It is an isle twixt heaven, air, earth, and sea, cradled and hung in clear tranquillity, bright as that wandering Eden Lucifer, washed by the soft blue oceans of young air. It is a favored place. Famine or blight, pestilence, war, and earthquake never light upon its mountain peaks. Blind vultures, they sail onward far upon their fatal way. The winged storms, chanting their thunder psalm to other lands, leave azure chasms of calm over this isle, or weep themselves in dew, from which its fields and woods ever renew their green and golden immortality. And from the sea there rise, and from the sky there fall, clear exhalations, soft and bright. Veil after veil, each hiding some delight, which sun or moon or zephyr draw aside, till the isle's beauty, like a naked bride glowing at once with love and loveliness, blushes and trembles at its own excess, yet like a buried lamp, a soul no less burns in the heart of this delicious isle, an atom of the eternal, whose own smile unfolds itself, and may be felt, not seen, o'er the gray rocks, blue waves, and forests green, filling their bare and void interstices. But the chief marvel of the wilderness is a lone dwelling, built by whom or how, none of the rustic island people know. 'Tis not a tower of strength, though with its height it overtops the woods, but for delight some wise and tender ocean king, ere crime had been invented, in the world's young prime, reared it, a wonder of that simple time, an envy of the isles, a pleasure house made sacred to his sister and his spouse. It scarce seems now a wreck of human art, but as it were titanic, in the heart of earth, having assumed its form, then grown out of the mountains, from the living stone, lifting itself in caverns light and high, for all the antique and learned imagery has been erased, and in the place of it the ivy and the wild vine interknit the volumes of their many twining stems. Parasite flowers illume with dewy gems the lampless halls, and when they fade, the sky peeps through their winter woof of tracery, with moonlight patches, or star atoms keen, or fragments of the day's intense serene, working mosaic on their Parian floors. And day and night, aloof from the high towers and terraces, the earth and ocean seem to sleep in one another's arms, and dream of waves, flowers, clouds, woods, rocks, and all that we read in their smiles and call reality. This isle and house are mine, and I have vowed thee to be lady of the solitude, and I have fitted up some chambers there, looking towards the golden eastern air, and level with the living winds, which flow like waves above the living waves below. I have sent books and music there, and all those instruments with which high spirits call the future from its cradle, and the past out of its grave, and make the present last in thoughts and joys which sleep but cannot die, folded within their own eternity. Our simple life wants little, and true taste hires not the pale drudge luxury to waste the scene it would adorn, and therefore still Nature with all her children haunts the hill. The ring-dove in the embowering ivy yet keeps up her love lament, and the owls flit round the evening tower, and the young stars glance between the quick bats in their twilight dance. The spotted deer bask in the fresh moonlight before our gate, and the slow silent night is measured by the pants of their calm sleep. Be this our home in life, and when years heap their withered hours, like leaves, on our decay, let us become the overhanging day, the living soul of this Elysian isle, conscious, inseparable, one. Meanwhile, we two will rise and sit and walk together under the roof of blue Ionian weather, and wander in the meadows, or ascend the mossy mountains, where the blue heavens bend with lightest winds to touch their paramour, or linger where the pebble-paven shore, under the quick faint kisses of the sea, trembles and sparkles as with ecstasy, possessing and possessed by all that is within that calm circumference of bliss, and by each other, till to love and live be one. Or at the noontide hour arrive where some old cavern hoar seems yet to keep the moonlight of the expired night asleep, through which the awakened day can never peep, a veil for our seclusion, close as nights, where secure sleep may kill thine innocent lights. Sleep, the fresh dew of languid love, the rain whose drops quench kisses till they burn again. And we will talk until thought's melody become too sweet for utterance, and it die in words, to live again in looks, which dart with thrilling tone into the voiceless heart, harmonizing silence without a sound. Our breath shall intermix, our bosoms bound, and our veins beat together, and our lips, with other eloquence than words, eclipse the soul that burns between them, and the wells which boil under our being's inmost cells, The fountains of our deepest life shall be confused in passion's golden purity, as mountain springs under the morning sun. We shall become the same. We shall be one spirit within two frames. Oh, wherefore two? One passion in twin hearts, which grows and grew, till like two meteors of expanding flame, those fears instinct with it become the same, touch, mingle, are transfigured, ever still burning, yet ever inconsumable, in one another's substance finding food, like flames too pure and light and unimbued to nourish their bright lives with baser prey, which point to heaven and cannot pass away. One hope within two wills, one will beneath two overshadowing minds, one life, one death, one heaven, one hell, one immortality, and one annihilation. Woe is me! The winged words on which my soul would pierce into the height of love's rare universe are chains of lead around its flight of fire. I pant, I sink, I tremble, I expire. Weak verses go, kneel at your sovereign's feet and say, "We are the masters of thy slave. What wouldest thou with us and ours and thine?" Then call your sisters from oblivion's cave, all singing loud, "Love's very pain is sweet, but its reward is in the world divine, which if not here, it builds beyond the grave." So shall ye live when I am there. Then haste over the hearts of men, until ye meet Marina, Vanna, Primus, and the rest, and bid them love each other and be blest, and leave the troop which errs and which reproves, and come and be my guest, for I am Love's. End of Section 45, Epipsychidion, by Percy Bysshe Shelley. Recording by Leonard Wilson of Springfield, Ohio. Section 46 of Shelley, Selected Poems and Prose. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Leonard Wilson. Section 46, Song, Rarely, Rarely Comest Thou. Rarely, rarely comest thou, Spirit of delight. Wherefore hast thou left me now many a day and night? Many a weary night and day 'tis since thou art fled away. How shall ever one like me win thee back again? With the joyous and the free thou wilt scoff at pain. Spirit false, thou hast forgot all but those who need thee not. As a lizard with the shade of a trembling leaf, thou with sorrow art dismayed. Even the sighs of grief reproach thee, that thou art not near, and reproach thou wilt not hear. Let me set my mournful ditty to a merry measure. Thou wilt never come for pity, thou wilt come for pleasure. Pity then will cut away those cruel wings, and thou wilt stay. I love all that thou lovest, Spirit of delight, the fresh earth in new leaves dressed, and the starry night, autumn evening and the morn when the golden mists are born. I love snow and all the forms of the radiant frost. I love waves and winds and storms, everything almost which is nature's and may be untainted by man's misery. I love tranquil solitude, and such society as is quiet, wise, and good. Between thee and me, what difference? But thou dost possess the things I seek, not love them less. I love love, though he has wings, and like light can flee. But above all other things, Spirit, I love thee. Thou art love and life. O come, make once more my heart thy home. End of section 46. Song, Rarely, Rarely Comest Thou, by Percy Bysshe Shelley. Recording by Leonard Wilson of Springfield, Ohio. Section 47 of Shelley, Selected Poems and Prose. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Leonard Wilson. Section 47. Alastor, or the Spirit of Solitude. Preface. The poem entitled Alastor may be considered as allegorical of one of the most interesting situations of the human mind. It represents a youth of uncorrupted feelings and adventurous genius, led forth by an imagination inflamed and purified through familiarity with all that is excellent and majestic to the contemplation of the universe. He drinks deep of the fountains of knowledge, and is still insatiate. The magnificence and beauty of the external world sinks profoundly into the frame of his conceptions, and affords to their modifications a variety not to be exhausted. So long as it is possible for his desires to point towards objects thus infinite and unmeasured, he is joyous and tranquil and self-possessed. But the period arrives when these objects cease to suffice. His mind is at length suddenly awakened, and thirsts for intercourse with an intelligence similar to itself. He imagines to himself the being whom he loves. Conversant with speculations of the sublimest and most perfect natures, the vision in which he embodies his own imaginations unites all of wonderful or wise or beautiful which the poet, the philosopher, or the lover could depicture. The intellectual faculties, the imagination, the functions of sense, have their respective requisitions on the sympathy of corresponding powers in other human beings. The poet is represented as uniting these requisitions and attaching them to a single image. He seeks in vain for a prototype of his conception. Blasted by his disappointment, he descends to an untimely grave. The picture is not barren of instruction to actual men. The poet's self-centered seclusion was avenged by the furies of an irresistible passion pursuing him to speedy ruin. But that power which strikes the luminaries of the world with sudden darkness and extinction, by awakening them to too exquisite a perception of its influences, dooms to a slow and poisonous decay those meaner spirits that dare to abjure its dominion. Their destiny is more abject and inglorious as their delinquency is more contemptible and pernicious. They who, deluded by no generous error, instigated by no sacred thirst of doubtful knowledge, duped by no illustrious superstition, loving nothing on this earth, and cherishing no hopes beyond, yet keep aloof from sympathies with their kind, rejoicing neither in human joy nor mourning with human grief, these, and such as they, have their apportioned curse. They languish because none feel with them their common nature. They are morally dead. They are neither friends nor lovers, nor fathers, nor citizens of the world, nor benefactors of their country. Among those who attempt to exist without human sympathy, the pure and tender-hearted perish through the intensity and passion of their search after its communities, when the vacancy of their spirit suddenly makes itself felt. All else, selfish, blind, and torpid, are those unforeseeing multitudes who constitute, together with their own, the lasting misery and loneliness of the world. Those who love not their fellow beings live unfruitful lives, and prepare for their old age a miserable grave. The good die first, and those whose hearts are dry as summer dust burn to the socket. December 14th, 1815. Alastor, or the Spirit of Solitude. Earth, ocean, air, beloved brotherhood, if our great Mother has imbued my soul with aught of natural piety to feel your love, and recompense the boon with mine, if dewy morn and odorous noon, and even with sunset and its gorgeous ministers, and solemn midnight's tingling silentness, if autumn's hollow sighs in the sere wood, and winter robing with pure snow and crowns of starry ice the gray grass and bare boughs, if spring's voluptuous pantings when she breathes her first sweet kisses have been dear to me, if no bright bird, insect, or gentle beast I consciously have injured, but still loved and cherished these my kindred, then forgive this boast, beloved brethren, and withdraw no portion of your wonted favor now. Mother of this unfathomable world, favor my solemn song, for I have loved thee ever, and thee only. I have watched thy shadow and the darkness of thy steps, and my heart ever gazes on the depth of thy deep mysteries. I have made my bed in charnels and on coffins, where black death keeps record of the trophies won from thee, hoping to still these obstinate questionings of thee and thine, by forcing some lone ghost, thy messenger, to render up the tale of what we are. In lone and silent hours, when night makes a weird sound of its own stillness, like an inspired and desperate alchemist staking his very life on some dark hope, have I mixed awful talk and asking looks with my most innocent love, until strange tears, uniting with those breathless kisses, made such magic as compels the charmed night to render up thy charge. And though ne'er yet thou hast unveiled thy inmost sanctuary, enough from incommunicable dream, and twilight phantasms, and deep noonday thought has shone within me, that serenely now, and moveless, as a long forgotten lyre suspended in the solitary dome of some mysterious and deserted fane, I wait thy breath, great parent, that my strain may modulate with murmurs of the air, and motions of the forests and the sea, and voice of living beings, and woven hymns of night and day, and the deep heart of man. There was a poet whose untimely tomb no human hands with pious reverence reared, but the charmed eddies of autumnal winds built o'er his mouldering bones a pyramid of mouldering leaves in the waste wilderness. A lovely youth, no mourning maiden decked with weeping flowers, or votive cypress wreath the lone couch of his everlasting sleep. Gentle and brave and generous, no lorn bard breathed o'er his dark fate one melodious sigh. He lived, he died, he sung in solitude. Strangers have wept to hear his passionate notes, and virgins, as unknown he passed, have pined and wasted for fond love of his wild eyes. The fire of those soft orbs has ceased to burn, and silence, too enamored of that voice, locks its mute music in her rugged cell. By solemn vision and bright silver dream his infancy was nurtured. Every sight and sound from the vast earth and ambient air sent to his heart its choicest impulses. The fountains of divine philosophy fled not his thirsting lips, and all of great or good or lovely, which the sacred past in truth or fable consecrates, he felt and knew. When early youth had passed, he left his cold fireside and alienated home to seek strange truths in undiscovered lands. Many a wide waste and tangled wilderness has lured his fearless steps, and he has bought with his sweet voice and eyes from savage men his rest and food. Nature's most secret steps he like her shadow has pursued, where'er the red volcano overcanopies its fields of snow and pinnacles of ice with burning smoke, or where bitumen lakes on black bare pointed islets ever beat with sluggish surge, or where the secret caves, rugged and dark, winding among the springs of fire and poison, inaccessible to avarice or pride, their starry domes of diamond and of gold expand above numberless and immeasurable halls, frequent with crystal column and clear shrines of pearl, and thrones radiant with chrysolite. Nor had that scene of ampler majesty than gems or gold, the varying roof of heaven, and the green earth lost in his heart its claims to love and wonder. He would linger long in lonesome vales, making the wild his home, until the doves and squirrels would partake from his innocuous hand his bloodless food, lured by the gentle meaning of his looks. And the wild antelope, that starts whene'er the dry leaf rustles in the brake, suspend her timid steps to gaze upon a form more graceful than her own. His wandering step, obedient to high thoughts, has visited the awful ruins of the days of old, Athens and Tyre and Baalbec, and the waste where stood Jerusalem, the fallen towers of Babylon, the eternal pyramids, Memphis and Thebes, and whatsoe'er of strange sculptured on alabaster obelisk, or jasper tomb, or mutilated sphinx, dark Ethiopia in her desert hills conceals. Among the ruined temples there, stupendous columns and wild images of more than man, where marble demons watch the zodiac's brazen mystery, and dead men hang their mute thoughts on the mute walls around, he lingered, poring on memorials of the world's youth, through the long burning day gazed on those speechless shapes, nor when the moon filled the mysterious halls with floating shades suspended he that task, but ever gazed and gazed, till meaning on his vacant mind flashed like strong inspiration, and he saw the thrilling secrets of the birth of time. Meanwhile an Arab maiden brought his food, her daily portion, from her father's tent, and spread her matting for his couch, and stole from duties and repose to tend his steps, enamored, yet not daring for deep awe to speak her love, and watched his nightly sleep, sleepless herself, to gaze upon his lips parted in slumber, whence the regular breath of innocent dreams arose. Then, when red morn made paler the pale moon, to her cold home, wildered and wan and panting, she returned. The poet, wandering on through Araby and Persia and the wild Carmanian waste, and o'er the aerial mountains which pour down Indus and Oxus from their icy caves, in joy and exultation held his way, till in the vale of Kashmir, far within its loneliest dell, where odorous plants entwine beneath the hollow rocks a natural bower, beside a sparkling rivulet he stretched his languid limbs. A vision on his sleep there came, a dream of hopes that never yet had flushed his cheek. He dreamed a veiled maiden sat near him, talking in low solemn tones. Her voice was like the voice of his own soul, heard in the calm of thought, its music long, like woven sounds of streams and breezes, held his inmost sense suspended in its web of many-colored woof and shifting hues. Knowledge and truth and virtue were her theme, and lofty hopes of divine liberty, thoughts the most dear to him, and poesy, herself a poet. Soon the solemn mood of her pure mind kindled through all her frame a permeating fire. Wild numbers then she raised, with voice stifled in tremulous sobs, subdued by its own pathos. Her fair hands were bare alone, sweeping from some strange harp strange symphony, and in their branching veins the eloquent blood told an ineffable tale. The beating of her heart was heard to fill the pauses of her music, and her breath tumultuously accorded with those fits of intermitted song. Sudden she rose, as if her heart impatiently endured its bursting burthen. At the sound he turned, and saw by the warm light of their own life her glowing limbs, beneath the sinuous veil of woven wind, her outspread arms now bare, her dark locks floating in the breath of night, her beamy bending eyes, her parted lips outstretched and pale and quivering eagerly. His strong heart sunk and sickened with excess of love. He reared his shuddering limbs, and quelled his gasping breath, and spread his arms to meet her panting bosom. She drew back a while, then yielding to the irresistible joy, with frantic gesture and short breathless cry, folded his frame in her dissolving arms. Now blackness veiled his dizzy eyes, and night involved and swallowed up the vision. Sleep, like a dark flood suspended in its course, rolled back its impulse on his vacant brain. Roused by the shock, he started from his trance. The cold white light of morning, the blue moon low in the west, the clear and garish hills, the distinct valley and the vacant woods, spread round him where he stood. Whither have fled the hues of heaven that canopied his bower of yesternight? The sounds that soothed his sleep, the mystery and the majesty of earth, the joy, the exultation? His wan eyes gaze on the empty scene as vacantly as ocean's moon looks on the moon in heaven. The spirit of sweet human love has sent a vision to the sleep of him who spurned her choicest gifts. He eagerly pursues beyond the realms of dream that fleeting shade. He overleaps the bounds. Alas, alas! Were limbs and breath and being intertwined thus treacherously? Lost, lost, forever lost, in the wide pathless desert of dim sleep, that beautiful shape! Does the dark gate of death conduct to thy mysterious paradise, O sleep? Does the bright arch of rainbow clouds and pendant mountains, seen in the calm lake, lead only to a black and watery depth, while death's blue vault with loathliest vapors hung, where every shade which the foul grave exhales hides its dead eye from the detested day, conducts, O sleep, to thy delightful realms? This doubt with sudden tide flowed on his heart. The insatiate hope which it awakened stung his brain even like despair. While daylight held the sky, the poet kept mute conference with his still soul. At night the passion came, like the fierce fiend of a distempered dream, and shook him from his rest, and led him forth into the darkness. As an eagle, grasped in folds of the green serpent, feels her breast burn with the poison, and precipitates through night and day, tempest and calm and cloud, frantic with dizzying anguish, her blind flight o'er the wide airy wilderness, thus driven by the bright shadow of that lovely dream, beneath the cold glare of the desolate night, through tangled swamps and deep precipitous dells, startling with careless step the moonlight snake, he fled. Red morning dawned upon his flight, shedding the mockery of its vital hues upon his cheek of death. He wandered on, till vast Aornos, seen from Petra's steep, hung o'er the low horizon like a cloud. Through Balk, and where the desolated tombs of Parthian kings scatter to every wind their wasting dust, wildly he wandered on, day after day a weary waste of hours, bearing within his life the brooding care that ever fed on its decaying flame. And now his limbs were lean, his scattered hair, seared by the autumn of strange suffering, sung dirges in the wind. His listless hand hung like dead bone within its withered skin. Life and the luster that consumed it shone as in a furnace burning secretly from his dark eyes alone. The cottagers, who ministered with human charity his human wants, beheld with wondering awe their fleeting visitant. The mountaineer, encountering on some dizzy precipice that spectral form, deemed that the spirit of wind, with lightning eyes and eager breath, and feet disturbing not the drifted snow, had paused in its career. The infant would conceal his troubled visage in his mother's robe, in terror at the glare of those wild eyes, to remember their strange light in many a dream of after times. But youthful maidens, taught by nature, would interpret half the woe that wasted him, would call him with false names brother and friend, would press his pallid hand at parting, and watch, dim through tears, the path of his departure from their father's door. At length upon the lone Chorasmian shore he paused, a wide and melancholy waste of putrid marshes. A strong impulse urged his steps to the seashore. A swan was there beside a sluggish stream among the reeds. It rose as he approached, and with strong wings, scaling the upward sky, bent its bright course high over the immeasurable main. His eyes pursued its flight. Thou hast a home, beautiful bird! Thou voyagest to thine home, where thy sweet mate will twine her downy neck with thine, and welcome thy return with eyes bright in the lustre of their own fond joy. And what am I that I should linger here, with voice far sweeter than thy dying notes, spirit more vast than thine, frame more attuned to beauty, wasting these surpassing powers in the deaf air, to the blind earth, and heaven that echoes not my thoughts? A gloomy smile of desperate hope wrinkled his quivering lips. For sleep, he knew, kept most relentlessly its precious charge, and silent death exposed, faithless perhaps as sleep, a shadowy lure, with doubtful smile mocking its own strange charms. Startled by his own thoughts, he looked around. There was no fair fiend near him, not a sight or sound of awe, but in his own deep mind. A little shallop floating near the shore caught the impatient wandering of his gaze. It had been long abandoned, for its sides gaped wide with many a rift, and its frail joints swayed with the undulations of the tide. A restless impulse urged him to embark, and meet lone death on the drear ocean's waste. For well he knew that mighty shadow loves the slimy caverns of the populous deep. The day was fair and sunny. Sea and sky drank its inspiring radiance, and the wind swept strongly from the shore, blackening the waves. Following his eager soul, the wanderer leaped in the boat. He spread his cloak aloft on the bare mast, and took his lonely seat, and felt the boat speed o'er the tranquil sea like a torn cloud before the hurricane. As one that in a silver vision floats obedient to the sweep of odorous winds upon resplendent clouds, so rapidly along the dark and ruffled waters fled the straining boat. A whirlwind swept it on, with fierce gusts and precipitating force, through the white ridges of the chafed sea. The waves arose. Higher and higher still their fierce necks writhed beneath the tempest's scourge, like serpents struggling in a vulture's grasp. Calm and rejoicing in the fearful war of wave ruining on wave, and blast on blast descending, and black flood on whirlpool driven with dark obliterating course, he sat. As if their genii were the ministers appointed to conduct him to the light of those beloved eyes, the poet sat, holding the steady helm. Evening came on. The beams of sunset hung their rainbow hues high mid the shifting domes of sheeted spray that canopied his path o'er the waste deep. Twilight, ascending slowly from the east, entwined in duskier wreaths her braided locks o'er the fair front and radiant eyes of day. Night followed, clad with stars. On every side more horribly the multitudinous streams of ocean's mountainous waste to mutual war rushed in dark tumult thundering, as to mock the calm and spangled sky. The little boat still fled before the storm, still fled like foam down the steep cataract of a wintry river, now pausing on the edge of the riven wave, now leaving far behind the bursting mass that fell, convulsing ocean, safely fled, as if that frail and wasted human form had been an elemental god. At midnight the moon arose, and lo, the ethereal cliffs of Caucasus, whose icy summits shone among the stars like sunlight, and around whose caverned base the whirlpools and the waves, bursting and eddying irresistibly, rage and resound forever. Who shall save? The boat fled on, the boiling torrent drove, the crags closed round with black and jagged arms, the shattered mountain overhung the sea, and faster still, beyond all human speed, suspended on the sweep of the smooth wave, the little boat was driven. A cavern there yawned, and amid its slant and winding depths engulfed the rushing sea. The boat fled on with unrelaxing speed. "Vision and love!" the poet cried aloud. "I have beheld the path of thy departure. Sleep and death shall not divide us long." The boat pursued the windings of the cavern. Daylight shone at length upon that gloomy river's flow. Now where the fiercest war among the waves is calm, on the unfathomable stream, the boat moved slowly. Where the mountain, riven, exposed those black depths to the azure sky, ere yet the flood's enormous volume fell even to the base of Caucasus, with sound that shook the everlasting rocks, the mass filled with one whirlpool all that ample chasm. Stair above stair the eddying waters rose, circling immeasurably fast, and laved with alternating dash the gnarled roots of mighty trees that stretched their giant arms in darkness over it. In the mist was left, reflecting, yet distorting every cloud, a pool of treacherous and tremendous calm. Seized by the sway of the ascending stream, with dizzy swiftness, round and round and round, ridge after ridge, the straining boat arose, till on the verge of the extremest curve, where through an opening of the rocky bank the waters overflow, and a smooth spot of glassy quiet mid those battling tides is left, the boat paused shuddering. Shall it sink down the abyss? Shall the reverting stress of that resistless gulf embosom it? Now shall it fall? A wandering stream of wind, breathed from the west, has caught the expanded sail, and lo, with gentle motion, between banks of mossy slope, and on a placid stream beneath a woven grove, it sails, and hark, the ghastly torrent mingles its far roar with the breeze murmuring in the musical woods. Where the embowering trees recede and leave a little space of green expanse, the cove is closed by meeting banks, whose yellow flowers forever gaze on their own drooping eyes reflected in the crystal calm. The wave of the boat's motion marred their pensive task, which naught but vagrant bird, or wanton wind, or falling spear–grass, or their own decay, had ever disturbed before. The poet longed to deck with their bright hues his withered hair, but on his heart its solitude returned, and he forbore. Not the strong impulse hid in those flushed cheeks, bent eyes, and shadowy frame had yet performed its ministry. It hung upon his life as lightning in a cloud gleams, hovering ere it vanish, ere the floods of night close over it. The noonday sun now shone upon the forest, one vast mass of mingling shade, whose brown magnificence a narrow vale embosoms. There huge caves, scooped in the dark base of their airy rocks, mocking its moans, respond and roar forever. The meeting boughs and implicated leaves wove twilight o'er the poet's path, as led by love or dream or God or mightier death, he sought in nature's dearest haunt some bank, her cradle and his sepulchre. More dark and dark the shades accumulate. The oak, expanding its immense and knotty arms, embraces the light beach. The pyramids of the tall cedar overarching frame most solemn domes within, and far below, like clouds suspended in an emerald sky, the ash and the acacia floating hang, tremulous and pale. Like restless serpents clothed in rainbow and in fire, the parasites starred with 10,000 blossoms flow around the gray trunks, and as gamesome infants' eyes, with gentle meanings and most innocent wiles, fold their beams round the hearts of those that love, these twine their tendrils with the wedded boughs uniting their close union. The woven leaves make network of the dark blue light of day, and the night's noontide clearness, mutable as shapes in the weird clouds. Soft mossy lawns beneath these canopies extend their swells, fragrant with perfumed herbs, and eyed with blooms, minute yet beautiful. One darkest glen sends from its woods of musk rose, twined with jasmine, a soul-dissolving odor to invite to some more lovely mystery. Through the dell, silence and twilight here, twin sisters, keep their noonday watch, and sail among the shades like vaporous shapes half seen. Beyond, a well, dark, gleaming, and of most translucent wave, images all the woven boughs above, and each depending leaf, and every speck of azure sky darting between their chasms. Nor aught else in the liquid mirror laves its portraiture, but some inconstant star between one foliaged lattice twinkling fair, or painted bird sleeping beneath the moon, or gorgeous insect floating motionless, unconscious of the day, ere yet his wings have spread their glories to the gaze of noon. Hither the poet came. His eyes beheld their own wan light through the reflected lines of his thin hair, distinct in the dark depth of that still fountain. As the human heart, gazing in dreams o'er the gloomy grave, sees its own treacherous likeness there. He heard the motion of the leaves, the grass that sprung startled and glanced and trembled even to feel an unaccustomed presence, and the sound of the sweet brook that from the secret springs of that dark fountain rose. A spirit seemed to stand beside him, clothed in no bright robes of shadowy silver or enshrining light borrowed from aught the visible world affords of grace or majesty or mystery, but undulating woods and silent well and leaping rivulet and evening gloom now deepening the dark shades, for speech assuming, held commune with him, as if he and it were all that was, only, when his regard was raised by intense pensiveness, two starry eyes hung in the gloom of thought, and seemed with their serene and azure smiles to beckon him. Obedient to the light that shone within his soul, he went pursuing the windings of the dell. The rivulet, wanton and wild, through many a green ravine beneath the forest flowed. Sometimes it fell among the moss with hollow harmony, dark and profound. Now on the polished stones it danced, like childhood laughing as it went, then through the plain in tranquil wanderings crept, reflecting every herb and drooping bud that overhung its quietness. O stream, whose source is inaccessibly profound, whither do thy mysterious waters tend? Thou imagest my life. Thy darksome stillness, thy dazzling waves, thy loud and hollow gulfs, thy searchless fountain and invisible course, have each their type in me, and the wide sky and measureless ocean may declare as soon what oozy cavern or what wandering cloud contains thy waters, as the universe tell where these living thoughts reside, when stretched upon thy flowers my bloodless limbs shall waste in the passing wind. Beside the grassy shore of the small stream he went. He did impress on the green moss his tremulous step, that caught strong shuddering from his burning limbs. As one roused by some joyous madness from the couch of fever he did move. Yet not like him, forgetful of the grave, where when the flame of his frail exaltation shall be spent, he must descend. With rapid steps he went beneath the shade of trees, beside the flow of the wild babbling rivulet. And now the forest's solemn canopies were changed for the uniform and lightsome evening sky. Gray rocks did peep from the spare moss, and stemmed the struggling brook. Tall spires of windlestray threw their thin shadows down the rugged slope, and naught but gnarled roots of ancient pines, branchless and blasted, clenched with grasping roots the unwilling soil. A gradual change was here, yet ghastly. For as fast years flow away, the smooth brow gathers, and the hair grows thin and white, and where irradiate, dewy eyes had shone, gleam stony orbs. So from his steps bright flowers departed, and the beautiful shade of the green groves, with all their odorous winds and musical motions. Calm, he still pursued the stream, that with a larger volume now rolled through the labyrinthine dell, and there fretted a path through its descending curves with its wintry speed. On every side now rose rocks, which in unimaginable forms lifted their black and barren pinnacles in the light of evening, and its precipice, obscuring the ravine, disclosed above, mid toppling stones, black gulfs and yawning caves, whose windings gave 10,000 various tongues to the loud stream. Lo, where the pass expands its stony jaws, the abrupt mountain breaks, and seems with its accumulated crags to overhang the world. For wide expand beneath the wan stars and descending moon, islanded seas, blue mountains, mighty streams, dim tracts and vast, robed in the lustrous gloom of leaden-colored even, and fiery hills mingling their flames with twilight on the verge of the remote horizon. The near scene in naked and severe simplicity made contrast with the universe. A pine, rock-rooted, stretched athwart the vacancy its swinging boughs, to each inconstant blast yielding one only response, and each pause in most familiar cadence, with the howl, the thunder, and the hiss of homeless streams, mingling its solemn song, whilst the broad river, foaming and hurrying o'er its rugged path, fell into that immeasurable void, scattering its waters to the passing winds. Yet the gray precipice and solemn pine and torrent were not all. One silent nook was there. Even on the edge of that vast mountain, upheld by knotty roots and fallen rocks, it overlooked in its serenity the dark earth and the bending vault of stars. It was a tranquil spot that seemed to smile even in the lap of horror. Ivy clasped the fissured stones with its entwining arms, and did embower with leaves forever green, and berries dark, the smooth and even space of its inviolated floor. And here the children of the autumnal whirlwind bore, in wanton sport, those bright leaves whose decay, red, yellow, or ethereally pale, rivals the pride of summer. 'Tis the haunt of every gentle wind, whose breath can teach the wilds to love tranquillity. One step, one human step alone, has ever broken the stillness of its solitude. One voice alone inspired its echoes. Even that voice which hither came, floating among the winds, and led the loveliest among human forms to make their wild haunts the depository of all the grace and beauty that endued its motions, render up its majesty, scatter its music on the unfeeling storm, and to the damp leaves and blue cavern mold, nurses of rainbow flowers and branching moss, commit the colors of that varying cheek, that snowy breast, those dark and drooping eyes. The dim and horned moon hung low and poured a sea of luster on the horizon's verge that overflowed its mountains. Yellow mist filled the unbounded atmosphere, and drank wan moonlight even to fullness. Not a star shone, not a sound was heard. The very winds, danger's grim playmates on that precipice, slept, clasped in his embrace. O storm of death, whose sightless speeds divides this sullen night! And thou, colossal skeleton, that still guiding its irresistible career in thy devastating omnipotence, art king of this frail world, from the red field of slaughter, from the reeking hospital, the patriot's sacred couch, the snowy bed of innocence, the scaffold and the throne, a mighty voice invokes thee. Ruin calls his brother Death. A rare and regal prey he hath prepared, prowling around the world, glutted with which thou mayest repose, and men go to their graves like flowers or creeping worms, nor evermore offer at thy dark shrine the unheeded tribute of a broken heart. When on the threshold of the green recess the wanderer's footsteps fell, he knew that death was on him. Yet a little, ere it fled, did he resign his high and holy soul to images of the majestic past, that paused within his passive being now, like winds that bear sweet music when they breathe through some dim latticed chamber. He did place his pale lean hand upon the rugged trunk of the old pine. Upon an ivied stone reclined his languid head. His limbs did rest, diffused and motionless, on the smooth brink of that obscurest chasm. And thus he lay, surrendering to their final impulses the hovering powers of life. Hope and despair, the torturers, slept. No mortal pain or fear marred his repose. The influxes of sense and his own being unalloyed by pain, yet feebler and more feeble, calmly fed the stream of thought, till he lay breathing there at peace and faintly smiling. His last sight was the great moon, which o'er the western line of the wide world her mighty horn suspended, with whose dun beams in woven darkness seemed to mingle. Now upon the jagged hills it rests, and still as the divided frame of the vast meteor sunk, the poet's blood, that ever beat in mystic sympathy with nature's ebb and flow, grew feebler still, and when two lessening points of light alone gleamed through the darkness, the alternate gasp of his faint respiration scarce did stir the stagnate night, till the minutest ray was quenched, the pulse yet lingered in his heart. It paused, it fluttered. But when heaven remained utterly black, the murky shades involved an image, silent, cold, and motionless, as their own voiceless earth and vacant air. Even as a vapor fed with golden beams that ministered on sunlight ere the west eclipses it, was now that wondrous frame, no sense, no motion, no divinity, a fragile lute, on whose harmonious strings the breath of heaven did wander, a bright stream once fed with many voiced waves, a dream of youth which night and time have quenched forever, still, dark, and dry, and unremembered now. Oh, for Medea's wondrous alchemy, which wheresoe'er it fell made the earth gleam with bright flowers, and the wintry boughs exhale from vernal blooms fresh fragrance! Oh, that God, profuse of poisons, would concede the chalice which but one living man has drained, who now, vessel of deathless wrath, a slave that feels no proud exemption in the blighting curse he bears, over the world wanders forever, lone as incarnate death. Oh, that the dream of dark magician in his visioned cave, raking the cinders of a crucible for life and power, even when his feeble hand shakes in its last decay, were the true law of this so lovely world. But thou art fled like some frail exhalation, which the dawn robes in its golden beams. Ah, thou hast fled, the brave, the gentle, and the beautiful, the child of grace and genius. Heartless things are done and said in the world, and many worms and beasts and men live on, and mighty earth from sea and mountain, city and wilderness, in vesper low or joyous orison, lifts still its solemn voice. But thou art fled. Thou canst no longer know or love the shapes of this phantasmal scene, who have to thee been purest ministers, who are, alas, now thou art not. Upon those pallid lips, so sweet even in their silence, on those eyes that image sleep in death, upon that form yet safe from the worm's outrage, let no tear be shed, not even in thought. Nor when those hues are gone, and those divinest lineaments, worn by the senseless wind, shall live alone in the frail pauses of this simple strain, let not high verse, mourning the memory of that which is no more, or painting's woe or sculpture, speak in feeble imagery their own cold powers. Art and eloquence, and all the shows of the world, are frail and vain to weep a loss that turns their lights to shade. It is a woe too deep for tears, when all is reft at once, when some surpassing spirit, whose light adorned the world around it, leaves those who remain behind, not sobs or groans, the passionate tumult of a clinging hope, but pale despair and cold tranquillity, nature's vast frame, the web of human things, birth and the grave, that are not as they were. End of Section 47, Alastor, or the Spirit of Solitude, by Percy Bysshe Shelley, recording by Leonard Wilson of Springfield, Ohio. Section 48 of Shelley, Selected Poems and Prose. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Leonard Wilson. Section 48, The Witch of Atlas. To Mary. How, my dear Mary, Are you critic bitten, for vipers kill, though dead, by some review, that you condemn these verses I have written, because they tell no story, false or true? What though no mice are caught by a young kitten? May it not leap and play as grown cats do, till its claws come? Prithee, for this one time, content thee with a visionary rhyme. What hand would crush the silken winged fly, the youngest of inconstant April's minions, because it cannot climb the purest sky, where the swan sings amid the sun's dominions? Not thine. Thou knowest 'tis its doom to die, when day shall hide within her twilight pinions the lucent eyes and the eternal smile, serene as thine, which lent it life awhile. To thy fair feet a winged vision came, whose date should have been longer than a day, and o'er thy head did beat its wings for fame, and in thy sight its fading plumes display. The watery bow burned in the evening flame, but the shower fell, the swift sun went his way, and that is dead. Oh, let me not believe that anything of mine is fit to live. Wordsworth informs us he was 19 years considering and retouching Peter Bell, watering his laurels with the killing tears of slow, dull care, so that their roots to hell might pierce, and their wide branches blot the spheres of heaven with dewy leaves and flowers. This well may be, for heaven and earth conspire to foil the over-busy gardener's blundering toil. My witch, indeed, is not so sweet a creature as Ruth or Lucy, whom his graceful praise clothes for our grandsons, but she matches Peter, though he took 19 years, and she 3 days in dressing. Light the vest of flowing metre she wears, he, proud as dandy with his stays, has hung upon his wiry limbs a dress like King Lear's looped and windowed raggedness. If you strip Peter, you will see a fellow scorched by hell's hyper-equatorial climate into a kind of sulphurous yellow, a lean mark hardly fit to fling a rhyme at, in shape a Scaramouche, in hue Othello. If you unveil my witch, no priest nor primate can shrive you of that sin, if sin there be in love when it becomes idolatry. The Witch of Atlas. Before those cruel twins, whom at one birth incestuous change bore to her father Time, Error and Truth, had hunted from the earth all those bright natures which adorned its prime, and left us nothing to believe in, worth the pains of putting into learned rhyme, a lady witch there lived on Atlas mountain, within a cavern by a secret fountain. Her mother was one of the Atlantides. The all-beholding sun had ne'er beholden in his wide voyage o'er continents and seas so fair a creature, as she lay enfolden in the warm shadow of her loveliness. He kissed her with his beams, and made all golden the chamber of gray rock in which she lay. She, in that dream of joy, dissolved away. 'Tis said she first was changed into a vapor, and then into a cloud, such clouds as flit like splendor-winged moths about a taper round the red west when the sun dies in it, and then into a meteor, such as caper on hill-tops when the moon is in a fit, then into one of those mysterious stars which hide themselves between the earth and Mars. 10 times the mother of the months had bent her bow beside the folding star, and bidden with that bright sign the billows to indent the sea-deserted sand, like children chidden at her command they ever came and went, since in that cave a dewy splendor hidden took shape and motion. With the living form of this embodied power the cave grew warm. A lovely lady garmented in light from her own beauty, deep her eyes as are two openings of unfathomable night seen through a temple's cloven roof, her hair dark. The dim brain whirls dizzy with delight, picturing her form. Her soft smile shone afar, and her low voice was heard like love, and drew all living things towards this wonder new. And first the spotted camelopard came, and then the wise and fearless elephant, then the sly serpent in the golden flame of his own volumes intervolved. All gaunt and sanguine beasts her gentle looks made tame. They drank before her at her sacred fount, and every beast of beating heart grew bold, such gentleness and power even to behold. The brinded lioness led forth her young, that she might teach them how they should forego their inborn thirst of death. The pard unstrung his sinews at her feet, and sought to know, with looks whose motions spoke without a tongue, how he might be as gentle as the doe. The magic circle of her voice and eyes all savage natures did imparadise. And old Silenus, shaking a green stick of lilies, and the wood gods in a crew, came blithe as in the olive copses thick cicadae are, drunk with the noonday dew. And Dryope and Faunus followed quick, teasing the god to sing them something new, till in this cave they found the lady lone, sitting upon a seat of emerald stone. An universal Pan, 'tis said, was there, and though none saw him, through the adamant of the deep mountains, through the trackless air, and through those living spirits, like a want, he passed out of his everlasting lair, where the quick heart of the great world doth pant, and felt that wondrous lady all alone, and she felt him upon her emerald throne. And every nymph of stream and spreading tree, and every shepherdess of ocean's flocks, who drives her white waves over the green sea, and Ocean with the brine on his gray locks, and quaint Priapus with his company, all came, much wondering how the enwombed rocks could have brought forth so beautiful a birth. Her love subdued their wonder and their mirth. The herdsmen and the mountain maidens came, and the rude kings of pastoral Garamant. Their spirits shook within them as a flame, stirred by the air under a cavern gaunt. Pygmies and Polyphemes by many a name, centaurs and satyrs, and such shapes as haunt wet clefts, and lumps neither alive nor dead, dog-headed, bosom-eyed, and bird-footed. For she was beautiful. Her beauty made the bright world dim, and everything beside seemed like the fleeting image of a shade. No thought of living spirit could abide, which to her looks had ever been betrayed, on any object in the world so wide, on any hope within the circling skies, but on her form and in her inmost eyes. Which, when the lady knew, she took her spindle, and twined 3 threads of fleecy mist, and 3 long lines of light, such as the dawn may kindle the clouds and waves and the mountains with. And she, as many star beams ere their lamps could dwindle in the belated moon, wound skilfully. And with these threads a subtle veil she wove, a shadow for the splendor of her love. The deep recesses of her odorous dwelling were stored with magic treasures, sounds of air, which had the power all spirits of compelling, folded in cells of crystal silence there, such as we hear in youth, and think the feeling will never die, yet ere we are aware, the feeling and the sound are fled and gone, and the regret they leave remains alone. And there lay visions swift and sweet and quaint, each in its thin sheath like a chrysalis, some eager to burst forth, some weak and faint, with the soft burthen of intensest bliss. It was its work to bear to many a saint, whose heart adores the shrine which holiest is, even love's, and others white, green, gray, and black, and of all shapes, and each was at her beck. And odors in a kind of aviary of ever-blooming Eden trees she kept, clipped in a floating net a love-sick fairy had woven from dew beams while the moon yet slept. As bats at the wired window of a dairy they beat their vans, and each was an adept when loosed and missioned, making wings of winds to stir sweet thoughts or sad in destined minds. And liquors clear and sweet, whose healthful might could medicine the sick soul to happy sleep, and change eternal death into a night of glorious dreams, or if eyes needs must weep, could make their tears all wonder and delight, she in her crystal vials did closely keep. If men could drink of those clear vials, 'tis said, the living were not envied of the dead. Her cave was stored with scrolls of strange device, the works of some Saturnian archimage, which taught the expiations at whose price men from the gods might win that happy age too lightly lost, redeeming native vice, and which might quench the earth-consuming rage of gold and blood, till men should live and move harmonious as the sacred stars above. And how all things that seem untamable, not to be checked and not to be confined, obey the spells of wisdom's wizard skill, time, earth, and fire, the ocean and the wind, and all their shapes, and man's imperial will, and other scrolls whose writings did unbind the inmost lore of love. Let the profane tremble to ask what secrets they contain. And wondrous works of substances unknown, to which the enchantment of her father's power had changed those ragged blocks of savage stone, were heaped in the recesses of her bower, carved lamps and chalices, and vials which shone in their own golden beams, each like a flower, out of whose depth the firefly shakes his light under a cypress in a starless night. At first she lived alone in this wild home, and her own thoughts were each a minister, clothing themselves, or with the ocean foam, or with the wind, or with the speed of fire, to work whatever purposes might come into her mind. Such power her mighty sire had girt them with, whether to fly or run through all the regions which he shines upon. The ocean nymphs and hamadryades, Oreads and Naiads with long weedy locks, offered to do her bidding through the seas, under the earth, and in the hollow rocks, and far beneath the matted roots of trees, and in the gnarled heart of stubborn oaks, so they might live for ever in the light of her sweet presence, each a satellite. "This may not be," the wizard maid replied. "The fountains where the Naiades bedew their shining hair at length are drained and dried. The solid oaks forget their strength, and strew their latest leaf upon the mountains wide. The boundless ocean, like a drop of dew, will be consumed. The stubborn centre must be scattered like a cloud of summer dust. And ye with them will perish one by one. If I must sigh to think that this shall be, if I must weep when the surviving sun shall smile on your decay, oh, ask not me to love you till your little race is run. I cannot die as ye must. Over me your leaves shall glance, the streams in which ye dwell shall be my paths henceforth, and so farewell." She spoke and wept. The dark and azure wells sparkled beneath the shower of her bright tears, and every little circlet where they fell flung to the cavern roof inconstant spheres, and intertangled lines of light. A knell of sobbing voices came upon her ears from those departing forms, o'er the serene of the white streams and of the forest green. All day the wizard lady sat aloof, spelling out scrolls of dread antiquity, under the cavern's fountain-lighted roof, or broidering the pictured poesy of some high tale upon her growing woof, which the sweet splendor of her smiles could dye in hues outshining heaven, and ever she added some grace to the wrought poesy. While on her hearth lay blazing many a piece of sandalwood, rare gums, and cinnamon. Men scarcely know how beautiful fire is. Each flame of it is as a precious stone dissolved in ever-moving light, and this belongs to each and all who gaze upon. The witch beheld it not, for in her hand she held a woof that dimmed the burning brand. This lady never slept, but lay in trance all night within the fountain, as in sleep. Its emerald crags glowed in her beauty's glance. Through the green splendor of the water deep she saw the constellations reel and dance like fireflies, and withal did ever keep the tenor of her contemplations calm, with open eyes, closed feet, and folded palm. And when the whirlwinds and the clouds descended from the white pinnacles of that cold hill, she passed at dewfall to a space extended, where in a lawn of flowering asphodel, amid a wood of pines and cedars blended, there yawned an inextinguishable well of crimson fire, full even to the brim, and overflowing all the margin trim. Within the which she lay when the fierce war of wintry winds shook that innocuous liquor in many a mimic moon and bearded star o'er woods and lawns. The serpent heard it flicker in sleep, and dreaming still he crept afar. And when the windless snow descended thicker than autumn leaves, she watched it as it came, melt on the surface of the level flame. She had a boat, which some say Vulcan wrought for Venus, as the chariot of her star. But it was found too feeble to be fraught with all the ardors in that sphere which are, and so she sold it, and Apollo bought and gave it to this daughter, from a car changed to the fairest and the lightest boat which ever upon mortal stream did float. And others say that, when but 3 hours old, the firstborn Love out of his cradle leapt, and clove dun Chaos with his wings of gold, and like an horticultural adept stole a strange seed, and wrapped it up in mould, and sowed it in his mother's star, and kept watering it all the summer with sweet dew, and with his wings fanning it as it grew. The plant grew strong and green, the snowy flower fell, and the long and gourd-like fruit began to turn the light and dew by inward power to its own substance. Woven tracery ran, of light firm texture, ribbed and branching o'er the solid rind, like a leaf's veined fan, of which Love scooped this boat, and with soft motion piloted it round the circumfluous ocean. This boat she moored upon her fount, and lit a living spirit within all its frame, breathing the soul of swiftness into it. Couched on the fountain like a panther tame, one of the twain at Evan's feet that sit, or as on Vesta's sceptre a swift flame, or on blind Homer's heart a winged thought, in joyous expectation lay the boat. Then by strange art she kneaded fire and snow together, tempering the repugnant mass with liquid love. All things together grow through which the harmony of love can pass. And a fair shape out of her hands did flow, a living image, which did far surpass in beauty that bright shape of vital stone which drew the heart out of Pygmalion. A sexless thing it was, and in its growth it seemed to have developed no defect of either sex, yet all the grace of both. In gentleness and strength its limbs were decked, the bosom swelled lightly with its full youth, the countenance was such as might select some artist that his skill should never die, imaging forth such perfect purity. From its smooth shoulders hung 2 rapid wings, fit to have borne it to the 7th sphere, tipped with the speed of liquid lightnings, died in the ardors of the atmosphere. She led her creature to the boiling springs, where the light boat was moored, and said, "Sit here," and pointed to the prow, and took her seat beside the rudder with opposing feet. And down the streams which clove those mountains vast, around their inland islets, and amid the panther-peopled forests, whose shade cast darkness and odors, and a pleasure hid in melancholy gloom, the pinnace passed, by many a star-surrounded pyramid of icy crag cleaving the purple sky, and caverns yawning round unfathomably. The silver noon into that winding dell with slanted gleam athwart the forest tops, tempered like golden evening, feebly fell, a green and glowing light like that which drops from folded lilies in which glowworms dwell, when earth over her face night's mantle wraps. Between the severed mountains lay on high, over the stream, a narrow rift of sky. And ever as she went the image lay with folded wings and unawakened eyes, and o'er its gentle countenance did play the busy dreams, as thick as summer flies, chasing the rapid smiles that would not stay, and drinking the warm tears and the sweet sighs inhaling, which with busy murmur vain they had aroused from that full heart and brain. And ever down the prone vale, like a cloud upon a stream of wind, the pinnace went, now lingering on the pools in which abode the calm and darkness of the deep content in which they paused, now o'er the shallow road of white and dancing waters, all besprent with sand and polished pebbles. Mortal boat in such a shallow rapid could not float. And down the earth-quaking cataracts which shiver their snow-like waters into golden air, or under chasms unfathomable ever sepulchre them, till in their rage they tear a subterranean portal for the river, it fled. The circling sunbows did upbear its fall down the hoar precipice of spray, lighting it far upon its lampless way. And when the wizard lady would ascend the labyrinths of some many-winding vale, which to the inmost mountain upward tend, she called, "Hermaphroditus!" And the pale and heavy hue which slumber could extend over its lips and eyes, as on the gale a rapid shadow from a slope of grass, into the darkness of the stream did pass. And it unfurled its heaven-colored pinions, with stars of fire spotting the stream below, and from above into the sun's dominions flinging a glory like the golden glow in which spring clothes her emerald winged minions, all interwoven with fine feathery snow, and moonlight splendor of intensest rime, with which frost paints the pines in winter-time. And then it winnowed the Elysian air, which ever hung about that lady bright with its ethereal vans, and speeding there, like a star up the torrent of the night, or a swift eagle in the morning glare, breasting the whirlwind with impetuous flight, the pinnace, oared by those enchanted wings, clove the fierce streams towards their upper springs. The water flashed like sunlight by the prow of a noon-wandering meteor flung to heaven. The still air seemed as if its waves did flow in tempest down the mountains. Loosely driven, the lady's radiant hair streamed to and fro. Beneath, the billows having vainly striven, indignant and impetuous, roared to feel the swift and steady motion of the keel. Or when the weary moon was in the wane, or in the noon of interlunar night, the lady witch in visions could not chain her spirit, but sailed forth under the light of shooting stars, and bade extend amain its storm-outspeeding wings, the hermaphrodite. She to the austral waters took her way, beyond the fabulous Thamondokane. Where like a meadow which no scythe has shaven, which rain could never bend, or whirl-blast shake, with the Antarctic constellations paven, Canopus and his crew lay the austral lake. There she would build herself a windless haven, out of the clouds whose moving turrets make the bastions of the storm, when through the sky the spirits of the tempest thundered by. A haven beneath whose translucent floor the tremulous stars sparkled unfathomably, and around which the solid vapors hoar, based on the level waters, to the sky lifted their dreadful crags, and like a shore of wintry mountains, inaccessibly hemmed in with rifts and precipices gray, and hanging crags, many a cove and bay. And whilst the outer lake beneath the lash of the wind's scourge foamed like a wounded thing, and the incessant hail with stony clash ploughed up the waters, and the flagging wing of the roused cormorant in the lightning flash looked like the wreck of some wind-wandering fragment of inky thunder-smoke, this haven was as a gem to copy heaven engraven. On which that lady played her many pranks, circling the image of a shooting star, even as a tigress on Hydaspes' banks outspeeds the antelopes which speediest are in her light boat, and many quips and cranks she played upon the water, till the car of the late moon, like a sick matron wan, to journey from the misty east began. And then she called out of the hollow turrets of those high clouds, white, golden, and vermilion, the armies of her ministering spirits in mighty legions, million after million they came, each troop emblazoning its merits on meteor flags, and many a proud pavilion of the intertexture of the atmosphere they pitched upon the plain of the calm mirror. They framed the imperial tent of their great queen of woven exhalations, underlaid with lambent lightning fire, as may be seen a dome of thin and open ivory inlaid with crimson silk, cressets from the serene hung there, and on the water for her tread of tapestry of fleece-like mist was strewn, dyed in the beams of the ascending moon. And on a throne overlaid with starlight, caught upon those wandering isles of airy dew, which highest shoals of mountain shipwreck not, she sat, and heard all that had happened new between the earth and moon, since they had brought the last intelligence, and now she grew pale as that moon, lost in the watery night, and now she wept, and now she laughed outright. These were tame pleasures. She would often climb the steepest ladder of the crudded rack up to some beaked cape of cloud sublime, and like Orion on the dolphin's back ride singing through the shoreless air. Oft-time following the serpent lightning's winding track, she ran upon the platforms of the wind, and laughed to hear the fire-balls roar behind. And sometimes to those streams of upper air, which whirl the earth in its diurnal round, she would ascend, and win the spirits there to let her join their chorus. Mortals found that on those days the sky was calm and fair, and mystic snatches of harmonious sound wandered upon the earth where'er she passed, and happy thoughts of hope, too sweet to last. But her choice sport was, in the hours of sleep, to glide adown old Nilus, where he threads Egypt and Ethiopia from the steep of utmost Axome, until he spreads like a calm flock of silver-fleeced sheep his waters on the plain, and crested heads of cities and proud temples gleam amid, and many a vapor-belted pyramid. By Mueris and the Marioted lakes, strewn with faint blooms like bridal chamber floors, were naked boys bridling tame water snakes, or charioteering ghastly alligators, had left on the sweet waters mighty wakes of those huge forms. Within the brazen doors of the great labyrinth slept both boy and beast, tired with the pomp of their Osirian feast. And where within the surface of the river the shadows of the massy temples lie, and never are erased, but tremble ever like things which every cloud can doom to die, through lotus-paven canals, and wheresoever the works of man pierced that serenest sky with tombs and towers and fanes, 'twas her delight to wander in the shadow of the night. With motion like the spirit of that wind, whose soft step deepens slumber, her light feet passed through the peopled haunts of humankind, scattering sweet visions from her presence sweet, through fane and palace court and labyrinth mined with many a dark and subterranean street under the Nile, through chambers high and deep she passed, observing mortals in their sleep. A pleasure sweet doubtless it was to see mortals subdued in all the shapes of sleep. Here lay two sister twins in infancy, there a lone youth who in his dreams did weep. Within, two lovers linked innocently in their loose locks, which over both did creep, like ivy from one stem, and there lay calm old age with snow-bright hair and folded palm. But other troubled forms of sleep she saw, not to be mirrored in a holy song, distortions foul of supernatural awe, and pale imaginings of visioned wrong, and all the code of custom's lawless law written upon the brows of old and young. "This," said the wizard maiden, "is the strife which stirs the liquid surface of man's life." And little did the sight disturb her soul. We, the weak mariners of that wide lake, where'er its shores extend or billows roll, our course unpiloted and starless make o'er its wild surface to an unknown goal. But she in the calm depths her way could take, where in bright bowers immortal forms abide, beneath the weltering of the restless tide. And she saw princes couched under the glow of sun-like gems, and round each temple court in dormitories ranged, row after row, she saw the priests asleep, all of one sort, for all were educated to be so. The peasants in their huts, and in the port the sailors she saw cradled on the waves, and the dead lulled within their dreamless graves. And all the forms in which these spirits lay were to her sight like the diaphanous veils in which those sweet ladies oft array their delicate limbs, who would conceal from us only their scorn of all concealment. They move in the light of their own beauty thus. But these and all now lay with sleep upon them, and little thought a witch was looking on them. She all those human figures breathing there beheld as living spirits. To her eyes the naked beauty of the soul lay bare, and often through a rude and worn disguise she saw the inner form most bright and fair. And then she had a charm of strange device, which murmured on mute lips with tender tone, could make that spirit mingle with her own. Alas, Aurora, what wouldst thou have given for such a charm when Tithon became gray? Or how much, Venus, of thy silver heaven wouldst thou have yielded, ere Proserpina had half, oh, why not all, the debt forgiven, which dear Adonis had been doomed to pay to any witch who would have taught you it? The Heliad doth not know its value yet. 'Tis said in after times her spirit free knew what love was, and felt itself alone. But holy Dian could not chaster be, before she stooped to kiss Endymion, than now this lady, like a sexless bee, tasting all blossoms and confined to none, among those mortal forms the wizard maiden passed with an eye serene and heart unladen. To those she saw most beautiful she gave strange panacea in a crystal bowl. They drank in their deep sleep of that sweet wave, and lived thenceforward as if some control mightier than life were in them, and the grave of such, when death oppressed the weary soul, was as a green and overarching bower, lit by the gems of many a starry flower. For on the night when they were buried she restored the embalmer's ruining, and shook the light out of the funeral lamps to be a mimic day within that deathy nook, and she unwound the woven imagery of second childhood's swaddling bands, and took the coffin, its last cradle, from its niche, and threw it with contempt into a ditch. And there the body lay, age after age, mute, breathing, beating, warm and undecaying, like one asleep in a green hermitage, with gentle smiles about its eyelids playing, and living in its dreams beyond the rage of death or life, while they were still arraying in liveries ever new the rapid, blind, and fleeting generations of mankind. And she would write strange dreams upon the brain of those who were less beautiful, and make all harsh and crooked purposes more vain than in the desert is the serpent's wake which the sand covers. All his evil gain the miser in such dreams would rise and shake into a beggar's lap. The lying scribe would his own lies betray without a bribe. The priest would write an explanation full, translating hieroglyphics into Greek, how the god Apis really was a bull, and nothing more, and bid the herald stick the same against the temple doors, and pull the old cant down. They licensed all to speak whatever they thought of hawks and cats and geese, by pastoral letters to each diocese. The king would dress an ape up in his crown and robes, and seat him on his glorious seat, and on the right hand of the sun-like throne would place a gaudy mock-bird to repeat the chatterings of the monkey. Every one of the prone courtiers crawled to kiss the feet of their great emperor, when the morning came, and kissed, alas, how many kissed the same! The soldiers dreamed that they were blacksmiths, and walked out of quarters in somnambulism. Round the red anvils you might see them stand, like Cyclopses in Vulcan's sooty abysm, beating their swords to plowshares. In a band the jailers sent those of the liberal schism free through the streets of Memphis, much, I wis, to the annoyance of King Amasis. And timid lovers, who had been so coy they hardly knew whether they loved or not, would rise out of their rest, and take sweet joy to the fulfilment of their inmost thought. And when next day the maiden and the boy met one another, both, like sinners caught, blushed at the thing which each believed was done only in fancy, till the 10th moon shone. And then the witch would let them take no ill. Of many thousand schemes which lovers find, the witch found one, and so they took their fill of happiness in marriage warm and kind. Friends who by practice of some envious skill were torn apart, a wide wound, mind from mind, she did unite again with visions clear of deep affection and of truth sincere. These were the pranks she played among the cities of mortal men, and what she did to sprites and gods, entangling them in her sweet ditties to do her will and show their subtle sleights, I will declare another time. For it is a tale more fit for the weird winter nights than for these garish summer days, when we scarcely believe much more than we can see. End of Section 48, The Witch of Atlas, by Percy Bysshe Shelley. Recording by Leonard Wilson of Springfield, Ohio. Section 49 of Shelley, Selected Poems and Prose. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Leonard Wilson. Section 49, Preface to Adonais. It is my intention to subjoin to the London edition of this poem a criticism upon the claims of its lamented object to be classed among the writers of the highest genius who have adorned our age. My known repugnance to the narrow principles of taste on which several of his earlier compositions were modeled prove at least that I am an impartial judge. I consider the fragment of Hyperion as second to nothing that was ever produced by a writer of the same years. John Keats died at Rome of a consumption in his 24th year, on the of 1821, and was buried in the romantic and lonely cemetery of the Protestants in that city, under the pyramid which is the tomb of Cestius, and the massy walls and towers now mouldering and desolate, which formed the circuit of ancient Rome. The cemetery is an open space among the ruins, covered in winter with violets and daisies. It might make one in love with death to think that one should be buried in so sweet a place. The genius of the lamented person to whose memory I have dedicated these unworthy verses was not less delicate and fragile than it was beautiful. And where cankerworms abound, what wonder if its young flower was blighted in the bud? The savage criticism on his Endymion, which appeared in the Quarterly Review, produced the most violent effect on his susceptible mind. The agitation thus originated ended in the rupture of a blood vessel in the lungs. A rapid consumption ensued, and the succeeding acknowledgments from more candid critics of the true greatness of his powers were ineffectual to heal the wound thus wantonly inflicted. It may be well said that these wretched men know not what they do. They scatter their insults and their slanders without heed as to whether the poisoned shaft lights on a heart made callous by many blows, or one like Keats's, composed of more penetrable stuff. One of their associates is, to my knowledge, a most base and unprincipled calumniator. As to Endymion, was it a poem, whatever might be its defects, to be treated contemptuously by those who had celebrated, with various degrees of complacency and panegyric, Paris, and Woman, and A Syrian Tale, and Mrs. Lefanu, and Mr. Barrett, and Mr. Howard Payne, and a long list of the illustrious obscure? Are these the men who in their venal good nature presumed to draw a parallel between the Reverend Mr. Millman and Lord Byron? What gnat did they strain at here, after having swallowed all those camels? Against what woman taken in adultery dares the foremost of these literary prostitutes to cast his opprobrious stone? Miserable man! You, one of the meanest, have wantonly defaced one of the noblest specimens of the workmanship of God. Nor shall it be your excuse that, murderer as you are, you have spoken daggers, but used none. The circumstances of the closing scene of poor Keats's life were not made known to me until the elegy was ready for the press. I am given to understand that the wound which his sensitive spirit had received from the criticism of Endymion was exasperated by the bitter sense of unrequited benefits. The poor fellow seems to have been hooted from the stage of life, no less by those on whom he had wasted the promise of his genius than those on whom he had lavished his fortune and his care. He was accompanied to Rome, and attended in his last illness, by Mr. Severn, a young artist of the highest promise, who, I have been informed, almost risked his own life and sacrificed every prospect to unwearied attendance upon his dying friend. Had I known these circumstances before the completion of my poem, I should have been tempted to add my feeble tribute of applause to the more solid recompense which the virtuous man finds in the recollection of his own motives. Mr. Severn can dispense with a reward from such stuff as dreams are made of. His conduct is a golden augury of the success of his future career. May the unextinguished spirit of his illustrious friend animate the creations of his pencil, and plead against oblivion for his name. End of Section 49, Preface to Adonais by Percy Bysshe Shelley. Recording by Leonard Wilson of Springfield, Ohio. Section 50 of Shelley, Selected Poems and Prose. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Leonard Wilson. Section 50. Adonais. I weep for Adonais, he is dead. Oh, weep for Adonais, though our tears thaw not the frost which binds so dear a head. And thou, sad hour, selected from all years to mourn our loss, rouse thy obscure compeers, and teach them thine own sorrow. Say, with me died Adonais, till the future dares forget the past. His fate and fame shall be an echo and a light unto eternity. Where wert thou, mighty mother, when he lay, when thy son lay, pierced by the shaft which flies in darkness? Where was lorn Urania when Adonais died? With veiled eyes, mid listening echoes, in her paradise she sat, while one with soft enamored breath rekindled all the fading melodies with which, like flowers that mock the corse beneath, he had adorned and hid the coming bulk of death. Oh, weep for Adonais, he is dead. Wake, melancholy mother, wake and weep. Yet wherefore? Quench within their burning bed thy fiery tears, and let thy loud heart keep, like his, a mute and uncomplaining sleep, for he is gone where all things wise and fair descend. O dream not that the amorous deep will yet restore him to the vital air. Death feeds on his mute voice, and laughs at our despair. Most musical of mourners, weep again. Lament anew Urania. He died, who was the sire of an immortal strain, blind, old, and lonely, when his country's pride, the priest, the slave, and the liberticide, trampled and mocked with many a loathed rite of lust and blood. He went unterrified into the gulf of death, but his clear sprite yet reigns o'er earth, the third among the sons of light. Most musical of mourners, weep anew. Not all to that bright station dared to climb, and happier they their happiness who knew, whose tapers yet burn through that night of time in which suns perished. Others, more sublime, struck by the envious wrath of man or god, have sunk, extinct in their refulgent prime. And some yet live, treading the thorny road which leads through toil and hate to fame's serene abode. But now thy youngest, dearest one has perished, the nursling of thy widowhood, who grew like a pale flower by some sad maiden cherished, and fed with true love tears instead of dew. Most musical of mourners, weep anew. Thy extreme hope, the loveliest and the last, the bloom whose petals nipped before they blew died on the promise of the fruit, is waste. The broken lily lies, the storm is overpast. To that high capital, where kingly death keeps his pale court in beauty and decay, he came, and bought with price of purest breath a grave among the eternal. Come away, haste, while the vault of blue Italian day is yet his fitting charnel roof, while still he lies as if in dewy sleep he lay. Awake him not. Surely he takes his fill of deep and liquid rest, forgetful of all ill. He will awake no more, oh, never more. Within the twilight chamber spreads apace the shadow of white death, and at the door invisible corruption waits to trace his extreme way to her dim dwelling place. The eternal hunger sits, but pity and awe soothe her pale rage, nor dares she to deface so fair a prey, till darkness and the law of change shall o'er his sleep the mortal curtain draw. Oh, weep for Adonais! The quick dreams, the passion winged ministers of thought, who were his flocks, whom near the living streams of his young spirit he fed, and whom he taught the love which was its music, wander not. Wander no more from kindling brain to brain, but droop there, whence they sprung, and mourn their lot round the cold heart, where after their sweet pain they ne'er will gather strength, or find a home again. And one with trembling hands clasps his cold head, and fans him with her moonlight wings, and cries, "Our love, our hope, our sorrow, is not dead. See, on the silken fringe of his faint eyes, like dew upon a sleeping flower, there lies a tear some dream has loosened from his brain." Lost angel of a ruined paradise, she knew not 'twas her own, as with no stain she faded like a cloud which had outwept its rain. One from a lucid urn of starry dew washed his light limbs, as if embalming them. Another clipped her profuse locks, and threw the wreath upon him, like an anadem, which frozen tears instead of pearls begem. Another in her wilful grief would break her bow and winged reeds, as if to stem a greater loss with one which was more weak, and dull the barbed fire against his frozen cheek. Another splendor on his mouth alit, that mouth whence it was wont to draw the breath which gave it strength to pierce the guarded wit, and pass into the panting heart beneath with lightning and with music. The damp death quenched its caress upon his icy lips, and as a dying meteor stains a wreath of moonlight vapor which the cold night clips, it flushed through his pale limbs and passed to its eclipse. And others came, desires and adorations, winged persuasions and veiled destinies, splendors and glooms and glimmering incarnations of hopes and fears, and twilight fantasies, and sorrow with her family of sighs, and pleasure blind with tears, led by the gleam of her own dying smile instead of eyes, came in slow pomp. The moving pomp might seem like pageantry of mist on an autumnal stream. All he had loved and moulded into thought, from shape and hue and odor and sweet sound, lamented Adonais. Morning sought her eastern watchtower, and her hair unbound, wet with the tears which should adorn the ground, dimmed the aerial eyes that kindle day. Afar the melancholy thunder moaned, pale ocean in unquiet slumber lay, and the wild winds flew round, sobbing in their dismay. Lost Echo sits amid the voiceless mountains, and feeds her grief with his remembered lay, and will no more reply to winds or fountains, or amorous birds perched on the young green spray, or herdsman's horn or bell at closing day, since she can mimic not his lips, more dear than those for whose disdain she pined away into a shadow of all sounds. A drear murmur between their songs is all the woodmen hear. Grief made the young spring wild, and she threw down her kindling buds, as if she autumn were, or they dead leaves. Since her delight is flown, for whom should she have waked the sullen year? To Phoebus was not Hyacinth so dear, nor to himself Narcissus, as to both thou, Adonais. Wan they stand and sere amid the faint companions of their youth, with dew all turned to tears, odor to sighing ruth. Thy spirit's sister, the lorn nightingale, mourns not her mate with such melodious pain. Not so the eagle, who like thee could scale heaven, and could nourish in the sun's domain her mighty youth with morning, doth complain, soaring and screaming round her empty nest, as Albion wails for thee. The curse of Cain light on his head, who pierced thy innocent breast, and scared the angel soul that was its earthly guest. Ah, woe is me! Winter is come and gone. but grief returns with the revolving year. The airs and streams renew their joyous tone, the ants, the bees, the swallows reappear, fresh leaves and flowers deck the dead season's bier, the amorous birds now pair in every brake, and build their mossy homes in field and brier, and the green lizard and the golden snake, like unimprisoned flames, out of their trance awake. Through wood and stream and field and hill and ocean, a quickening life from the earth's heart has burst, as it has ever done, with change and motion, from the great morning of the world, when first God dawned on chaos. In its stream immersed, the lamps of heaven flash with a softer light. All baser things pant with life's sacred thirst, diffuse themselves, and spend in love's delight the beauty and the joy of their renewed might. The leprous corpse, touched by this spirit tender, exhales itself in flowers of gentle breath. Like incarnations of the stars, when splendor is changed to fragrance, they illumine death, and mock the merry worm that wakes beneath. Naught, we know, dies. Shall that alone which knows be as a sword consumed before the sheath by sightless lightning? The intense atom glows a moment, then is quenched in a most cold repose. Alas, that all we loved of him should be but for our grief, as if it had not been, and grief itself be mortal. Woe is me! Whence are we, and why are we? Of what scene the actors or spectators? Great and mean meet massed in death, who lends what life must borrow. As long as skies are blue and fields are green, evening must usher night, night urge the morrow, month follow month with woe, and year wake year to sorrow. He will awake no more, oh, never more. Wake thou, cried Misery, childless mother, rise out of thy sleep, and slake in thy heart's core a wound more fierce than his with tears and sighs. And all the dreams that watched Urania's eyes, and all the echoes whom their sister's song had held in holy silence, cried, Arise! Swift as a thought by the snake Memory stung, from her ambrosial rest the fading splendor sprung. She rose like an autumnal night that springs out of the east, and follows wild and drear the golden day, which on eternal wings, even as a ghost abandoning a bier, had left the earth a corpse. Sorrow and fear so struck, so roused, so rapt Urania, so saddened round her like an atmosphere of stormy mist, so swept her on her way, even to the mournful place where Adonais lay. Out of her secret paradise she sped, through camps and cities rough with stone and steel and human hearts, which to her airy tread, yielding not, wounded the invisible palms of her tender feet where'er they fell, and barbed tongues and thoughts more sharp than they rent the soft form they never could repel, whose sacred blood, like the young tears of May, paved with eternal flowers that undeserving way. In the death chamber for a moment Death, shamed by the presence of that living might, blushed to annihilation, and the breath revisited those lips, and life's pale light flashed through those limbs, so late her dear delight. Leave me not wild and drear and comfortless, as silent lightning leaves the starless night. Leave me not, cried Urania. Her distress roused Death. Death rose and smiled, and met her vain caress. Stay yet a while, speak to me once again. Kiss me, so long but as a kiss may live, and in my heartless breast and burning brain that word, that kiss, shall all thoughts else survive, with food of saddest memory kept alive, now thou art dead, as if it were a part of thee, my Adonais, I would give all that I am to be as thou now art. But I am chained to time, and cannot thence depart. O gentle child, beautiful as thou wert, why didst thou leave the trodden paths of men too soon, and with weak hands, though mighty heart, dare the unpastured dragon in his den? Defenceless as thou wert, O where was then wisdom, the mirrored shield, or scorn the spear? Or hadst thou waited the full cycle, when thy spirit should have filled its crescent sphere, the monsters of life's waste had fled from thee like deer. The herded wolves, bold only to pursue, the obscene ravens clamorous o'er the dead, the vultures to the conqueror's banner true, who feed where desolation thirst has fed, and whose wings rain contagion, how they fled when like Apollo from his golden bow, the Pythian of the age, one arrow sped, and smiled. The spoilers tempt no second blow, they fawn on the proud feet that spurn them lying low. The sun comes forth, and many reptiles spawn. He sets, and each ephemeral insect then is gathered into death without a dawn, and the immortal stars awake again. So is it in the world of living men. A godlike mind soars forth in its delight, making earth bare and veiling heaven, and when it sinks, the swarms that dimmed or shared its light leave to its kindred lamps the spirit's awful night. Thus ceased she, and the mountain shepherds came, their garlands sere, their magic mantles rent. The pilgrim of eternity, whose fame over his living head like heaven is bent, an early but enduring monument, came, veiling all the lightnings of his song in sorrow. From her wilds Ierne sent the sweetest lyrist of her saddest wrong, and love taught grief to fall like music from his tongue. Midst others of less note came one frail form, a phantom among men, companionless as the last cloud of an expiring storm, whose thunder is its knell. He, as I guess, had gazed on nature's naked loveliness, Actaeon like, and now he fled astray with feeble steps o'er the world's wilderness, and his own thoughts along that rugged way pursued like raging hounds their father and their prey. A pard-like spirit, beautiful and swift, a love in desolation masked, a power girt round with weakness, it can scarce uplift the weight of the superincumbent hour. It is a dying lamp, a falling shower, a breaking billow. Even whilst we speak, is it not broken? On the withering flower the killing sun smiles brightly, on a cheek the life can burn in blood, even while the heart may break. His head was bound with pansies overblown, and faded violets, white and pied and blue, and a light spear topped with a cypress cone, round whose rude shaft dark ivy tresses grew, yet dripping with the forest's noonday dew, vibrated as the ever-beating heart shook the weak hand that grasped it. Of that crew he came the last, neglected and apart, a herd-abandoned deer, struck by the hunter's dart. All stood aloof, and at his partial moan smiled through their tears. Well knew that gentle band, who in another's fate now wept his own, as in the accents of an unknown land he sung new sorrow. Sad Urania scanned the stranger's mien, and murmured, "Who art thou?" He answered not, but with a sudden hand made bare his branded and ensanguined brow, which was like Cain's or Christ's. Oh, that it should be so! What softer voice is hushed over the dead? Athwart what brow is that dark mantle thrown? What form leans sadly o'er the white death–bed, in mockery of monumental stone, the heavy heart heaving without a moan? If it be he, who, gentlest of the wise, taught, soothed, loved, honored the departed one, let me not vex with inharmonious sighs the silence of that heart's accepted sacrifice. Our Adonais has drunk poison. Oh, what deaf and viperous murder could crown life's early cup with such a draught of woe? The nameless worm would now itself disown. It felt, yet could escape, the magic tone whose prelude held all envy, hate, and wrong. But what was howling in one breast alone, silent with expectation of the song, whose master's hand is cold, whose silver lyre unstrung. Live thou, whose infamy is not thy fame, live, fear no heavier chastisement from me, thou noteless blot on a remembered name. But be thyself, and know thyself to be, and ever at thy season be thou free to spill the venom when thy fangs o'erflow. Remorse and self–contempt shall cling to thee, hot shame shall burn upon thy secret brow, and like a beaten hound tremble thou shalt, as now. Nor let us weep that our delight is fled, far from these carrion kites that scream below. He wakes or sleeps with the enduring dead. Thou canst not soar where he is sitting now. Dust to the dust, but the pure spirit shall flow back to the burning fountain whence it came, a portion of the eternal, which must glow through time and change, unquenchably the same, whilst thy cold embers choke the sordid hearth of shame. Peace, peace! He is not dead, he doth not sleep. He hath awakened from the dream of life. 'Tis we, who lost in stormy visions keep with phantoms an unprofitable strife, and in mad trance strike with our spirit's knife invulnerable nothings. We decay like corpses in a charnel. Fear and grief convulse us and consume us day by day, and cold hopes swarm like worms within our living clay. He has outsoared the shadow of our night. Envy and calumny and hate and pain, and that unrest which men miscall delight, can touch him not, and torture not again. From the contagion of the world's slow stain he is secure, and now can never mourn a heart grown cold, a head grown gray and vain, nor when the spirit's self has ceased to burn, with sparkless ashes load an unlamented urn. He lives, he wakes, 'tis death is dead, not he. Mourn not for Adonais. Thou young dawn, turn all thy dew to splendor, for from thee the spirit thou lamentest is not gone. Ye caverns and ye forests, cease to moan. Cease, ye faint flowers and fountains, and thou air, which like a mourning veil thy scarf has thrown o'er the abandoned earth, now leave it bare, even to the joyous stars, which smile on its despair. He is made one with nature. There is heard his voice in all her music, from the moan of thunder to the song of night's sweet bird. He is a presence to be felt and known, in darkness and in light, from herb and stone, spreading itself where'er that power may move which has withdrawn his being to its own, which wheels the world with never wearied love, sustains it from beneath, and kindles it above. He is a portion of the loveliness which once he made more lovely. He doth bear his part, while the one spirit's plastic stress sweeps through the dull dense world, compelling there all new successions to the forms they wear, torturing the unwilling dross that checks its flight to its own likeness, as each mass may bear, and bursting in its beauty and its might from trees and beasts and men, into the heavens' light. The splendors of the firmament of time may be eclipsed, but are extinguished not. Like stars to their appointed height they climb, and death is a low mist which cannot blot the brightness it may veil. When lofty thought lifts a young heart above its mortal lair, and love and life contend in it, for what shall be its earthly doom, the dead live there, and move like winds of light on dark and stormy air. The inheritors of unfulfilled renown rose from their thrones, built beyond mortal thought, far in the unapparent. Chatterton rose pale. His solemn agony had not yet faded from him. Sidney, as he fought, and as he fell, and as he lived and loved, sublimely mild, a spirit without spot, arose, and Lucan by his death approved. Oblivion, as they rose, shrank like a thing reproved. And many more, whose names on earth are dark, but whose transmitted effluence cannot die so long as fire outlives the parent spark, rose, robed in dazzling immortality. "Thou art become as one of us," they cry. "It was for thee yon kingless sphere has long swung blind in unascended majesty, silent alone amid an heaven of song. Assume thy winged throne, thou vesper of our throng." Who mourns for Adonais? O come forth, fond wretch, and know thyself and him aright. Clasp with thy panting soul the pendulous earth, as from a centre dart thy spirit's light beyond all worlds, until its spacious might satiate the void circumference. Then shrink even to a point within our day and night, and keep thy heart light, lest it make thee sink, when hope has kindled hope, and lured thee to the brink. Or go to Rome, which is the sepulchre, O not of him, but of our joy. 'Tis naught that ages, empires, and religions there lie buried in the ravage they have wrought. For such as he can lend, they borrow not glory from those who made the world their prey, and he is gathered to the kings of thought who waged contention with their time's decay, and of the past are all that cannot pass away. Go thou to Rome, at once the paradise, the grave, the city, and the wilderness, and where its wrecks like shattered mountains rise, and flowering weeds and fragrant copses dress the bones of desolation's nakedness, pass, till the spirit of the spot shall lead thy footsteps to a slope of green access, where like an infant's smile over the dead a light of laughing flowers along the grass is spread, and gray walls moulder round, on which dull time feeds like slow fire upon a hoary brand, and one keen pyramid with wedge sublime, pavilioning the dust of him who planned this refuge for his memory, doth stand like flame transformed to marble. And beneath a field is spread, on which a newer band have pitched in heaven's smile their camp of death, welcoming him we lose with scarce extinguished breath. Here pause. These graves are all too young as yet to have outgrown the sorrow which consigned its charge to each. And if the seal is set here on one fountain of a mourning mind, break it not thou. Too surely shalt thou find thine own well full, if thou returnest home, of tears and gall. From the world's bitter wind seek shelter in the shadow of the tomb. What Adonais is, why fear we to become? The one remains, the many change and pass. Heaven's light forever shines, earth's shadows fly. Life, like a dome of many-colored glass, stains the white radiance of eternity, until death tramples it to fragments. Die, if thou wouldst be with that which thou dost seek. Follow where all is fled. Rome's azure sky, flowers, ruins, statues, music, words, are weak the glory they transfuse with fitting truth to speak. Why linger? Why turn back? Why shrink, my heart? Thy hopes are gone before, from all things here they have departed. Thou shouldst now depart. A light is passed from the revolving year, and man and woman, and what still is dear attracts to crush, repels to make thee wither. The soft sky smiles, the low wind whispers near. 'Tis Adonais calls, O hasten thither! No more let life divide what death can join together. That light whose smile kindles the universe, that beauty in which all things work and move, that benediction which the eclipsing curse of birth can quench not, that sustaining love which through the web of being blindly wove by man and beast and earth and air and sea burns bright or dim, as each are mirrors of the fire for which all thirst, now beams on me, consuming the last clouds of cold mortality. The breath whose might I have invoked in song descends on me. My spirit's bark is driven far from the shore, far from the trembling throng whose sails were never to the tempest given. The massy earth and sphered skies are riven. I am borne darkly, fearfully afar, whilst burning through the inmost veil of heaven the soul of Adonais, like a star, beacons from the abode where the eternal are. End of Section 50, Adonais, and also end of Shelley, Selected Poems and Prose, selected and recorded by Leonard Wilson of Springfield, Ohio.